June. 1. Quincy. God damn the universe and its attempts to keep me humble. For all the accomplishments I've amassed in my 31 years on this planet, an out-of-the-blue text message from someone listed in my phone as Restaurant Douche Canoe is not one of them. My morning is completely derailed, which is a shame. It was going so well. I can handle the rain. I look forward to it. The start of summer and its thunderstorms inevitable this time of year in Florida. What I can't handle is the unsolicited phallic images I received before the clock struck 7. It's a brutal reminder of why the extent of my personal life consists of spending what little free time I have at home and far away from anyone who has the gall to ruin my day before I've had any caffeine. A crime, if you ask me. And I'd do what any normal person would do after being blindsided by disappointing pornographic photos by an equally disappointing man. I fill a chipped mug with an aggressive pour of coffee. Step onto the porch in an oversized t-shirt that reaches my knees and mismatched socks that come halfway up my calves. I take a seat on the wood swing hanging in the corner and hit a thumbs down on Dick Douche's message to really deal a blow to his ego. Free from penis hell and one step closer to shunning technology, a sigh escapes me when I glance up at the sky. Clouds of menacing shades of gray make their way across the horizon. A smile comes next. Unbridled delight when the wind blows through in a strong gust. I've always been happier outside. The girl who grew up with dirt under her fingernails and grass stains on her knees. An affinity for rain and open fields instead of 4-lane highways. I love the end of May and the blistering heat of Florida Junes the most. I crave the swampy middle of July and look forward to sticky, unbearable August when the air shifts to an indulgent, lazy haze. The suffocating kind that holds you tight and never lets you go. I wish I could stay here forever. Immortalized as a summer girl with tan skin, freckles, and a clarity I can't seem to find when the autumn months creep up on the calendar. Quinn? I smile when I hear my name, glancing over my shoulder at the familiar voice coming from the house next to mine. Morning, sunshine. It's too early for you to be so chipper. Harlow Whitaker sticks her head out her kitchen window, tossing a look my way. You might be enthusiastic, but I can see the bags under your eyes from here. Good. Teetering on the cusp of bone-deep exhaustion and burnout is exactly what I'm going for. Being in our 30s sucks. Too many recessions, not enough orgasms. Hang on, I'll be right over. Her window shuts. There's the slam of an old screen door. Shoes shuffling over concrete. I blink and Harlow, with red hair, long legs, and half-laced Doc Martens, is climbing my porch steps. Hi, I say. Happy June 1st, Quinn. She puts a party hat on my head and taps my nose. And happy hurricane season. I didn't realize we were celebrating this year. I pull on the chin strap, wincing when it snaps against my throat. Are things so bad we need party hats? You're the scientist. She sits next to me and yawns, a hand tattooed with half a dozen different flowers covering her mouth. Isn't the world on fire? I mean, technically. Solar flares can cause geomagnetic storms here on Earth, and... I stop to take a sip of my coffee, smiling against the rim of the mug. Not on fire quite yet. But never say never. The year 2500 is probably going to be a disaster. What did you do last night? Oh, you know. I wave a hand and shrug. Nothing special. If you tell me you stayed up to watch the clock strike midnight on hurricane season like it's New Year's Eve, I'm going to be disappointed in you. You need to have some fun. I have plenty of fun and a life that doesn't revolve around work. Harlow lifts an eyebrow, calling me out on my bullshit, and I groan. Fine, that's a lie. But I didn't stay up to watch the calendar flip over to June. I answered emails, then went to bed early. There was a message from a kid out in Colorado who lives on a ranch. His dad takes him to the edge of their property to look at storm clouds, and he told me he can identify all of them. I laugh, reminiscing. It's exactly what I was like at 9 years old, enthralled by wind and the way the temperature drops right before it rains, watching Twister on my parents' VHS player until the tape wore out and riding my bike to Blockbuster to rent another copy. It was cute. I guess that's an acceptable reason for staying in. Her leg nudges mine, the hem of her overalls inching up her thighs. There's a pair of cherries inked right above her knee, a stack of books next to it. How's the show? I've missed seeing you on my computer screen. We're back to daily live streaming videos, thank goodness. Spring is too dull. There's not enough to talk about, I say, mentioning the Rainy Day Show, the weather-centered social media page I run. Noah is predicting an active couple of months with 23 named storms, 11 hurricanes, and 6 majors. I'm going to be busy. Just the way you like it. You hate to sit still. I don't remember the last time I took a day off. I cup my mug with both hands. I had another exciting moment last night, outside of communicating with your pen pal. Harlow scoots closer. Did you re-download a dating app? Finally frame your diploma so the online trolls can see you're qualified to talk about atmospheric science and not pulling things out of your ass? I'll get to that sometime in the next 6 months. I pause, reveling in the news I'm about to share with her. I hit 1 million followers on Instagram. Oh my God! Harlow launches herself at me, throwing her arms around my neck to give me a hug. I lose a slosh of coffee to the porch deck, but it's hard to care when she's squeezing me tight, laughing and making me feel important. You've been chasing that goal forever, since I started the show 7 years ago. Is that the first platform where you've hit 1 million followers? Yeah. I have over 2 million combined on all the other social media sites, but Instagram is the only one where it says 1 million and... I trail off and untangle our limbs. It's nice to see my hard work paying off. You work so hard. She sniffs and wipes under her eyes. God damn it. Harlow Whitaker, are you crying? The world might officially be ending. I'm capable of showing some sort of emotion occasionally. She swats at my arm. I'm so proud of you, Quincy Phillips Monroe. You're a woman kicking so much STEM ass. You're going after your dreams. It's fun to watch. I'm also the receiver of mediocre dick pics before the sun comes up. Probably the most important part of my resume, especially when I don't even know the guy's name. Excuse me? Harlow wrinkles her nose. The perfect picture of disgust. I wish I had the fucking audacity of a man. Imagine taking off your pants in a Starbucks bathroom so you can snap a picture of your balls because you think a woman wants to see them. I can assure you, we do not. Traumatizing, I'll tell you what. I draw my legs to my chest, resting my chin on my knee. Dicks aside, sometimes I can't believe this is my life. I never thought a couple videos talking about what causes a thunderstorm would go viral, and... I gesture at the Craftsman house behind me, the shutter falling off the living room window I haven't replaced yet, a potted plant to the right of the front door with a crack in the clay from where I dropped it last summer. Flawed, yes, and a life packed with lessons and mistakes, but something I've done entirely on my own. Turn into this. This being the life I've built for myself by producing weather content that earns me 6 figures a year. There's hardly a minute for me to slow down, to rest or do anything but focus on work, but I'll never complain. I'm happy, and things are good. I spend the days from June to November broadcasting videos for people tuning into my show from around the world. I conduct virtual interviews with the directors of emergency operations in different counties across the Southeast, check oceanography data, and monitor low-pressure systems that form in the Atlantic and Gulf. Women are taught to keep our accomplishments close, to not brag about our triumphs out of fear we're being too loud and too brazen. But I'm damn good at what I do. In a field full of men who feel the need to mansplain precipitation cycles to a woman with a PhD, I'm not afraid to admit my talent. It turned into this because you're incredible. Harlow steals my coffee and takes a sip. You deserve every bit of success you've earned. Come by the hideout tonight. We'll have mozzarella sticks and celebrate the first day of the season. I can probably dig up some marinara sauce. How did you know questionable frozen appetizers nuked in the microwave were the way to my heart? We've been best friends since 7th grade. You're stuck with me for life, Quinn. Since I'm stuck with you for life, can I tell you another secret? Always. I rub my thumb along my bottom lip. The hook of a smile forms when I think about last Thursday night and pacing around my living room with a bottle of Cabernet tucked under my arm. The 2 glasses of wine I downed before I filled out the application for a job I've been dreaming about but never had the courage to go after, and the thrill that followed. I applied to the National Weather Service. I say, laughing when Harlow gapes at me. That was my reaction, too. Shut up. You've been talking about working at the National Weather Service for as long as we've been friends. I finally did it. Pride runs through me like a current, and I dip my chin. A little embarrassed. Very proud. I want to shoot my shot, and I figure it's now or never. My career is booming. I've built a name for myself without any resources or funding. Think of what I could do for an organization whose job it is to broadcast information to the public during severe weather events. The timing never felt right before, and I always made excuses for why I shouldn't go for it. Last week, I don't know, this sounds so fucking poetic, so don't make fun of me. There was a moment when I looked out my window, saw the blue sky, and thought, I have a purpose outside of creating content. I should just do it. The NWS would give me that purpose. So I did. Submitting a tipsy resume and cover letter might not have been my best idea, but it's out in the world and we'll see what happens. Oh, Quinn, this is so exciting. You have to come by the hideout now. Forget the mozzarella sticks, we're popping a bottle of champagne, baby. I rest my head on her shoulder. A crack of thunder booms overhead. The clouds break. Rain hits the path leading up to my porch, and I fight off a grin. Best summer ever, I murmur. 2. Quincy. There's a drink waiting for me before I can get comfortable on the ripped leather bar stool at the hideout later that night. To my favorite meteorologist, Harlow says. It's not champagne, but we can still celebrate. Thank you to my favorite bartender. I grin and take a sip of the gin and tonic. Relaxing after a day that's been nonstop since she left my house earlier this morning. My battery is drained, but my heart is full. Giddiness bubbling inside me from all the good things happening. Don't feel like you have to entertain me, Har. It's a busy night, and you have money to make. The hideout is hers, in all its dilapidated glory. Harlow bought the bar 5 years ago, and she's been at the helm ever since. Made up of antique hanging lights and pine floorboards that creak when it rains. If you've never stepped inside, chances are you'd drive right past it. There's no curb appeal, no aesthetically pleasing wallpaper or backdrops for social media posts. It's cash only, and the neon sign out front is on the verge of going out. But it's cozy in here. Welcoming and warm, and somewhere that feels like home away from home, with loud laughter and stories between old friends. I'm not sure how she's kept it up and running, but if anyone could, it's Harlow. The hideout is her heartbeat, and she's put every ounce of herself into this place. I'm a good multitasker, and I know how to read a room. She proves her point by popping the top off a beer bottle and tossing it in a plastic bucket that has the logo of Fred's Crab Shack scrawled across the front of it. I probably missed out on a job as an assassin. Really? A laugh tumbles out of me. I set my glass down after another sip of the strong drink. I'm getting you a stack of romance books for Christmas. No more thrillers. You're cut off. Thrillers are more believable than romance books. Stalkers and serial killers exist in real life, Quinn. There might be one in here with us right now. I survey the bar, my eyes landing on a guy sitting by himself at a high top in the corner. He looks out of place with his dress shirt and the shiny watch on his left wrist. There's an empty glass next to his elbow, a stack of folders and loose paper on top of the spiral-bound notebook, a pen caught between his teeth. If he's one of the ones Harlow is talking about, he's the nicest-dressed serial killer I've ever seen. Douchebag adjacent, almost, and someone who probably knows more about 401ks and Roth IRAs than I do weather, but financially savvy is significantly better than homicidal. It's him, isn't it? I gesture in his direction. He lifts a crossword puzzle under the hanging light above him and frowns at one of the clues, sealing the deal of menacing when he rubs a hand over the scruff on his jaw. It's like he's not even trying to hide his diabolical plans of murder. Please, that guy's only crime is that he's blonde. He has hand towels in his guest bathroom and an oil diffuser in his living room. I bet he cries when he kills a bee. No way he could go through with a murder. Harlow puts a hand on her hip. I'm serious. Happily ever after? A couple that loves each other until they both die. She drops a lime in a tall glass of tequila and soda water with a disbelieving snort. It's all a sham. There's the cynical pessimist I love. I reach over the counter and pinch her cheek. You'll believe in it one day. I'll believe in it the day you admit Twisters was scientifically accurate. For fuck's sake, you can't stop a goddamn tornado. They should have kissed. They should have done a lot more than kiss. It would have saved the movie. She points over my left shoulder. Speaking of happily ever after, there's Ms. Till Death Do Us Part. I spin on my stool and spot Mia Dunn bounding toward us. Harlow and I met her our junior year of high school, a transfer student who was a year younger than us and moved to town over the summer. The three of us became fast friends. Friday nights were spent at the movie theater together, and Sunday afternoons were made up of kayaking on the lake up the road from Mia's house. Adulthood brought college and jobs, boyfriends, breakups, new friends, and traveling. There are moments when life gets busy and we go a week or two or more without spending time together, yet we always find our way back to one another. I've never been a big believer in soulmates, and the older I get, the more I know a man will never have my full heart. It belongs to these two, my biggest cheerleaders and greatest joy. A romantic relationship won't ever come close. Mia waves, dodging a man holding a plastic basket of fries with an apologetic smile. She slides into the seat next to me, breathless and pink-cheeked. That run from the parking lot told me I need to start going to the gym. She puts a hand over her chest. Sorry I'm late. Please don't go dying on me. I give her knee a squeeze in greeting. Busy day? When isn't it? I'm on a deadline that's kicking my ass and drowning in wedding planning. Mia drops her elbow on the counter, chin cradled in her hand. Who knew there were so many silverware options to pick from? A new book? What's this one about? Love. Spoiler alert, the couple winds up together in the end. Harlow boos, but Mia sighs wistfully in the way she always does when she talks about romance and everything that comes with it. Her devotion has led to 3 New York Times best-selling novels and a fiancé she's been waiting years for. She's happy with her white picket fence and monogrammed hand towels, matching sweaters for a Christmas card that goes out every holiday season with her husband-to-be, Richard, and her future kids' names written in a journal where she jots down all her creative ideas. And I'm overjoyed for her. Being loved is all she's ever wanted. An achingly sensitive soul who puts so much good into the world. Mia deserves what has found its way to her. Her life is every book's epilogue, the bittersweet answer to the question of, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Settled, content. Further along than me, the people-pleaser too attached to her work to find someone interesting for more than a few minutes, and Harlow, the woman so against relationships she'd be fine dying alone. Sounds awful. Harlow hands Mia a glass of Chardonnay, having memorized our orders when she first opened the hideout. I can't wait for the day you surprise us with a gruesome murder in one of your books. That'll be my cry for help. The sign I'm being held against my will. Mia glances my way. What's new with you? It's been a busy day for Quinn, Harlow says. I guess it has been. I smile. I told Harlow all of this earlier when she accosted me with party hats, and now I get to share it with you. Do you want the big news or the small news first? Small, Mia says. I like to keep my expectations low and get progressively more excited. I hit 1 million followers on Instagram, I say, and her mouth pops open. 1 million? Oh my God, Quinn. Congratulations, that is so many people who turn to you for weather news. I'm sure half of them are bots and people who sleep in their mom's basements, but don't you dare diminish this. Mia grabs my hand and laces our fingers together. You know damn well they're there for you. You're the best in the business. I had no clue so many people found wind shear interesting. I laugh. The next piece of news is more impulsive. Impulsive. She touches my hair. Not bangs or a nose ring. I applied to the National Weather Service. Mia shrieks. Her glass of wine nearly tips over and she throws her arms around my neck. There's a fierce hug. Curly blonde hair that winds up in my mouth and a loud cheer. I smile at her enthusiasm, grateful to have people in my corner who support me when I'm chasing one of my biggest dreams. Holy shit, you did it! She pulls back, letting out a squeal. Tell us everything. Catch me up. What's the position? Science and Operations Officer, I say. Explain what that means for us non-industry folks? Harlow asks, taking a break from making a rum and coke for one of her regulars at the end of the bar to join our conversation. I'd need to be up to date on the science technologies that are provided to the public and meteorologists. I'd make sure the office is trained on weather and forecasting features. I laugh, Mia's excitement infectious. It's important, life-saving work that also includes filling in as a forecaster if needed. I'd be the top research position at the Melbourne field office over on the east coast of Florida. So official. I know you love your show, and this seems like it could be an extension of that love. Being with the NWS, wow, I feel so cool saying that abbreviation. Mia claps and reaches for her wine. It would let you do what you love with a bigger platform, right? Maybe? You know I'm better with words than with science. Government agencies sound pretty legit. Don't sell yourself short. You're perfect at both. Working at the NWS would let me be more involved at the state and federal levels as far as researching and decision-making goes. I could make an impact with data collection and integrating new and evolving science. Studying how to prolong the demise of society at the hands of our climate is important. I pause for a breath, the root of why I'm trying something new coming to the surface. Doing it as a woman is even more important. It would be nice to prove the people who reduce my job to the title of weather influencer wrong. A large part of the internet thinks all I do is take photos of sunsets, not educate on natural disasters, I tell them. I wouldn't give up my show, just scale it back, merge the two platforms. I'm not saying I can change the world, but it's a step in that direction. If anyone can change the world, it would be you. You're incredible, Quinn. Mia sniffs and takes my hand again. I'm going to tell you the same thing I did when you decided to start a social media show about weather. How hard can it be? Boys do it. Boys do it. But I can do it better. I grin. Thank you for cheering me on. That's our girl, Harlow calls out. A guy at the end of the bar who looks more drunk than proud lifts a glass our way, but I accept the well wishes anyway. She's a trailblazer, ladies and gentlemen. One drink turns into a second round, then a third. Music plays from the beat-up jukebox in the corner, a Dolly Parton song switching to Diana Ross. Someone cues up a game of pinball, mozzarella sticks get delivered, and Mia tells me about the new keyboard she bought. She switches halfway through her story to show me a picture of the cat she's trying to convince Richard to adopt. And an hour later, my sides hurt from laughing. I shake my head when Harlow tries to offer us another drink. I'm tapping out. I nudge my empty glass away. The world is starting to sway. I'm happy, savoring that buzzed feeling that comes right before tipsy when everything is funny and lovely and sparkly. I have to be up early to do some work before my show, and I'm getting too old for a night out that involves more than a few drinks. Me too, Mia adds. Her phone lights up on the counter, and she drags her thumb across the screen to open a text message. Her eyes widen. They move to me, then back to her phone, and her face falls. Oh. I frown. What's wrong? Everything is great, she says, but her voice is an octave higher than before, laced with the most obvious trace of bullshit I've ever heard. Peachy, really. Nothing to worry about. Mia? Quincy? Mia? She huffs, flips her phone face down and huffs again. It's my brother. My blood turns cold. Sebastian Dunn, my long-suffering academic rival and the bane of my existence. There's always been a string tying the two of us together, a gossamer thread of dislike that stretches back to when we were teenagers, back to overlapping friend groups and assigned seats next to each other in chemistry and calculus, the days when we were experts at the game of anything you can do, I can do better. Masters of there's no way you have the right answer, and yes, I do. Read it and weep, you impossible show-off. There have been high school pranks, sarcastic barbs. When he followed me to the University of Central Florida and sat beside me in Introduction to Climate Science, never giving me a second of peace. The year he won the WX Challenge, a collegiate-focused meteorological competition that measures weather forecast accuracy, then publicly shared his win as the top individual forecaster in a video. Good effort, he said, smirking at the camera during the victory speech he posted to social media. But not good enough, he added, holding a trophy, while feeling like he was speaking directly to me. The only saving grace is the fact he's currently living in New York, thousands of miles away, blissfully out of sight, and thankfully out of mind. No one's pushed him off the Empire State Building yet? I ask, wanting to think about anything but him. Life is much better when his arrogant "my data was accepted to a research journal and yours wasn't despite you doing double the work" ass isn't in the picture. I think you'd be the only person to push him, but you don't have a bone in your body that would resort to physical violence, Mia says, and it's a good thing she can't see the ideas running through my head. She'd be so disappointed. He's checking in, asking about what's new in town. He's so busy with work, we don't talk as much as we used to. Tell him everything is great. I'll pass it along. Mia pauses. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. He won the Nobel Prize in physics. He's found the secret to solving world hunger. Maybe he's going up in space to colonize Mars. A girl can dream. He said he has a surprise for me. Hopefully he's moving to Antarctica. I'm sure the sea life would adore him. I draw out, hating that it's true. Everyone loves Sebastian Dunn. He's always been the loudest and most enthusiastic person in any room. He found internet fame and earned a cult following a couple years back, winding up in People's Sexiest Man Alive issue under Hot Weatherman we wouldn't mind getting wet for after a clip of him chasing a tornado in a cowboy hat and translucent shirt nearly broke social media. The thirst trap edits and innuendos about soaking and drenched haunted me for months. Dubbed the Golden Weather Boy by his admirers, he works on the ABC Nightly News as the senior meteorologist with a follower count 5 times mine. His entire feed is photos of him in a field, leaning over the window of his Jeep and staring off into the distance. Hundreds of thousands of likes and comments sit under the sepia-toned pictures. And blocking any mention of his name was the smartest thing I've ever done. When I find out, I'll let you know. Mia interrupts my daydreams of watching him mess up his lines on air and in front of 8 million televisions every night. I'm sure it's nothing important. I bet he'll come down to visit at the end of summer. Perfect time to plan a trip up north. What a bummer we won't cross paths, I say. That wasn't sarcastic at all. I have no clue what you're talking about. I grab my wallet and pull out 2 20s. Harlow won't take the money if she sees it, and I make sure to slip the bills under a clean glass on the back side of the bar for her to find later. Ready to head out? Yeah. Mia smiles and adds her own money to the pile. Want to split an Uber? Of course I do. I wave to Harlow, who's busy talking to the blonde, not a murderer. I swear I see a blush on her cheeks, but I blame it on the shitty lighting and gin I've been sipping. I might be plotting your brother's disappearance, but you, Mia Dunn, are one of the good ones. I'm going to be an accomplice, aren't I? Never. I hop off my stool and sling an arm over her shoulder. When he meets his demise, I'll make it look like an accident, I promise. Later, when I climb into bed, I don't spare a single thought about Sebastian or his vague surprise for his sister. The Rainy Day Show comment section. At Baker's Dozen 13. First week of hurricane season down already? I wonder if it's going to be busy or quiet this year. At The Rainy Day Show. At Baker's Dozen 13. I'm predicting 14 named storms, 6 hurricanes. At Sandra Clare 1982. Did anyone catch the name of the weather radio Quincy said she uses in her last video? Need a new one, and hers looked nice. At Pocket Full of Sunshine 89. It's a Midland ER 310. At Sandra Clare 1982. Worth the investment. At Sandra Clare 1982. At Pocket Full of Sunshine 89. Ah, thank you. At The Rainy Day Show. What at Pocket Full of Sunshine 89 said. Nice name, BTW. Smiley face. At High School XC Star. Hey, at The Rainy Day Show, can we get a day in the life video? I'm a senior in high school and really considering going into meteorology because of you, but I have no clue what your typical day looks like. At Andrew Mac 69. At The Rainy Day Show. Never answers me, but I'd let her step on my face. At The Rainy Day Show. At Andrew Mac 69. I'm going to pass, but thanks for the engagement on the video.
3. Sebastian. The wink the waitress tosses my way as she leads me through the restaurant where I'm meeting my friends for breakfast is flirty as hell. So is the way she glances over her shoulder, eyes lingering on my arms for longer than what would be considered southern hospitality. Her gaze slides to my left ring finger, then back to my face, and I have to give her props for checking to make sure I'm not a taken man.
"Is this okay?"
she asks, gesturing to an open table. I squint, trying to place where I recognize her from. There's no way she's my age. There's too much life in her eyes. Not enough existential doom and gloom us 30-somethings start to feel as we inch further away from the legal drinking age and closer to social security. It's perfect. I flash her a smile. She blushes like I thought she would. I have this routine perfected. Do I know you? I swear we've met.
"Oh."
She dips her chin and giggles.
"Your sister used to babysit me, and I've seen you around town when you've come home for the holidays. I'm Penelope."
Hey, Penelope, I'm too old for you. Cooper Givens, resident cockblocker and the best friend I'm no longer going to speak to, throws an arm around my shoulders and tousles my hair. I make sure to jab his side good and hard when I wrangle free from his hold. Leave the poor girl alone, Seb. She doesn't want to talk to dinosaurs. The waitress disappears, taking another round of giggles with her, and I turn Cooper's way. His grin is freakishly wide for a guy who just got off a 48-hour firefighting shift, and I roll my eyes. It's good to see you too, asshole, I say. I'll give you $20 if you can remember her name, he answers. Peggy. Not even close. Priscilla? You're hopeless. A for effort, though. Stop the flattery, Coop. It'll go to my head. I swat at his shoulder, laughing when he pulls me into a quick hug. We drop into the booth across from each other. I grab the pot of coffee waiting for us, filling my mug to the brim with caffeine. If I'm a dinosaur, that makes you a goddamn fossil. There are 3 months between us, Dunn. Don't be rude. Cooper stretches out his legs, knee bumping mine under the table. He gives my shin a gentle kick with the toe of his boot and smiles again. I'm surprised you left your fancy penthouse on 5th Ave to slum it down here with us. You know I don't live on 5th Ave. Too many tourists. Guess that means you're practically a Manhattan local at this point. Are the rumors about the long line of models you're seeing true? I'm going to go with no, given you've taken up accosting 24-year-olds in diners. What a welcome home this is. It's my turn to kick him, and I make sure to land right on his ankle. He lets out a sharp groan, and I smirk. See if I share the cheesecake I brought back with me. The prodigal son has certainly returned. The girl at the hostess stand is doodling Sebastian's name all over the seating chart. I forget how people fawn over you. Nathan, the other half of my friend group, interrupts us and takes the spot in the booth next to Cooper. It's good to see you, Sebby. You're the only thing besides my plants or a fresh blueberry pie that could drag me out of bed this early. I'm sitting right here, Cooper says. And my statement still stands. Nate gives him a once-over, moving to look at me. What are you doing in town? Is this an extended vacation? Does ABC want to replace you? I hope not. I got the okay to branch out and try something new, so it would be shitty if I was already canned, I say. Something new? Cooper asks. I'm taking a temporary leave of absence from the senior meteorologist gig. The Emmy you won isn't enough? Is this one of those eat, pray, love, soul-searching trips? Nate asks. I doubt whatever you're looking for can be found in our Orlando suburb. That Emmy is proudly displayed in my home office. You probably polish it every morning. Coop snickers, and I kick him again. I bet you stare at your reflection in it. Keep the compliments coming, Givens. I lean back, an arm draped across the curve of the booth. There's no soul-searching happening. I'm just changing gears for the summer. What does that mean? You're rowing more? Going into traffic reporting instead of covering post-natural disaster recovery? Nate tilts his head. Taking a class on humility and learning not to be vain? Very funny. I'm actually here because I pitched a weather docu-series to the execs in New York. They loved the idea of giving people something to watch that covers a prolonged period of time, and the primary focus is going to be highlighting hurricane season. I pause to clear my throat. I'll educate on the dangers of weather while also showcasing its beauty. Any storm that makes its way to Florida, I'm going to be there reporting, interviewing the locals and showing the aftermath through extensive damage assessment. I like that, Nate snorts. Live from the eye, it's America's heartthrob, Sebastian Dunn. This is the welcome home I was expecting, I say. You need to step up your game, Coop. Yeah. Cooper spins his baseball hat backwards and covers his blonde hair. There's a faint red mark on his forehead where his helmet must have been sitting not too long ago. The National Nightly News. A new series. Is there anything you can't do? It makes the rest of us look bad. There are plenty of things I can't do. I shrug. Can't fold a fitted sheet to save my life. Oh, we found the hero's Achilles heel. You know what they say, God gives his toughest battles to his strongest warriors. I cross my arms, grinning. And I'm a warrior. Our server refills the coffee pot and takes our order after dropping off 2 extra mugs. There's a scuffle over who gets the pink cup with white daisies printed on it. A rock, paper, scissors battle ensues until Nate wins and flips a middle finger Cooper's way. I'm a first responder. I put my life on the line for people like you. I should get dibs on the mug I want. Coop says, do you know how many injured bodies I pulled from a car accident last night while y'all slept? 5. Way to make me feel like a guilty asshole. Nate groans and shoves the plain mug across the table, swapping it out with the one decorated in flowers. That's not fair, when all I bring to the table are scones and directions on how to make your own fertilizer. You're a goddamn hero. I love starting my day talking about fertilizer, I say. So do I. Nate stirs a clump of sugar into his coffee. How long are you hanging around, Zeb? All hurricane season? Probably only until September or October. I doubt I can swing a 6-month stay, no matter how many awards I've won. We need to keep you humble, Cooper says. Are you excited about the new gig? Change is good, right? I open my mouth, closing it just as quickly. These two know everything about my life, but there's something stopping me from blurting out the things I've been grappling with recently. The way I felt stuck in my career, how the last year has been a drag, every day longer than the last. The dread that sinks like a brick to the pit of my stomach when I get ready for work. How do I tell them I'm afraid the job that once brought me joy is losing its spark? How do I admit I'm floundering, treading water in the middle of the ocean without a life jacket, burned out, fucking exhausted, and looking for a sliver of enjoyment in the hell of corporate America where I don't know how to do anything but talk about low-pressure systems and cold fronts? I don't want to mention the fake smile I've perfected, the deep ache that settles in my chest from missing something I love, the adrenaline rush I used to get when I was out in the field, the threat of danger around me. The good old days. I might be traveling around the country and reporting on natural disasters after they happen, visiting a different town every month that's been subjected to wildfires and landslides and tornadoes, but that doesn't mean I'm having fun. It doesn't mean I'm in the thick of things. Not like I used to be. Not like I want to be. I can't wait, I say, keeping my smile in place. Calm, cool, and collected. Classic Seb. Nothing phases me. It'll be good to be back with the storms. Poetic, Nate says. He might be high. Cooper digs into his plate of pancakes, attention elsewhere. One never knows. The only high I'm getting is reliving my early meteorology days. Storm chasing is an outlet, something I'm good at, and I've been reminiscing lately, dreaming about my early 20s before I made it big, when it was me, a pair of binoculars, a shitty laptop, and an open road. Nothing but cumulonimbus clouds as far as I could see, and a tornado siren in the distance. Nostalgia has been eating at me for the better part of the year, and no matter how large my social media following is, it'll never give me the rush storm chasing does. Every day that passes, I feel more and more stagnant, worried I won't be able to pull myself out of this rut I've fallen into. I don't know how to get back to loving what I do, and this docu-series is an attempt at figuring my shit out. The people closest to me always knew what they wanted to do with their lives. Mia, my younger sister, started writing stories when she was 5 with an imagination that never stops. Cooper went to the firefighting academy right out of college, forever a servant leader with a big heart. Nate didn't bother with higher education, pivoting to open a pastry shop before he turned 20. Then there's me, 31 and on the verge of a crisis while millions of people watch. Have you told Quincy you're back? Nate asks, and I blink, snapping back to reality. Quincy Monroe, my sister's best friend and my favorite person to rile up. Even with distance between us, Quincy is everywhere. She occupies way too many of my thoughts, and I've spent years trying to figure out how to make them stop. I'll see her brown hair just out of the frame of a photo Nate posts to show off the new hydrangeas he brought in to wet your plants, the greenhouse he opened when he was 25. I imagine she's smelling the flowers, making some comment about how perfect they'll look in someone's yard. She's there again, blurry in the background of an image with Cooper, Harlow, and Mia in Harlow's house on game night, a deck of cards on a coffee table. Beer bottles scattered on the TV console, head tipped back, caught mid-laugh. No. I tap the handle on my mug to give my hands something to do. I'm fidgety, warm, and unsettled, and I shrug again. Haven't had a chance to run into her yet, but I'm sure she's going to be ecstatic to hear I'll be hanging around this summer. Seeing her at the chili cook-off later is going to be the highlight of my month. Didn't she slam a door in your face the last time you saw her? Last summer when you asked to collaborate on research with her? Right? Damn Cooper and his memory. I don't know what you're talking about. There was no door slamming. She slammed the door in your face. Nate pops a breakfast potato in his mouth. Serves you right for saying you were the only one out of the two of you who was, what was it? Oh yeah, doing important work for the meteorological community. Dude, Cooper shakes his head. Not cool. I didn't. I grind my teeth together. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? The memory is hazy. She was using big science-y words, and it made me flustered. Intelligence has always been my biggest turn-on, and she was throwing out some of my favorite lingo like thermodynamics and macroburst and a diabatic, the way other people talk about television shows. The nail in my coffin that makes me even weaker. When a woman is confident and knows what she brings to the table, and Quincy has always been wildly fucking self-assured. This is an interrogation. I accidentally knocked the sugar shaker over and set it back upright. Whose side are you on? I'm not on any side, Cooper says. Same, Nate nods. I'm neutral.
I'm still not sure why y'all don't get along. She likes the rest of us just fine.
Probably because they can't be more opposite. Sebi is chaotic and loud, totally unorganized and flying by the seat of his pants. Hey, I interject.
I'm not.
It's not a bad thing. Look how successful you are. Nate gestures my way. Quincy is methodical. She sticks to research and data and science when she talks about weather, while you're full of energy and operate on vibes most of the time. You're both good at what you do. You just take different approaches. You should do a segment together. You can't make a docuseries about hurricane season without mentioning Quinn. She's a staple in your industry, Coop adds. She's something, I mumble. And it's not my fault. My charisma is confused with chaos.
Come on,
Cooper laughs.
You're not too much of a dick to acknowledge she knows her stuff, are you?
Knows her stuff is putting it lightly. Quincy is the smartest meteorologist I've ever met. She pays attention to detail and sees the things other people miss. Years in a classroom with her have put us on a level playing field, but when she starts talking about a topic she's passionate about, pretty sure my tongue hangs out of my mouth. I have hearts in my eyes, especially when she frames the conversation in a way the average person can understand. Nah, I'm not. I pull on my collar. Sitting still is impossible. She's smart.
Remember the time you first met her? You looked around our chemistry classroom waiting for a dude to show up. When Quincy sat next to you, you hit on her and asked if she wanted to... What was it, Nate?
Play 7 minutes in heaven during lunch. Nathan Shaw, who's always been known as the grouchiest fucker in the world, laughs at my expense. The earful she gave you after that was pure poetry. I'll never forget the look in her eye when I kicked my feet up on the table and folded my syllabus into an origami heart, tossing it her way with a wink. What do you say we skip lunch and do something more fun? I asked.
What would that be?
She answered, opening her notebook and not paying any attention to me. I hear 7 minutes in heaven can be a blast. I promise I'll make you see the stars.
The only thing I want to do with your arrogant ass is crush you academically.
I still haven't admitted to my friends how much that exchange turned me on. I made an assumption, but it's not totally my fault. The gender-neutral name, how she... Cooper cuts in with a laugh.
That's right.
Didn't, 4 girls try to sit with you that day? Thank you for finally being on my side. That's exactly what I'm saying. You can't blame me for thinking my partner was going to be a guy in a band who liked history. Besides, that's in the past. I grin. We're adults now, and I can't wait to keep her on her toes this summer. I should start a scorecard to keep track of how many times I piss her off. It's nice to have you around, Sebi, Nate says. I have friends in New York, a group of co-workers at the news station, and the guys I row with 4 days a week. A neighbor I've gotten a beer with once or twice, and an acquaintance from college who reached out to me when he spent last summer in the city, but no one compares to these two. There's nowhere else I'd rather be, I say, meaning it. Now that our food and love fest is finished, Cooper pulls out his wallet and drops money on the table. He slides out of the booth and stands. I'm going home and collapsing in bed. Last night was the longest shift of my life. My phone is on Do Not Disturb for the next 12 hours. We're not one of your emergency bypasses? Nate scowls. This is why I picked the pie over you. The feeling is mutual. My bed is more important. Y'all will be fine. Get some sleep, man, I say. We'll see you later this afternoon. Hibernation is more like it, he grins. It's good to have you back, Seb. It's not the same without you around. It's good to be back. I match his smile. For the first time in what seems like ages, I feel light. There are endless possibilities ahead of me, spending time with my sister and finding new ways to piss off a woman who doesn't like me. We have a fun few months ahead of us, boys.
4. Quincy. The first week of June careens toward the middle of the month, where the days are long, the afternoons are hot, and hurricane season is in full swing. I spend most of my time answering comments on social media posts about hurricane kits and tracking tropical waves that make their way off the coast of Africa. There's the occasional interview with a news station interested in talking about storm preparedness, and I unwind in the evenings on my front porch, Mia, Harlow, and I taking up residence on the rocking chairs where we drink sweet tea and share a slice of key lime pie. I found myself in that deliriously wonderful spot between almost overwhelmed but completely happy. Second-guessing how things can get better than this and trying not to think about the position at the National Weather Service that's looming in the back of my mind. My inbox has been empty, but I'm staying positive. Trying to, at least. My phone buzzes on my desk. My attention cuts away from the satellite imagery of the Atlantic Ocean I've been studying for 30 minutes to Harlow's name on the screen. I smile and slide the notification open. Harlow, who thought a chili competition in the middle of summer was a good idea. Diabolical, if you ask me. Come over whenever so we can get started. Shit, I say to my empty office. Time slipped away from me like it always does when I dive headfirst into work. When I go all in. Everything gets pushed to the back burner and I lose myself for longer than I should. I fixate and obsess and pour every ounce of myself into my projects until there's nothing left. Until I've neglected the other parts of my life, not on purpose, but because I've been putting my focus somewhere else. Stretched too thin after making science a priority, not the people I care about. Busy from wanting to be acknowledged and seen as someone who matters. I shove back my desk chair and shut off my computer. I fire off an answer to Harlow while grabbing my purse and the list of ingredients she sent me last night to pick up from the store. Stopping by Publix, then I'll be by. I throw on a baseball hat to hide my 4-day-old unwashed hair and step outside. Suffocating humidity greets me, and my smile is easy when I climb into my Hyundai. I trade out air conditioning in favor of open windows, the breeze warm on my skin, and I can't believe there was ever a time in my life I thought about escaping Florida. I toured universities in Colorado and Oklahoma, wanting to land a spot at the best meteorology program in the country. But I'm happy here in Oak Valley, the town where I grew up. We're close enough to the theme parks and Orlando to feel like we're in a big city, but far enough away to be considered quaint and cute. There's the hint of small-town magic in the storefronts that decorate for the holidays and the old brick roads, familiarity in the neighbors I've known for years and the walking path I use when hurricane season ends and my days aren't filled to the brim with work. My heart is tethered to the Sunshine State. It always has been, and even though my parents moved north after I graduated high school, I stayed put, clinging to the months when I find streaks of blonde in my hair after spending too many hours out in the sun. There's a secret in the air down here you might not be able to find if you're not raised on daily thunderstorms and temperatures that hover in the 70s when Christmas trees go up. It's special. A reminder I'm alive. A living, breathing entity who's doing her best in this mess called life, and what a gift that is. The drive to the store is quick, passing in an assortment of Pearl Jam and the Wallflowers songs. I take my time moving up and down the aisles to grab all the items on Harlow's list. A can of beans gets tossed in the cart along with spices and a jar of garlic. I head for the produce section at the back of the building, throwing onions, tomatoes, and a green pepper in with the rest of the supplies for world's most mediocre chili, then beeline it for the butcher section. Before I can make it to the glass case of ground beef offerings, my cart crashes to a stop. A cell phone goes flying. A display of toilet paper wobbles, and I throw my hand out to stop it from falling and crushing me in a Charmin-induced avalanche. I haven't survived extreme weather phenomena only to be leveled on my ass and suffocated by two-ply. Crisis averted, I pull my cart back. I blink and find the last person I ever want to see. There's a broad chest, a frayed pair of Levi's, and sun-kissed skin. The start of a beard on his sharp jawline, a thin silver chain clasped around his neck, messy dark hair and midnight blue eyes, the scent of sunscreen and coffee in the air, and I'm thrown back to being 17. Countless arguments and cocky grins. Sebastian Dunn is smirking like he won a goddamn prize, and I want the ground to swallow me whole.
"There she is,"
he says. It's deep, low, infused with a twinge of southern drawl wrapping around the edge of his words.
"I've been waiting for this moment. It's good to see you, Monroe."
I blink again, hoping I'm hallucinating, but he's still there, and that's a problem for me. I'm never prepared for seeing Sebastian in person. He has an overpowering, irresistible presence about him in the simple white t-shirt stretching over a torso I know to be toned from doing crew in high school and college. Mia mentioned he still rows recreationally with a club in New York, and it shows in his sculpted shoulders and biceps. The confidence in how he holds himself. God damn him. I drag my attention to the corded forearms that have no business belonging to a man who talks about cold fronts and water vapor for a living. The hint of a tattoo peeks out from under his sleeve, and I hate that I know what it is. A storm cloud holding a microphone. Singing in the rain, he told me offhandedly one night when we closed down the hideout with our friends. Both a little tipsy. Both a little less guarded. And in the moment it made me laugh. I must have had a lobotomy that night, or a drink too many, because today I despise the thing. When I finally bring my eyes back to Sebastian's face, I'm unsettled to find he's been staring at my cut-off denim shorts. I adjust my position, wedging the shopping cart between us like a fortified wall while a deep breath rattles my lungs. "This isn't New York," I say, breaking the silence. "Are you lost?"
"It's not."
He makes a show of looking around, adjusting the hat sitting backward on his head, the absolute asshole, and groaning.
"Damn, I could have sworn I was in Brooklyn."
"Did Satan send you up from the underworld?"
"He did. Thought I deserved a reward for being such a good right-hand man, so he's letting me get some fresh air. Plus, I have a habit of earning us 5 stars on Yelp. People love our accommodations. It's warm year-round, and I hear my smile makes people weak in the knees. What do you think, Monroe?"
He gifts me with the flash of his teeth, the pop of a dimple, and I'm a proud member of the I Hate Cheek Indentations Club.
"Is it true?"
It's not the reporter voice with practiced inflection he slips into when he's on camera. It's real. It stands out, grabs your attention, and pulls you in like a vortex more than his Herculean stature of being tall, very at 6'4", fit, very seeing as his forearms have veins, for God's sake, and beautiful, very. God damn him again. "I'd rather get a root canal than see you smile," I say. "What are you doing here? Have I been summoned to hell?"
"Nah, we use trumpets when we do the summoning. It's a whole production, you know. This isn't nearly as exciting."
"I'm not sure what you mean. I'm having the time of my life."
"Your fake enthusiasm is much appreciated, Press, and will be noted,"
he says, and my eye twitches at the nickname he's called me since high school. Are you ever going to tell me what that name means?
"Nope. Keeping it a secret is way more fun."
He grins, dimple and all.
"I'm glad I ran into you. There's less of a chance for you to hit me with your car in here."
"We could go out in the parking lot. I've always wanted to see how quickly my Hyundai can go from 0 to 60.
Tempting.
Sebastian laughs, and I'm irritated by the sound. He leans forward, elbows resting on the handle of his shopping cart with easy posture. And that irritates me too.
"Have you heard the good news?"
"What news?"
"I'm going to be in town for a while."
He's smug when he says it, gleeful he has something to hold over my head.
"I'm working on a docuseries that focuses on hurricane season in the Southeast. You're going to be seeing a lot more of me."
ABC is tired of showing your prized face, aren't they? I ask. Is the senior meteorologist job where you're on air for 10 minutes a night too much work for the guy who poses with his Jeep in social media photos?
Monroe, please.
He puts a hand over his chest, pretends to be scandalized.
Don't flirt with me in public. You're going to make me blush.
What's it like to walk around with such an inflated ego you think everything is a compliment?
An inflated ego? That's the equivalent of calling me pretty.
His mouth twists into a grin that's boastful and proud, a point added to his victory column in our endless back and forth.
Can't believe it took you 16 years to admit it.
Pretty obnoxious is more like it.
All I hear is pretty. I knew you thought about me.
Sebastian pushes his cart closer to mine. The wheels collide, and I take a step back.
Say it again. I love it when you're mean to me.
I roll my eyes, refusing to give in to his game. Congratulations on the new gig. I hope it gets you out of town as quickly as possible.
You can admit you miss me when I'm not here, Monroe.
In your dreams, done. 5 minutes together, and we're falling back into a rhythm like we're knee-deep in dissertations and competing for TA positions. Going against each other for valedictorian or an internship at the local news station up in Orlando. For as long as I can remember, Sebastian has been a part of my life, whether I like it or not. I point at the iPhone on the ground to distract myself. Is that yours?
It is. Thanks for not crushing it.
There's still time for that. Besides, how would you post videos for all your fans without it?
Are you one of those fans?
Again, in your dreams.
I have a lot of dreams.
Another smirk and the lift of his shoulder in a shrug.
Maybe I'll share them with you one day.
I'm waiting with bated breath. I draw out. You don't use a case?
I like to live life on the edge.
Chasing severe weather doesn't do it for you anymore?
It's more fun to see if my $1,200 phone screen is going to shatter,
he says. Everyone has a thing, even if yours is teetering toward unhinged behavior.
Wait until I tell you that I don't have a passcode.
He bends down to scoop up the phone, nodding when he inspects it.
Good as new.
I'm so happy for you.
There's that sarcasm again,
Sebastian says, tucking his phone in his back pocket.
Are you food shopping?
Checking out home furnishings, actually. I've been thinking about redecorating my living room, I say.
And you're using the grocery store as inspiration. I knew I've seen this on a Pinterest board before. The black beans will really add to the ambiance.
What ambiance is that? Legume?
Mm-hmm. Significantly better than whole grain, obviously.
There's a chili cook-off tonight. I bite my bottom lip to keep an unwanted laugh at bay. He's not worthy of it. Harlow, Mia, and I entered, and I needed to make a last-minute grocery store run.
What's your secret ingredient?
Nice try. Sebastian holds up a small can and taps the side.
Poblano peppers are mine.
That's innovative. My molars ache from how hard I'm grinding them together. I guess that means I'm going to be forced to see you later.
And for the extended future. Aren't you lucky?
His grin is back, and this time it's a wicked, terrible thing.
I'll make sure to keep my annoyingness to a minimum.
I'd appreciate it. I'm very busy these days.
I'm sure you are.
He leans against an end cap and folds his arms across his chest. He taps his fingers on his biceps right along the sleeve that hits the curve of his muscle. I keep my eyes on his face.
How are the videos going? The live shows and all of that?
All of that. Like he's reducing what I do to talking into a camera instead of poring over scientific data until my brain is foggy and there's a crick in my neck. They're going well, I tell him, in the mood to brag. I hit a big milestone recently, and I think this hurricane season is going to be the best one yet from a subscriber perspective. Renewed interest in climate change and severe weather is bringing in more viewers. More interest means more motivation to keep creating content to educate and help keep people safe. His eyes hold mine. Sharp, deliberate.
1 million followers, right?
I suck in a breath. How do you know that?
You don't think I keep tabs on my competition? I have to make sure you're not kicking too much ass, Monroe. Or I'd have to step up my game and win another Emmy.
He says it lightheartedly, but I hear the truth hidden in the joke. He keeps tabs on me like I do with him. It's how I know he was in Oklahoma last month after an EF4 tornado wiped out an entire town. It's why I know he went to California in January when the forest fires were burning up and down the West Coast. There's the voyage to Antarctica to show the change in glacier geography over the last 30 years, the trip he took to South America to interview residents in a small village about the severe drought they were experiencing. Sebastian is never far from my mind. I must not be far from his, either. I should get a move on. It's going to take at least 2 tries to get this chili right, and I don't want to keep Harlow and your sister waiting.
Same.
He straightens his cart, the basket empty except for the can of peppers and a Snickers bar, king size, peanut butter flavored.
Lots to do.
Cool. Good luck. I turn, but before I can leave the conversation that's made me feel like I'm stripped bare, like I've revealed too much of myself to him and he's going to use it as ammunition later, fingers brush against the hook of my elbow. A gentle grasp, rooting me in place. I look down and find Sebastian's hand on my skin, and I stare at where he's holding me.
Look, Quincy,
He trails off and lets go. Reluctance in the way his palm tucks into his pocket like he did something wrong. Hesitancy in what comes next.
I'm sorry.
I can count on one hand the number of times he's called me by my first name. A rebuttal during a meteorology forecast discussion in college. The year he wished me happy birthday with a single cupcake I tossed in the trash out of fear it might be laced with a laxative. Alarms sound in my head. Sorry, I repeat. For what?
All of it.
All of it, I echo, incapable of my own thoughts. Do you mean global warming and not using a paper straw?
No.
He pauses and huffs out a laugh, shakes his head and grins. The dimple pops again, and I'm still not a fan.
Never mind. Forget I said anything.
It's already forgotten.
This is way more fun. I love when we play.
We're not playing anything.
Sure we're not, he says. I'll see you later at the cook-off.
I can barely hold back my excitement. Sebastian knocks my shoulder with his when he moves toward the bread aisle. I pretend like it doesn't send a jolt of electricity up my spine.
Don't miss my pretty face too much until then.
Missing you isn't part of the plan, I answer, desperate to get away from him. It's never been part of the plan.
We'll see about that,
he calls out. And when I have to suppress a smile, I hate him more than I did 10 minutes ago.
5. Sebastian. Nate the Great. Seb ran into Quincy at the grocery store. Coop, there it is. And the Earth is still rotating? Impressive. How did it go? She asked about my inflated ego. I said she must think about me when I'm not around. The games are just beginning, boys. Admit it. Cooper doles out a ladle of chili into a styrofoam bowl. He spins the dish around, inspects it, then flicks off a rogue piece of chopped onion. This is top-tier entertainment. Standing over a portable stove in 95-degree weather is fun. Nate fans his face. He scowls and reaches for his water bottle, downing half the drink. I work in front of an oven every day, and I'm bordering on heat stroke. This was a stupid idea. Which is worse, I ask? The open flame or having to talk to people and act like you're having a good time? The people. Mrs. Johnson, one of the regulars at the greenhouse, stopped by 10 minutes ago. I went through an interrogation where she asked if I'm planning on settling down one of these days or if a bouquet of coreopsis will read the eulogy at my funeral because I'm going to die alone. You'll be back with your plants soon, but both of you could use the camaraderie. Cooper motions to the city park swarming with people. He waves at someone sitting in a fold-up chair on the grass, then fixes the apron tied around his neck until the strings are arranged in a neat bow. Sebi is a resident in a city of 8 million. He doesn't get a lot of closeness these days. Please, there's plenty of camaraderie. I sprinkle shredded cheese in the bowl Coop dished out and drop a spoon in it, proud of my contribution to the group project.
Many things around Manhattan don't involve an open flame. True. Coop tops the dish with a lime wedge and gives his plating a thumbs up. But now you're with your best friends. You can't beat that, can you? Aren't y'all cute? Mia's voice rings in my ears, appearing at our table with ink stains on her fingers and her curls pulled away from her face. The three of you together is a recipe for disaster, and I hear you're already heading that way. Bothering my best friend in the grocery store the second you get back to town, Seb. That's not very nice. Who said anything about bothering? I happened to run into her in a public place. Last I checked, that wasn't against the law, and it wasn't the second I got back to town. I had breakfast first. I flash my sister a smile when she rolls her eyes. What are you doing here?
Helping the girls beat your sorry asses in the cook-off.
She points to the other side of the park, and it's the first time I've looked past the charcuterie boards spread out on picnic blankets and the band set up on a small stage. It's also the first time I'm noticing Quincy, dark hair up in a bun on top of her head, jean shorts covering tan skin, long denim threads brushing against the tops of her thighs. I dragged my eyes away from her stomach and the sliver of exposed skin under the hem of her shirt, knowing if I get caught staring, I might end up with a bowl of chili in my face. I distract myself by grabbing the knife Cooper set out and slicing a lime in two. It's better than paying attention to what's happening over there. How Quincy is talking to the people who come up to her table and gesturing to the sky. Then the trees. The way she laughs at a story Harlow is telling, her shoulders shaking from the punchline of a joke I can't hear. I cut a second lime, then a third, not glancing up until I have a whole army of citrus in front of me. Why is your face red? Cooper touches my cheeks, panic in his tone. Are you sick? Oh, fuck. Are you allergic to something in the chili? I'm fine. Whoever decided to have this cook-off when the Florida heat could rival the pits of hell is an idiot, I say.
I hope you're not going to complain at my wedding next summer.
Mia frowns. Cooper drops the metal pot topper he's holding on the table, mumbling out an apology before busying himself with a roll of paper towels.
The only time the gardens were available was in July.
Because no one in their right mind would get married outside in Florida in July. I sneak another glance across the way, finding a guy in khaki shorts and a polo tucked into his pants, lingering around Quincy's table. He's not being very discreet, trying to strike up a conversation with her in between the bowls of food she's handing out, then slinking away when she passes him a napkin. I'll keep my mouth shut about the statistical likelihood of rain on your wedding day.
And with that promise, I'm leaving to join the girls. Y'all are on your own.
Mia turns and offers the three of us a wave.
I hope you lose.
Give Quincy my best, I call out. And ask if I'll ever get out of her head. You know Quincy? The man with the polo shirt replaces Mia at our table, and I want to know how the hell he moved so quickly. There's a nervous energy about him, a demand in his question I don't like. I'm a physicist at UCF, and I've been following her work for years. She's great, isn't she? Quincy? Jeez. I trail off, gaze flicking back to her table. This time she's watching me, eyes narrowed, a hand on her hip, a smile curving on her mouth, and I roll my shoulders back. Sorry, man. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but she's... how do I put this without making things awkward? You know she likes weather, right? Yeah? The man rocks forward on the balls of his feet, stepping closer. I've watched her show. It's impressive how she makes wind shears sound interesting. She really likes weather. I'm not following. She likes weather to the point of being attracted to it. Tornadoes, tsunamis, global warming. It's what she visualizes during, you know. He wrinkles his nose, shuffles back, and pats at the line of sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. During sex? Exactly. I'm open-minded, but that's not something I'd be into. Does she like when someone is the tornado? I guess. We can't all be perfect. I grab a bowl of chili and hand it to him. My condolences, dude. Thanks for the heads up. Tornadoes. Huh. He shakes his head and makes a U-turn away from Quincy's table. The napkin she handed him gets tossed in a trash can. Smugness rolls through me. Never would have thought. When Quincy locks eyes with me again, I give her an obnoxious wave. She answers by flipping me off with a proud swish of her wrist. And standing out in the heat suddenly got a lot more fun. 3 hours and a sunburn on the back of my neck later, Cooper unties his apron and drops it on the table. Could you clean up? I need to head to the station for an overtime shift. He unrolls a knife bag I'd expect a Michelin star chef to carry around and taps 3 empty slots. Knives go in here. You can drop everything in the sink back at my place. I'll deal with it later. You're letting me live with you free of charge, which makes me responsible for cleaning up and doing the dishes. Hell, I'd do it even if I paid rent. I have a roof over my head. I don't have to live down the hall from my sister or mother. You're the reason we won first place in the cook-off. So many good things. I untie my own apron and cut off the flame on the portable stove. The air around me instantly cools, a deep breath loosening itself from my chest with the June breeze. Nate was smart to escape when he did. He would have hated the ribbon ceremony. When did you become a culinary aficionado? We lived on nothing but fast food in our early 20s. That was before my metabolism slowed. I can't put down 10 Taco Bell burritos anymore. That's sad, isn't it? So sad. Cooking gives me something to do at the station in my free time, and it saves me from getting dragged into making videos with the younger guys. You know I hate the spotlight, and they're constantly posting on social media. The year you end up in the firefighter's calendar is going to be the highlight of my life. I hope you're holding a litter of kittens when you pose shirtless. Shut up. The tips of Cooper's ears turn red. He smiles at my sister, making her way toward us and jangling her keys. I'll catch a ride to the station with Mia, so you can take the truck to my place. I'll be back sometime tomorrow. Going to miss you, sweetheart. I won't wait up. I laugh, but the joke hollows out when I remember what he does, how he puts himself in danger to help others. Be safe, man. I'll try. I have important things waiting for me at home. His blue eyes gleam for the heartbeat of a second. Some secret hidden beneath the surface he's not ready to share with me yet, but he covers it up with a lazy grin. And you be nice. Nice? I'm always nice. Sure you are. He gestures to his left. Quincy is walking our way, determination in her gait. The defiant look in her brown eyes tells me she's gearing up for a fight. And fuck if that attitude doesn't make my smile turn into a beam. Look who it is, I say. Still up from the underworld, I see. Quincy tips her head to the side. What do you have to do to stay in Satan's good graces, Dunn? Sell your soul to eternal damnation? It'd be nice if you could hurry up and sacrifice yourself. Our town is a much more pleasant place without you inhabiting it. Good to see you again, Monroe. I knew you couldn't resist coming over. The 4 hours we spent apart were too much for me, too. It's a wonder you don't get a migraine from how big your head is. She sighs, the hint of exhaustion behind the exhale. Congratulations on the win. I'm convinced you paid someone to seal your victory, but Harlow and Mia said your chili actually tasted good.
We were busy throughout the entire cook-off, a line snaking through the park for either the food or Cooper in his tight white t-shirt, I'm not sure, but we barely have anything left over. I grabbed one of the last bowls and lifted her way. Want to give it a try and share your honest opinion? Quincy leans forward, sniffs the offering, and steps back.
Is it safe to eat?
We could Romeo and Juliet it if you want. I'll go first. I've always liked being a noble guy. That earns me a smile. It's faint, bordering more on a grimace while she probably plots my demise, but it's something, and I'll be damned if I can't get her to do it again.
If it's poisoned, I'm going to haunt you from the afterlife.
She takes the chili, fingers curling around the base of the bowl.
The Grim Reaper and I will make your life miserable.
When you do your haunting, can you keep it to daytime hours? I like my sleep.
Not sure you're in a position to barter, Dunn.
Tell me what position you want me in. I toss back, smirking when her cheeks flush even redder. Point me.
Away from me would be preferable.
We'll get there soon. I drop a spoon in her bowl. If it makes you feel better, Cooper did the cooking.
What a relief.
Quincy brings the spoon to her mouth and swallows.
Damn it. That is phenomenal.
Sucks to lose, doesn't it?
I'm glad it tastes good.
She shovels down another bite. Her shoulders sag when she swallows. I'm not sure she's even stopping to breathe.
And we didn't lose because of favoritism.
I'll make sure to pass along your congratulations to Coop. Awkward silence settles between us. I'm not used to being around her without having our friends as a buffer. Our lives all overlap, with Mia and her and everyone else getting along. Quincy and I have done our best to play nice when we're in a group, but the time we spend alone is minimal. I clear my throat, glancing around for something to use as a conversation starter.
Did you?
I saw. I laugh when we talk at the same time. Go ahead.
We have our first named storm of the season. Alice. It came out with the 5 o'clock advisory,
she says. 5 o'clock? That was hours ago.
You're behind, Dunn.
Excitement buzzes through me. I drop the package of spoons I'm holding and dig my phone out of my pocket. The notification from the National Weather Service is in the center of my screen, and I almost let out a whoop. Wow. I drum my fingers against the edge of my phone. I'm a kid on Christmas, running on adrenaline thanks to weather phenomena. I don't know the last time I was this amped up for a tropical cyclone. I don't know the last time I was this amped up for anything. That's the 4th earliest named storm on record. We might have a season for the books ahead of us.
Active season, remember? We're supposed to have 23 named storms.
Quincy pauses.
Do you know these things off the top of your head?
What, facts about weather? It's kind of my job. Last I checked, it's yours too.
Are you walking around waiting for someone to ask when the earliest forming hurricane was, and you'll spit out,
January 1938. Come on, Monroe, that's Meteorology 101.
Still a show-off, I see,
she says. You have to admit, I do it well. I answer.
Debatable.
Quincy looks over her shoulder. There's a patch of freckles on the curve of her arm that go halfway to her elbow.
the start of a sunburn on her nose, and the scent of what might be vanilla clinging to her skin. A vague, distant part of me hopes she wears sunscreen when she's outside, and I blink. The heat must be getting to me.
I should clean up. Harlow headed to the hideout, and Mia disappeared. I'm on my own.
Want some help?
No,
she answers, exactly how I knew she would.
I'm fine. Thanks, though.
Good luck, Prez.
Still keeping that nickname a secret?
Her question makes me puff out my chest. I take my time, wiping off the large chef's knife with a dish towel and putting it in its place in the knife bag. I love to make her squirm. You're a smart girl. I reach for the next knife. I'm practically grinning from ear to ear. Maybe you'll get there one day. She mumbles something under her breath that sounds a lot like infuriating and ridiculous. I grin even wider.
Where are your friends?
She asks.
It's been less than 12 hours, and they're already bored with you being back in town.
Hardly. Coop is off saving the world. That's where Mia went, by the way, to drive him to the station. Nate is probably making a blueberry pie and grumbling about how much he can't stand people, living out their dreams, you know. I zip the knife bag closed. It's a shame Chad didn't stick around to offer you a hand.
Chad?
Quincy frowns.
Who is? Damn it, Dunn. Are you talking about Charles? The nice man with a stable job who didn't come back to my table after we had a good conversation? What did you do?
Did I mention you might be romantically drawn to weather systems? Possibly. Did I share that you were deeply attracted to tornadoes and tsunamis? I shrug. It could have slipped out. But Chad is a big boy. What he decided to do was entirely up to him. I guess you do have different interests.
Attracted to tornadoes? You are the biggest pain in my ass.
Quincy groans.
Do me a favor. Stay away from me this summer. From my work, my research, and my personal life.
My mind wanders fleetingly to what kind of personal life she might have. If there are dates, boyfriends, more men who follow her around at town events begging for an ounce of her attention. I'm sure there are. Fucking look at her. Yeah? I put my palms flat on the table to stifle the sour taste on my tongue. My voice hitches lower when I lean into her space. Ooh, it's not only vanilla I smell on her. There's also the scent of orange that's absolutely fucking maddening. Or what?
It's going to be so fun to bring your ego down a few notches.
She pulls her spoon back, launching a clump of ground beef and beans at my face. It lands on my right cheek, and she smiles, victorious.
Oops. My finger slipped. I'd hate for that to make you fall off your high horse.
Please. I run my finger across my cheek and bring my hand to my mouth. I'm saddled up and ready for battle.
And I always play to win. Think you can handle it?
I can't wait to watch you give it your best shot. I keep my gaze locked on hers while I lick away the remnants of the chili, sucking my fingers clean. I'm nothing but smug when her eyes widen. All's fair in weather and war, Quinny baby. She huffs out a breath and I grin, happy to watch her walk away.
The Rainy Day Show comment section. At Sky's the limit. Glad Alice turned away from the States. I'm not ready for a hurricane. The blonde bombshell girl. Quincy, can you talk about the rain in the Midwest? Haven't seen the sun in days out here in Ohio.
At Sharknadoes for life. Quincy, what's the deal with this system coming off Africa? Should I cancel my Caribbean cruise next week?
At the Rainy Day Show. Hi, at Sharknadoes for life. Way too early to tell anything about a wave that's 2+ weeks away. History shows that storms like the one you're seeing like to curve north-northeast and stay out at sea. That's if they're even able to form. I'll touch on this tomorrow on the show and share some data. It's safe to say you can enjoy your cruise. Smiley face.
At PBJ43813. I swear to God, all this girl does is hype shit up. Why even talk about a storm that's hundreds of miles away and no threat to the East Coast?
At Pocketful of Sunshine 89. At PBJ43813. She's not hyping anything up. Have you heard of Bermuda? People live there too. It's not like she can say, sorry, you're shit out of luck, figure it out.
At PBJ43813. At Pocketful of Sunshine 89. Everyone knows all these storms are being engineered by the government to hit certain communities. Cloud seeding. Look it up.
At Pocketful of Sunshine 89. At PBJ43813. Maybe put the phone down and walk outside. Hey, maybe the rain you think the government is creating can cool you off along the way. July. 6. Quincy. 8:45 in the morning and the temperature is already unforgiving. The heat index pushed into the triple digits this week, and there's no relief in sight. The air is thick, the humidity is thicker, and I wipe a bead of sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand. Standing under the scorching sun and wrestling with my tripod could be filed under dumb shit drunk frat bros do at a tailgate, yet I'm here, prepared to wait and see if I can capture anything exciting on camera after Doppler radar indicated the potential for tornadic activity in the storms working their way across the state. The ice-cold water bottle sitting in the cooler in my front seat is going to be a well-earned reward. I give my setup a long look, pausing to tilt my phone half a degree to the left for a wider shot of the surrounding landscape. After 7 years of creating videos I share on the internet, I know the tall grass and open space behind me is the perfect backdrop. Viewers love to go into the action. It makes it feel like they're here with me, owners of a captivating story to share. I've built my brand on looking at data and historical statistics, but there's something special about chasing a storm, about putting yourself out in the elements, not knowing what's going to happen next. I don't do it nearly enough, sticking to my home office over the outdoors most days, but I'm changing my tune this summer. I need to. This is a big moment in my career, and I don't want to miss out on things because I'm staring at my computer rather than what's happening right in front of me. A wall cloud appears in the distance, and I grin, excitement wisping through me. The sight of nature working its magic always makes my heart rate spike, and I'm practically bouncing up and down when I glance at the radar one more time. Ready to start my live stream, I tap a few buttons on my phone, waiting for the connection to catch up in an area with shitty service and no Wi-Fi. Good morning, everyone. I wave and with a smile tuck away the loose pieces of hair escaping from my ponytail. Thanks for tuning in, Chasers. If you're new here, I'm Quincy, and I'm happy you're joining me. The tropics are currently quiet after Alice fizzled out in the Atlantic last week. Tropical Storm Brandon is no threat to land, so I thought we'd take a field trip. I gesture over my shoulder, a gust of wind rippling in the air. Welcome to my favorite office. 3,000 people are already watching, the number climbing as I keep rolling. A line of thunderstorms is coming in from the west, and these storms occasionally produce tornadoes. With the possibility of rotation in the atmosphere, it was a no-brainer to come out here and see what we could find. I point to the clouds, the area where the sky is turning angry. My blood hums. Supercells are different from squall lines, as they are more discrete. They also require more wind shear to form than regular thunderstorms. If we're lucky, we might have a developing supercell here, which means... I pause for dramatic effect with a grin. Tornadoes. I'm talking too fast, being too enthusiastic by using my hands and forgetting to look at the camera. It always happens when I ramble about the things I'm most excited about, and I pause for a breath. Over my right shoulder, you'll notice how dark the sky is at the leading edge of the thunderstorm. On the left side, you can make out what could be a condensation funnel thanks to a rotating air. If there is a downward rush of air on the back side of the storm, a phenomenon we like to call rear flank downdraft, the funnel cloud will elongate, touch the ground, and become... Loud, blaring music cuts me off. The chorus of an AC/DC song pulses in my temple before the tune abruptly ends. A car door opens, then slams shut. I whip my head around at the noise. I expect to find a group of teenagers making their way out here to goof off. I'm off the beaten path, in the perfect spot to get into some trouble without an adult finding out. But I don't see any kids ditching school. The only other person in a 10-mile radius is Sebastian, and he is walking toward me. His left hand is shoved in his shorts pocket. His shirt shows off his necklace, glimmering in the fading sunlight, the hint of chest hair below the collar. The wide grin he's wearing makes me pinch the bridge of my nose, already exhausted. "You've got to be kidding me," I say. "Sorry, folks, we have a party crasher."
Monroe?
There's a small square object attached to his chest, a tripod in his right hand, and a microphone looped around his wrist.
Are you chasing this cell too?
What else would I be doing?
Reflecting, contemplating the meaning of life, deciding which model has the better reliability to forecast hurricane intensity, the Euro or the GFS?
The Euro, hands down.
Funny.
Sebastian sets the tripod on the ground and attaches his microphone to the front of his shirt.
I was going to say the GFS.
Of course you would.
Want to argue about it?
Why are you here? Please don't tell me you put a tracker on my car.
Now who's the one with an inflated ego?
His smile curves up on the right side of his mouth and he flips his hat backward. I want to knock it off his head out of spite.
You should be flattered, Press. Of all the fields to chase a storm, I walked into yours. That's what we call fate.
I roll my eyes and divert my attention to my phone. I'm hoping the break-in weather commentary hasn't driven too many viewers away, but I'm shocked to find the number is higher than before. Comments are flooding in, remarks from, "Oh my God, who is that?" and "Listen to them. Banter as foreplay is one of my favorite things," followed by, "Wait, is that Sebastian Dunn? My two worlds are colliding. This is wild." How about we draw a line in the dirt? The left side is mine, the right side is yours. I point to a tall tree with weeds around it. It's one of the only ones nearby, its low-hanging branches rotting near the roots. That's a good place for you to shoot.
Too far away. I wouldn't be able to give you shit from over there, and you know how much I enjoy annoying you.
Sebastian pulls his phone from his front pocket and sets it in the holder on his tripod.
Truth or dare, Monroe?
I'm in the middle of a
show, yeah. I figured that out when I saw you talking to yourself. Give me a little bit of credit. Hello, chasers.
I have no clue how he knows what I call my viewers, but there's no time to ask. He's too busy leaning over, crowding my space so he can wave to the camera. Standing so close to the screen, his face takes up too much of the frame. A swarm of heart emojis come in when he laughs and rubs the back of his neck. Boyish, sheepish, as he looks back my way.
It's an easy question. Want to play?
Irritation flashes through me, a bolt of lightning in a summer storm. The sooner I answer him, the sooner he'll get out of my hair. And I need him out of my hair. The sky is turning menacing. The air is shifting to still and calm. An early sign a tornado might be forming nearby, and I don't want to waste any precious seconds on him when I could be capturing footage. "Truth," I blurt, not trusting any dare he might try to give me.
Are you scared?
There's a taunt in the question. A challenge in his dark eyes when he steps closer, shoulder brushing mine.
Tornadoes are unpredictable. This could get dangerous.
All weather is unpredictable. You'd know that if you used actual science to explain what causes heat domes instead of relying on the song of the day your viewers pick.
Look at you, paying attention to me.
It's a murmur, soft and smooth enough to be a caress. Arrogance practically rolls off him, a wave I refuse to indulge in.
Is that why you were always staring at me in AP Physics? To figure out my scientific process?
I was staring at you, hoping you'd disappear. I haven't gotten my wish yet. No, I'm not scared. I squint at him. His throat bobs around a swallow. skin tinged pink and that dimple carved out on his cheek. Truth or dare, done?
Truth, obviously. I'm so happy I got you to play.
Are you scared?
Nah.
Sebastian taps the device strapped to his chest. I'm realizing it's a GoPro, small enough for him to move freely without having to hold it. It's genius, and I can't believe he's influencing me to buy one. I wonder if he has a discount code.
Danger is a side effect of this job, and when I accepted that, I started to enjoy the thrill of the chase a hell of a lot more than before. We have a finite amount of time on this planet. If I go out doing what I love, then it'll have been a good life. How many people can say that?
His answer makes me pause. There's a twist of something sharp, something knowing in the center of my chest. He's not wrong. Most meteorologists spend their time assessing weather impacts from their concrete office buildings or a storm shelter in their basement. A select few of us go into the danger head-on, and it comes with risks. Besides the storm itself, there are other factors. Flying debris, downed power lines, and falling tree branches. Idiot drivers, mostly fellow storm chasers, who are too busy watching the sky than the roads ahead of them. If only people knew we're so much more than influencers seeking fame and clout. We put our life on the line, and that's worth more than likes and views. That's a good argument, I say, voice feeble, throat tight. It's a side I haven't seen from him before. Deep, aware. I guess you're right.
She's agreeing with me, folks.
Sebastian beams at the camera, puts a hand over his heart, and flutters his eyelashes.
This might be the start of a beautiful friendship.
Bonding over mortality doesn't make us friends, and I'm going to be disappointed if you're the last thing I see before I die.
I'll make sure to give you my good side so you get a perfect view.
I stare ahead, attention no longer on him. Does that look like rotation to you?
Hang on.
He shifts his feet. The camera strapped to his chest beeps. He points to the left.
Over there?
No. My fingers wrap around his wrist, guiding his hand to the right. His skin is hot, sticky with sweat, and his pulse jumps under my touch. There. The exhale he lets out is a deep and rumbly noise, pulled from the trenches of his chest, and I release him from my hold the second I hear it.
I see it now.
His arm hangs in the air, slow to lower to his side, lingering almost.
Thanks.
That patch of clouds looks green. I look over my shoulder, talking to the camera behind us so the viewers watching my show are included too. Tornadoes can be accompanied by hailstorms, and the hail can
refract light from the sun, which makes the sky look dark green.
Sebastian finishes for me.
Hard to tell from this angle. Could be a reflection.
Why hasn't the NWS issued a tornado warning? Neither of our phones have gone off with an emergency alert in the time we've been out here. A tornado watch was issued a few hours ago, but this is more severe, worthy of some sort of public notification, and my stomach churns in anticipation.
Maybe their radar doesn't suggest enough rotation to... Oh, shit. Funnel cloud.
It's his turn to guide my hand to his viewpoint, the press of his fingers on the inside of my wrist a flicker of adrenaline that wasn't there before. I blame it on the sight of the cloud, not the slow drag of his touch halfway up my arm. Blinking to clear my head, I follow his line of sight, nodding at the start of a cone-shaped cloud forming at the base of the large thunderstorm. Good eye, I say.
Stop flirting with me.
He tosses back casually. You'd know if I was flirting with you. I gave you the bare minimum of a compliment. An observation, really, nothing more.
Oh, Monroe has game.
I grab my tripod, moving it in front of me so I don't have to tell him about my lack of personal life. It's easier than him finding out I don't flirt with anyone, ever. I spend my nights alone, afraid of what a man might say if he saw how excited I get over the little things in life. Puddles in front of my porch. The rare evenings when I crack open my bedroom window and let in the cool air, glad to sleep with a sweatshirt on. The delight I bottle up and keep close when the sun hits my face first thing in the morning. I'm a simple girl. It doesn't take much to make me happy, but I'm cautious who I let get close to me. I've been burned in the past, told my success is only because of my looks, not because of the hours and hours of work and research I've put into my career. One guy spent 30 minutes complaining about women in the workforce on our first date. letting me know he prefers his partners to stick to making meals and folding laundry rather than finding ways to get smarter. There was also the guy who asked if I was comfortable taking away jobs from men who deserved the positions more than me, getting angry when I told him I wasn't just comfortable, I was goddamn ecstatic. Sebastian doesn't need to know about any of that, and I ignore his smirk. I flip the camera so the viewers can see what's happening. I smile, faint and easy in knowing we're well out of harm's way. We're a safe distance from the storm, able to jump in our cars if we need to escape, and I inhale. I blow out a breath, steady and slow, savoring the changes in the atmosphere. Ahead, the funnel cloud breaks free, stretching toward the ground. Sebastian lets out a whoop that could rival an excited kid. I'm close to squealing, too. Fuck. It's pretty, isn't it? I can't keep up with the comments coming in on the live stream. There's a string of exclamation points, a question asking if we have somewhere to shelter in place if things turn dangerous, one asking Sebastian to take off his shirt, followed by another asking me to take off mine. It's hard for me sometimes, I say.
What?
The duality of weather. I lift my tripod and walk in the direction of the storm, wanting to get closer. The beauty is a contrast to its destruction. It can take away a life in the blink of an eye, but I also feel most alive when I hear a crack of thunder. When I stand out in the rain, it feels wrong to romanticize it, but I've always been this way, long before I made it a career.
It's the only thing humans can't control.
Sebastian walks beside me, his long stride matches mine, boots kicking up dirt as we march on. One of his laces is undone. The tongue is hanging out, but he doesn't seem to mind. Chaos personified.
Makes it even more desirable, doesn't it?
Are you the one who's secretly attracted to tornadoes?
You got me, Press.
Someone in the comments section is asking if we have a green screen behind us because it's not raining. Wall clouds like the one you see up ahead don't produce rain. It's beneath the main storm updraft and...
Think we're going to get a touchdown.
Sebastian stops abruptly and spears the dirt with the legs of his tripod.
The moisture feels good.
You can't honestly tell that from being out here, can you?
I can't.
He tosses me a grin.
No, you're right. The monitoring station hooked up to my old truck at my mom's place helped me out.
There's no way you still have that thing. It's almost 15 years old.
That thing?
He sounds appalled, and I'm glad.
Her name is Oki. She might be shitty, but she was with me during my first chase.
Oki? You named your monitoring station? I shake my head. You're out of your mind.
Listen up, kids.
Sebastian changes his position, nearly pressing his face against my phone again.
It's science time with Seb. A mobile mesonet, which is the monitoring station Quincy's talking about, takes observations of temperature, humidity, wind, all those important factors in and around a storm. I named mine Oki, after the meteorological students at the University of Oklahoma who created a statewide monitoring network. Mine is shit compared to the professional ones, but she gets the job done.
We're here for weather, not a history lesson done.
We might not be here for that either.
He lifts his chin in the direction of the storm. Frustration dances behind his eyes.
Funnel cloud is gone.
Damn it. I sigh, shifting attention to my show and trying not to be too disappointed. Sorry, y'all. These things happen all the time. Tornadoes can dissipate as quickly as they form, and it's a bummer we didn't get to see anything today.
What are you talking about, Monroe? Your viewers gotta see me.
He flashes me another grin. His eyes are bright again, dimple sharp. His chuckle is breathless, carefree. Euphoria from the chase ebbing back to reality.
That's the best thing that could have ever happened to them. I bet it's going to be your highest-watched show of all time.
I dig my elbow into his ribs, proud when his chuckle turns into a groan. If anything, I'm going to lose followers. They're going to be sad they had to stare at the back of your head for so long.
We'll see. I'll make sure to collect my royalty check.
Sebastian pauses when we get to our cars. His rented SUV is a gaudy, fancy thing with silver rims and a fully digital dashboard I can see through the window.
You heading out?
Yeah, radar didn't show any other storms having rotation today, so I'm going to get some work done at home. I hold up a finger his way and look at my phone. Thanks for tuning in, y'all. I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to talk about the wave off Africa that could turn into our third named storm of the year. Be kind. Take care of yourselves, and I'll chase you later. I stop recording and end my show. I wiggle my phone, popping it out of the tripod holder. When I glance up, Sebastian is looking at me. What? I ask.
Nothing.
It can't be nothing. You're staring at me like I have 4 heads.
Maybe you do have 4 heads, Press. I'm just reminiscing.
On what?
This.
He points to the sky, the clouds that are breaking, the sun making a reappearance and the breeze starting back up.
Being out here in the moment, you know?
I'm confused. I lift my tripod and dust the dirt off the legs. I fold the pieces up, making it compact and easily portable. Your job is constantly being out in the moment, isn't it?
Not like this.
His sigh is heavy, with a hint of strain. He runs his thumb along the links of his silver chain, distressed. There's a droop to the corner of his mouth, wrinkles across his forehead. Torn on telling me more, but he cuts off the thought with a shrug. A tiny part of me aches to know what he's talking about, but I'd never admit it.
This is different.
Okay. I pop my trunk and slide the tripod inside. I pause before I slam it shut. Something in my chest tugs, ties itself into a knot, and makes me ask this next part. Is it a good different?
Is that your contribution to our Truth or Dare game because your earlier question was shit?
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Sebastian's demeanor changes. His grin is slow, unhurried, the kind that sparks wrinkles around his eyes and makes his nose scrunch. The golden weather boy in the flesh. I see it now, what people mean when they call him that.
A very good different.
That's good. I close the trunk and lean against the glass. It's hot on my skin, the sting of a burn pressing along the back of my arm. I don't mind it. It's a shame you couldn't get any footage today. Maybe that means you'll have to pack up early and head back to New York.
Maybe. Or maybe I'll stay around longer and see what other weather phenomena I can catch on tape. I'm holding out hope for a monster hurricane.
And I'm holding out hope this season is quiet so you get bored and leave. I move to the driver's side door and yank on the handle. It doesn't budge the first time, and I fumble with my keys to unlock it. See you done. Don't get stuck in a ditch on the way home.
Chase you later, Monroe.
He gives me a salute, grin still plastered on his face.
I'm looking forward to it.
The Rainy Day Show comment section. At Susie D. 284. Did anyone else think it was the best episode of the Rainy Day Show ever?
At Handy Randy. If the earth isn't flat, why can't I see the curve when I'm at the beach?
At Starstruck in 305. Petition for Sebastian Dunn to join every broadcast. He's so good on camera. At Canes All Day 472428.
So is his chemistry with Quincy.
At Sunshine and Moon Pies 1988. I thought that too, at Canes All Day 472428. At Vera Vera Vici. I like watching people talk about things they're passionate about. Those two are clearly passionate about their jobs. At Sunshine and Moon Pies 1988. They are at Vera Vera Vici. But I miss seeing him on the nightly news. Sad face. Hope he's back soon.
At Pablo Stars 24824. That woman needs to get off my screen. She doesn't know jack shit about weather. All she does is hype up storms that end up being nothing but summer showers. It's all clickbait. I'm not falling for it anymore. Goodbye.
At Pocketful of Sunshine 89. This isn't an airport, at Pablo Stars 24824. No need to announce your departure.
7. Sebastian. Jonathan, producer. Great reel of footage for the docu-series, Sebastian. The tornado didn't pan out, but we can use that angle to show how unpredictable weather can be. Maybe episode 2 will be a storm where a funnel cloud does make contact with the ground. We can compare and contrast. Good idea. I'll send more when I have it. Hoping for something big in the next few weeks. Looking forward to what's next. Coop, there it is. Y'all want to head to the summer festival tonight? Nate the Great. I have nothing better to do, so sure. Are we a last resort to you? Nate the Great. It's called being honest. I'll say. I am definitely interested in the summer festival. That sounds so fun, Coop. Thank you so much for the invite. Nate the Great. Suck up. Coop, there it is. Picking y'all up at 6. Can we ride in the fire truck? Coop, there it is. You're 31. Why would you want to ride in a fire truck? I don't know, to feel badass. Coop, there it is. I'll see what I can do. Unknown number. Hey, Seb, it's Danny Stockton from UCF. Remember Meteorology 101? Long time no talk. Not sure if this is your number anymore, but wanted to touch base about something that might interest you. Give me a call whenever you can. There was no fire truck. The three of us crammed into the 1981 Jeep CJ8 Scrambler Cooper fixed up, heading to Orlando with the windows down and radio blasting. I sang until my voice cracked, the warm summer night making me feel alive. The drive was an awakening. A pathetic realization. I've been floating along the last 12 months, missing out on countless good things because I've been focused on work. I'm not even enjoying. I shove the thought away when we find a food truck and grab a dozen street tacos along with a few beers, digging in at a picnic table while, man, I feel like a woman plays from the speakers attached to large floodlights positioned throughout the fairgrounds. Sorry, boys. I need to take care of something before we can have some more fun. I tossed the rolled-up aluminum foil that used to house our food into a nearby trash can. I wipe my hands clean from melted cotija cheese and stand, my foot tapping along to the beat of the song. I'll find y'all in a bit. Wow, talk about a mood shift. Cooper narrows his eyes my way. Everything okay? Just work stuff. Won't take long. Find us after so we can enter the tug-of-war competition. Will do. Slipping away so they don't ask any follow-up questions I don't have the answers to yet. I scan the fairgrounds, trying to find a quiet spot. Everywhere I look, there are hordes of people holding funnel cakes and stuffed animals. Even more are lining up for the rickety roller coasters that sound like they're a gust of wind away from toppling over. My eyes snag on a tree to the left of the bumper car arena, the area far enough away from the rides where I'll be able to hear myself think. I maneuver through the crowd, nearly bowling over a kid attached to a leash before I make it to the other side of the field. Tucked away from carnival games and the smell of powdered sugar, I press my back against the bark of an old oak and dial Danny's number. It rings twice, then connects, and I stand up straight. Hello? Hey, Danny, it's Sebastian Dunn. Seb! Danny laughs on the other end of the line. It's good to hear from you. I'm glad my text didn't end up delivered to someone else. How are things? Things are great, man. I'm in Oak Valley for a couple months working on a project for ABC. The hurricane season has been quiet, but I'm hoping for some activity soon. What about you? Whew, busy as hell, dude. I was with a station in Orlando as their chief meteorologist after graduation. Did a short stint with the Weather Channel before moving over to the NWS, where I've been the last couple of years. I thought I saw a photo of you on a beach somewhere. Congratulations, how's that going? It's a blast. Right up my alley with the perfect balance of being at a desk and hands-on field work. That's why I'm calling, actually. We opened applications for a new science and operations officer position recently, and we're bringing in some candidates for interviews. I wanted to see if I could tempt you into making the drive over and throwing your name in the ring. Whoa, my heart pounds in my chest. Up ahead, a ride worker puts out a cigarette with his shoe and leaves the butt behind in the grass. Fuck our planet, I guess. Are you serious? Yup. Before I tell you more, I want to let you know this is a different set of responsibilities from what you handle on air. You're primarily reporting as a senior meteorologist, right? Pretty much. I'm based in New York and am on the national news every evening to cover any weather systems we're seeing across the country. When something major happens, ABC flies me to the location where damage is most severe. I'll spend a day or two there before heading home. So cool. What a way to see new places and meet new people. So cool, I echo, not mentioning the way I feel like I'm not doing enough when I show up to work every day. How I have hundreds of thousands of hotel points, but each room I check into is more and more unfamiliar. Will you tell me more about the position? Right, duh. The reason for my call. Full disclosure, because this might be a deal breaker, but it's a pay cut from what you're making now. Money isn't a worry of mine. I gnaw on my bottom lip, knowing my social media content alone earns me more than enough to survive. I've turned into a feed full of hashtag sponsored and hashtag ad in almost every caption. Gone are the days of artistic snapshots of landscapes and tornadoes touching down. Now I'm sharing vitamins and headlamps while I collect a commission. Definitely not a deal breaker. Really? Ooh, sweet. The SOO is the top research position in the office. You'd make sure everyone is trained on weather system features while also being responsible for the latest technologies provided to meteorologists. There's also trying to figure out ways to improve our operational services, communicating with the public, those kinds of things. Sounds like a lot of in-house work. Would there be opportunities out in the field? Oh, yeah, Danny says, and my heart beats faster. Research is integral to our roles. There are emergency management meetings and plannings, talking with local and national news outlets. We're attempting to dig our toes into the social media game, but that's a whole other issue. We check on weather stations and radars. The list is endless, really. I haven't been bored in years. Fuck. I run my hand through my hair. A laugh races out of me, and I glance up at the sky, smiling at the stars winking back at me. Is the missing link to my happiness being dropped right in my fucking lap? What's the interview process like? It starts with meeting our meteorologist in charge one-on-one and going over work history, typical hiring questions. Stage 2 is later, and you'll be asked to share meteorological findings on a topic that interests you to a panel of qualified individuals. Even more fun, you'll get to debate your fellow candidates. I'm in, I say. I've never agreed to something so fast in my life. Email me the date and time and I'll be there. Shit. Thanks for reaching out, Danny. We exchange goodbyes and a promise to send over more details. When I hang up, I'm almost buzzing. This could be it. The cure to my burnout. Something fresh and new and thrilling to give me drive again. My love for weather hasn't changed. That's never been the problem. My environment is the issue. And to have a role that merges hands-on with data analysis sounds like a job out of my dreams. The best of both worlds, and I'm about to get on my knees and ask the universe to make this happen for me. I'm not above begging. There's a pep in my step as I move through throngs of people. Cooper mentioned the tug-of-war game, and I should probably track my friends down. It's been 15 minutes, and Coop might be challenging a group of teenagers so he can embarrass them. Ever since he came in second place in his station's annual physical ability test after tripping during the hose drag, he's been relentless about his fitness. Any chance to get a workout in, he's moving his body, and that includes putting kids in their place. Shit, sorry, I say to the guy double-fisting beers and glass cowboy boots when he runs into me. He stumbles to the left, a sway that teeters on the cusp of impending disaster, but manages to keep the alcohol intact. Nice save, man. Thanks, bro, he slurs. Do I know you? You look familiar. I've been told I have one of those faces, but I don't think so. I'm from out of town. Wait a minute. Beer sloshes over the rim of one of the boots. I admire his cool demeanor in the aftermath of losing a quarter of his overpriced drink. In New York, that would be a sin. $30 down the drain and absolute disappointment when you trudge back to the bar to order another round. You do that weather thing with the singing. I don't sing, but I know where he's going with this. Slipping lyrics from popular songs into my weather reports started as a joke with my first television gig up at a station in Albany. The winters were freezing. The sun set at 4 p.m. Seasonal depression was a real and wretched thing, and the 11 o'clock spot barely brought in viewers thanks to the late night hour. I decided to have some fun. I wanted to see how far I could push outside the box before production stepped in, before they took away my microphone and the FCC slapped me with a fine. But the internet moved quicker. A video of me using lines from an Eminem song to describe a cold front blew up online. My inbox flooded with requests from ABBA to David Bowie and Kendrick Lamar, and I couldn't keep up. The fanfare carried over to my national gig as I moved up the meteorological ranks. Albany, Detroit, Atlanta during prime time, before landing in Manhattan. It's a lot of attention I didn't ask for and a hell of a lot of messages from women using witty pickup lines to try to get my number. I admire the enthusiasm, but I just want to talk about precipitation and atmospheric conditions and make weather fun for any kid out there who's wondering what the hell he wants to do with his life like I was. I don't need the extra shit. Yeah, I laugh. That's me. Can you do one right now? How about Tupac? I'm not good with performing under pressure, but I promise I'll work in something fun next time I'm on the air. Whenever the fuck that might be. Sick! Blake! He yells. Another quarter of his drink is lost to the grass as he sprints to a group of guys wearing matching t-shirts that say, "Getting hitched to the bitch." I want to deck them all in the face. I just met Tupac! I duck to the left before someone can ask me for a mediocre rendition of California Love. A row of carnival games calls my name, and I sit on a tiny stool in front of a water gun. No better way to celebrate a new door possibly opening than with overpriced entertainment rigged to make you spend money without winning. Can I play by myself? I ask the attendant leaning against a wall. No. He pops a bubble with his gum and doesn't look up from his phone. 2-person minimum. Cool. I'll stare at the fish. I don't care what you do. I didn't get that impression. Carnival games. Long legs fold into the stool to my right. When I see a short dress that shows off tan thighs, I pivot, grinning when I find Quincy looking at me. Interesting. What a surprise this is. Now who's following who?
Richard is out of town and Mia planned our night, so she didn't have to spend the evening at home alone.
A muscle in Quincy's jaw works.
So here we are.
He's out of town again? What the fuck does that guy do for work? Something with the CIA?
Banking, I think. Mia says it's a busy time of year for him.
Be honest with me, Prez. Do I need to kick his ass? I've never been in a fight, but if Mia is upset, I'll learn how to throw a punch real quick. Cooper teaches self-defense classes. He can show me a move or two.
No, she's okay.
Her face softens.
You do that for her?
She's my baby sister. I rub my jaw, smiling when I think about the tents we used to make in our small living room with old sheets. The nights I'd read her princess book to her until she fell asleep while Mom worked 2 jobs to put food on the table. She's married now to a guy who spoils her rotten, but there were years where Mia and I had to share shoes. Summers when we organized lemonade stands so we could buy Mom a purse for Christmas. I'd do anything for her. Sometimes I wish. I laugh and shake my head. This conversation is turning heavy, way too far outside our usual discussions. Never mind.
Truth or dare, Don?
Truth, Monroe. I don't doubt that you'd make me streak around here and laugh when I got arrested for public indecency.
You're not wrong.
Quincy turns on her stool, staring at me, attention heavy, curiosity in the slight lean of her shoulders.
Sometimes you wish what?
I wish I was around more. I missed Mia's engagement. I missed Cooper breaking his ankle earlier this year after he literally jumped out of a tree to save a cat. I missed Nate moving into a bigger bakery storefront last summer, and it feels like I'm in their lives, but I'm not really a part of their lives, if that makes any sense.
Why don't you come to town more often? You make it work during the holidays. You're here now.
Because my boss sees this project I'm working on as a moneymaker. Asking for a week off during a historic blizzard doesn't usually go over well. She hums and fixes the strap of her dress. My eyes drop to her collarbone, the sharp planes and soft curves of her body, and I decide her outfit is showing off entirely too much skin to be good for my mental health.
Maybe the project will be a success, and you can leverage some power in getting more days off, finding a compromise. It wouldn't be the worst thing if you were around town more. Spending time with your sister is important. My personal feelings towards you shouldn't get in the way of that.
It wouldn't. I lift an eyebrow, my grin slow. Thought you hated me, Monroe.
I still do.
Quincy pauses, less bark behind her bite than usual. The edge of careful consideration. Acceptance and exhaustion, too.
You just looked sad sitting by yourself.
Is that why you're ogling me? I ask, her gaze jumping from the tattoo on my arm to my face. My eyes are up here.
I'm deciding where I would throw a dart at you given the chance.
She tosses back. I'd love a battle scar. I grin and tap my knuckles on the counter. 2 rounds, please, I say to the attendant who sighs like this is the most difficult part of his day.
Are you sure you want to go against me?
Quincy curls her hands around the water gun and spins on her stool, facing forward. There's a glint in her eye, the same steely determination I used to see when we'd go head-to-head in our synoptic meteorology classes. Arguing until our voices gave out, declaring a winner and a loser. Watching her get riled up really is one of my favorite things. I set the record for most victories in a row last year.
Were you going against 8-year-olds?
They were 9. There's a stretch of silence, the ghost of a laugh. And one severely intoxicated man who thought he was in the bathroom. Poor guy probably thought the water was something else.
Want to make this game interesting?
Are you a mafia don when you're not talking about weather, Monroe?
It's best to keep you wondering.
She drops her head back and shakes her shoulders. She looks absolutely ridiculous when she shimmies on the seat. I can't stop watching her.
Winner gets to pick the other's punishment.
I haven't kicked your ass in a while. This could be fun.
You haven't kicked my ass because I've been too busy kicking yours.
Her smile is sharp, sure, full of that goddamn confidence that makes my head spin. Her mouth curves into a smirk. She bats her eyes, and my imagination runs wild.
Sorry, Dunn. Your moment is over.
Oh, is that right? I move closer. My knee bumps hers under the metal counter. She doesn't pull away, and we keep touching. The toe of her shoe knocks against my shin, and I don't care if it was on purpose. My voice drops low. Sounds like I need to prove my worth. Don't worry, Quinny baby. I'll be gentle when I win. Unless you like it rough. I'm playing with fire, but it's too much fucking fun to stop now. Quincy's cheeks flush a deep shade of pink. The color travels down her neck into the top of her chest. It disappears under her dress, and I have to think about multivariable calculus and hydrologic processes, linear algebra, and anything fucking else to stop myself from wondering how far the flush spreads. If her skin would be hot when I teased her with my fingers, my mouth. If I dipped my hand lower under her dress and I squeezed my eyes shut. The heat is getting to me. So are those 2 beers I had with Cooper and Nate earlier. My rationality is wavering, and I need to pull myself together before I do something stupid.
I hate you,
she murmurs, snapping me back to reality, yanking me away from some hazy version of us where I have her in my bed, naked and tangled in my sheets while she says that when I make her come. I need another drink, something stronger to wash the thoughts away.
And the last thing I want you to be is gentle.
Fuck me. A bell sounds. I scramble to grab my water gun, cursing when I see I'm already behind. Quincy has me by a nose, but she glances at me with a cocky lift of her eyebrow. I use her distraction to my advantage and blow her a kiss. Her aim falters. Her grip on the water gun loosens. She hits left of the target instead of on the bullseye, and I edge her out at the last second to reach the top first. Player 2 is the winner. The attendant hands me a stuffed dinosaur. Congratulations. I'd like to thank my mom for her endless support, and this carnival game for giving me a new purpose in life. I put a hand over my heart and beam. I used to think I had reached my potential, but with this dinosaur, I know the possibilities of my power are endless.
You are infuriating, but congratulations on your win.
Quincy stands.
What punishment are you going to pick? Please don't make me look like an idiot on the internet. I have a reputation to uphold.
I glance around, wondering what I can come up with. I could make her ride a mechanical bull or enter her in the hot dog eating contest slated to start in 10 minutes. When I spot the Ferris wheel towering above us, I grin. Decision made. You have to sit next to me on the Ferris wheel, I say. 10 minutes of coexisting by my side. We'll see who breaks first. I think I can go 2 for 2 tonight.
You're joking.
Her hands settle on her hips. A gust of warm wind ripples through the air and lifts the ribbon she's wearing in her hair. The bow comes loose. I have the urge to wrap it around my wrist, to give it a tug.
You're going to push me off the top, aren't you?
Tempting, but homicide isn't my thing.
I turned down a flight with NOAA hurricane hunters once.
She's cautious when she says it like she's telling me a secret.
I had the chance to go into the eye wall of a storm, and I couldn't do it.
Why not?
I hate heights.
Her shoulders curve in. Her eyes flick up to the top of the ride, then back to me. I've never seen her so hesitant.
They're my biggest fear.
Ah. I rub the back of my neck and pop to my feet. This feels like a conversation we should have face to face. A different option, then.
A punishment is a punishment. You won fair and square.
A punishment is a punishment until you have a panic attack at the top and try to escape, fail, then dangle like a limp noodle 100 feet off the ground. And if you fall, you know who's going to be the prime suspect? Me. Being made into a Netflix documentary isn't my thing, unless they're going to show all the storms I've covered in my career. They probably name it something atrocious like... I tap my cheek and stare out at the group of kids shoving their way into the go-kart arena. Hanging by a moment.
I'll do it.
She breathes out what might be a laugh. I'm going to pretend it is.
But I'm going to film the whole time we're up there. If something happens to me, there will be evidence.
Kinky. I'll make sure to smile for the camera. I grin. Come on, Monroe. Let's have some fun. We find Cooper and Nate hanging out with Mia and Harlow in the music tent, the four of them jamming along to the cover band performing Oasis songs. A quick explanation about my victory has everyone heading for the Ferris wheel and pairing off. The ride, the perfect way to end the night.
We're so high!
Mia yells from the car under Quincy and me. She leans forward over the railing, arms stretched wide at her sides.
The moon is huge up here. Gosh, we're all small and insignificant, aren't we?
If anything happens to my sister, Cooper, I say, raising my voice so you can hear me over the machinery, I swear to God our friendship is over. Nothing is going to happen, Seb. There's a deep laugh as he pulls Mia out of view. All is well down here. Harlow and I also exist, Nate says from the car above us. And we're fine too. Of course you are. Harlow can kick anyone's ass. You're just there to look pretty, Nate. I call back, noticing the way Quincy is tapping her foot, how she's gnawing on her bottom lip and wrapping her arms around herself. I scoop up the green dinosaur resting at my feet. I pass it her way, not letting go until she draws it to her chest and hugs it tight. Your new emotional support stuffed animal might make this easier for you.
I can barely remember to feed myself. I'm not sure I'm equipped to handle the responsibilities that come with being a parent.
We can split custody. You get him during the week, I'll take him on the weekends. I'm sure Reginald will be happy to spend time with both of us.
Reginald, I like that.
Her exhale is soft.
We can call him Reggie for short.
Look at us being co-parents of the year. The Ferris wheel jolts. We climb higher, the fairground lights starting to look like fireflies. The people walking along the paths below us are as tiny as ants, and Quincy shifts across the bench. Our sides nearly collide. Our thighs line up, almost pressing together, and there's no way she knows she's sitting so close to me. I'm aware of it, though. Of everywhere our knees and shoes are touching. Of her jagged breathing and the white knuckles she's gripping the safety bar with. And I'm afraid to move a goddamn muscle out of fear I'll scare her away. Just as we reach the top of the rotation, the wheel comes to a stop. There's creaking, the groan of old metal, and the gentle sway of our car, and she's practically shaking next to me. This was a terrible idea.
What's happening? Did something break? She asks.
Maybe there's a proposal going on, or someone slipped the ride operator $20 to slow the wheel down so they can have a few extra minutes with the person they love.
Love? Who's thinking about romance right now? I'm considering which way I would try to hit the ground if we fell to our death.
I'd probably go for my legs instead of my upper body. It's a lot easier to fix a broken leg than a broken spine.
We're so high.
Don't look down.
Telling me not to look down makes me want to look down.
Okay, fine. Look up, Monroe.
That is not helping.
She lets out a whine. Her leg bounces. I'm a second away from clamping my palm on her thigh to make her stop.
Can you talk about something to distract me?
Wow, I laugh. I'm used to you telling me to shut up, and now you want me to talk? This is a big moment.
Your window is closing, Dunn.
She's clutching Reginald so tightly, he's close to being decapitated. I feel bad for the guy.
Please?
Did you see Tropical Depression 3 developed into Claudia out in the Atlantic? Came out with the 5 o'clock advisory.
Already?
Quincy perks up. Color seeps back to her face. It always does when she talks about the things she loves, and she loves weather more than anyone I've ever met.
It just became a tropical depression yesterday.
Things move fast this time of year.
What are they suggesting for landfall? South Florida?
Most likely. That cold front coming across the country isn't going to let it get scooped into the Caribbean, and that's a good thing. Hottest water temperatures on record mean whatever does brew down there is going to turn into a monster.
Hottest water temperatures on record, and it's only July. Think of what August and September will bring.
I'm afraid to, but fuck climate change, right?
I'm starting to wonder if they're teaching conspiracy theories in school instead of geometry. How else do you explain the rise in comments on my social media that claim the government is creating storms in the middle of the ocean?
Oh, I'm trying not to smile, but it's impossible. You didn't hear? It's the microwaves, Monroe. They're brainwashing all of us. Quincy's laugh is subtle, a noise she tries to disguise as a cough, but I hear it loud and clear.
We're so fucked, aren't we?
She asks. Completely. So, we might as well enjoy the impending downfall of society. Truth or dare, Prez.
Do we have to play this while we dangle thousands of feet above the ground?
That's a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think?
Truth, I guess.
Good choice. I move my arm, draping it over the back of the metal seat. I inadvertently brush my fingers against her ponytail and pull my hand away before she can notice. How many times are you going to check the models for Claudia when you get home? I'm predicting 7 times for me. Quincy's eyelashes flutter closed, then open. A real laugh tumbles out of her, and I'm the proudest motherfucker in the world because of it. It makes me want to buy a confetti cannon to track down some streamers and noisemakers so I can put this moment in the goddamn history books. July 8th, the night I made Quincy Monroe laugh. I'd do just about anything to hear it again.
That's it,
she scoffs.
I'll be upwards of 11 times. 15, maybe.
The NHC is going to think you're stalking them.
Maybe I am.
She stretches out her legs, feet swinging back and forth. The car rocks with her. Her grip on the dinosaur loosens. We're making progress, and I roll with it.
Are you covering it for whatever it is you're working on? Is it reality television? Wanted, arrogant storm chaser is looking for a wife.
Sounds like a good name for a dating show, I snort. And what I'm working on is a docu-series that's probably going to be shit, but At least it gets me out of the office and into the fresh air.
What do you mean?
It's complicated.
I thought we were playing truth or dare. Scared, done.
Fucking terrified, actually. Not even my best friends have seen this side of me. All right, fine. I'll spill my guts to you, Monroe. Stop begging.
You're obnoxious.
Her knee nudges mine, presses into my bare skin, and holds. It's like I'm being shocked with a live wire.
I don't want to know.
I'm going to tell you anyway. It's been nice to have a change of scenery. This project is less rigid. It gives me more freedom to explore things that are important to me. I stare out at the horizon. Lightning flashes in the distance, and I smile. There must be a storm rolling in. They always make me introspective. It keeps things interesting when everything starts to feel monotonous.
A change of scenery isn't a bad thing.
No, it's not.
But it can be scary.
Yeah. I nod. I can smell the impending rain, the fresh aroma and sharpness in the air. This next part is for me more than it is for her. Scary isn't bad either, though.
No.
Hushed agreement. Her own heaviness she's carrying.
Sometimes it means you're heading down the right path at the right time.
We settle into silence. It's light, comfortable, the easiest it's ever been between us. She runs her fingers down the length of Reginald's tail, then repeats the movement. I hum a tune under my breath, stopping when I see her give a nervous glance toward the ground. Are you going to chase Claudia? I ask.
It's the first landfall of the year. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
I'm sure she'll get some good content for your show.
Probably. Maybe.
Quincy tips her chin up, eyes bright under the light of the stars.
I know I'm really good at what I do, but sometimes I wonder how much of a difference I'm making out there.
Are you kidding? You're educating, showing the cause and effect of what happens when weather is involved. You're saving lives. The Ferris wheel moves again, the start of our descent. It pains me to say this, but the work you do is valuable, Monroe. You know your shit. More than most people in our field.
When you say that,
she sighs, crosses her ankles before uncrossing them and resting her chin on the dinosaur's head.
It makes it sound like I'm important, and no one in our field has ever said the work I do is important. It's usually that I'm taking up space from a man who should have the platform I have.
Fuck them. You are important. Anger rushes through me, a swift current. I roll my lips together, holding back, asking for names. A list of people who have ever been shitty to her so I can make them pay. You've never doubted yourself before. Why start now?
Change of scenery, remember? And it being scary. I'm doing things I haven't done before, waiting for news I'm not used to waiting for, and it's making me question my place in all of this.
Her smile is weak, fracturing at the edges. It lasts the briefest of seconds before she shrugs and relaxes.
It'll pass. There will be a moment when I recognize I'm a badass bitch, and all will be well again.
For what it's worth, you're definitely a badass bitch. I tug on the end of her ponytail, lean in close so I can drop my voice to a whisper. I swear her eyes move to my mouth. Just not at carnival games. That earns me a stuffed animal to the face, an elbow in my ribs, and a mumbled,
"You are exasperating."
When our car enters the platform, she stands the second the safety bar releases. She hurries over to my sister, smiling from ear to ear when Mia wraps her arms around her in a hug. Quincy keeps Reginald tucked against her side. She tosses a final look back my way, and that feels important too.
8. Quincy. Unknown number.
Quinny, baby.
Who is this?
I had no idea you have so many suitors, Monroe. I thought I was special.
Ah, done. I should have known it was you.
You don't have me saved in your phone. I'm offended.
What's up?
Many things. How is Reginald doing?
I've tucked him into bed every night. I haven't heard any complaints.
If you did, I'd be concerned. He's a stuffed dinosaur, Monroe.
Now the magic is ruined.
Did you see the latest forecast on Claudia? Upgraded to a hurricane. Landfall is the day after tomorrow near Miami.
Really? I checked 2 hours ago and it was still a tropical storm.
'Tis the season. Looking forward to seeing you down there. Hope you're ready to rumble.
With you? Always. The drive to Miami to cover Hurricane Claudia is lonely. There are stretches of time when I'm the only car heading south, the opposite side of the interstate full of vehicles evacuating north to central Florida like they were instructed to do. My GPS gives me an approaching exit to take. I flick on my blinker and merge over, eyes briefly bouncing to my phone. My stomach swoops low when I stare at my screen. The teeniest, tiniest part of me wonders if I should send Sebastian another message, if I should ask where he's going to ride out the storm and if he has all the supplies he'll need. But he's a big boy. He's been at this as long as I have, and I'm sure he's fine. We might approach meteorology differently, but that doesn't mean he's not good at what he does. Sometimes I think he's the only one who understands storms like I do. He has intuitiveness people in the industry crave, an eye for movement and the ability to read weather patterns I haven't seen from anyone else despite his carefree attitude. Beneath the surface of the staged photos of his Jeep and flowery social media captions talking about cotton candy skies and the fragrance in the air after it rains, he's not stupid. He's incredibly smart, and that irritates me beyond belief. I drum my fingers on the steering wheel, shoving thoughts of him away. Excitement balloons behind my ribs with every swipe of the windshield wipers. It always happens when a storm is close. My soul is at peace with the sight of expansive gray and quick-moving clouds, the uncertainty hanging in the air, a charged atmosphere up ahead. There are people in the field who look forward to natural disasters because of the damage they cause. They're excited for the destruction. They seek out photos of towns leveled by a tornado, the ones that get the most social media engagement and monetary kickback. It's never been that way for me, and it never will be. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want people to lose their property in exchange for fame. I don't want the notoriety or financial benefits. A million career choices in the world, I'd choose meteorology every time. It's hard to describe the pull I feel to nature. The sense of grounding being around weather brings me. There were days when I was younger, tired from another argument with my parents about what I wanted to do with my future, where we'd go back and forth, the same fight again and again. Both tenured professors at University of Central Florida, they were determined to get me to follow in their footsteps. Deep down, I think they resent me a little bit because I stayed far away from their plans for me. In those moments of frustration, when I felt lost, when I knew I didn't belong in a classroom for the next 40 years, I'd step outside. I'd take a deep breath, letting my lungs fill with fresh air. I'd feel the wind in my hair, the sensation of something so much bigger than me out there. And it brought a thrill. A high I haven't been able to find from doing anything else. And it's what got me out of bed this morning. It's what makes my smile uncontrollable, my giddiness nearly bursting at the seams when I pull into a parking lot packed with cars near a marina. The first tropical system to hit the state always brings a lot of fanfare. The hobby meteorologists, The ones without degrees who do this because they think it's fun, not because they understand science, like to show up in large groups. And this morning is no different. I give a quick check of the men assembled in a semicircle, categorizing who's here today. Barry Teague, a guy known to overhype storms for clicks and views, going as far as exaggerating death tolls and widening areas of potential impact to harbor fear among his viewers, leans against a car. Next to him is Dave Cornwall, and his thick-framed glasses. Notorious for getting every weather prediction he's ever made wrong, then blaming other people for his mistakes. Accurate reporting is the last thing on his mind. He went viral last year after posting a 10-minute video claiming the head of the National Hurricane Center was turning the organization into a beauty pageant with their recent hirings of more women than men. Assholes. Only 20% of meteorologists are women. Instead of welcoming more diversity to a historically white male-dominated industry, these local guys raise hell over the injustices they face every day. Like their boys' club is a prestigious honor rather than a cesspool of loser dudes. I take a deep breath, reaching for the patience I have to use so often with this job. Spending the day with them will be like chasing a tornado. Grueling in the beginning, but worth it in the end when magic happens. I hope. I climb out of my car, the sky thick with heavy clouds. Rough dark waves in the marina slap against the concrete walls designed to protect the streets from flooding. And I zip my jacket up to my chin. Across the road, people are setting out last-minute sandbags in front of the doors to their businesses. There are planks of plywood over windows. Patio furniture is being pulled inside as the palm trees sway, a frond from one up ahead falling onto the sidewalk. I tug on a hat with my show's name stitched across the front, a tiny microphone right near the bill. Grabbing my tripod from the trunk, I walk toward the group.
"There's Quincy," someone calls out. "We were wondering if you would show up."
Here I am. I set my tripod down and put a hand on my hip. Surprised to see so many of y'all out here, too.
"Nothing better to do."
Ernie Fitzpatrick holds a laptop in one hand and a cigarette in the other. He didn't finish college, but calls himself a weather expert. And I haven't been able to take him seriously after finding out he plagiarized a friend's thesis on human-caused climate change that ended up in the New York Times.
It's a shame this thing didn't have time to churn in the warm water for longer.
Bummer, it's only a Category 1 instead of a Category 5. It would have been fun to see it level half the state. I deadpan. Behind me, the crunch of tires roll over gravel. The slam of a door from a newcomer blessedly interrupts us before a fuck the patriarchy debate can start. And I wonder who else is joining this merry band of misogynistic misfits. Laughter follows. A voice floats across the parking lot, deep and low with the hint of southern drawl, and I recognize it instantly. I have for 16 years. I turn my head. I blink, and Sebastian is there, climbing out of a car with a wide grin. His shirt stretches taut across his chest. Rubber green rain boots are visible under the cuff of his jeans. His eyes land on me, mischief dancing behind the dark blue. His beam turns brighter with the pop of a dimple, and I'm seconds away from getting back in my car and driving farther south so I can find a spot where I can chase alone.
What are the odds?
Sebastian approaches, busy attaching his GoPro to the center of his chest.
We meet again.
Hello, Dunn. I tap my phone screen. I need to remember to grab my flashlight and weather radio to carry with me. Of course you're here.
Perks of the job.
Sebastian puts a hand on the shoulder of the guy next to him.
Monroe, I'd like you to meet Eli Peterson. We chased an EF3 tornado out in Kansas together about 5 years ago and kept in touch. He was scheduled to fly home from a vacation this morning, but his departure got pushed thanks to the airport closing for Claudia.
Eli, hi. I smile at the man with dark skin and kind eyes. He holds out his hand and I shake it, the smoothness of his palm warm and welcome. It's nice to meet you.
I have to tell you, I'm a huge fan.
Eli's smile matches mine.
I've spent most of my life trying to get my younger sister to think weather is cool, but she wouldn't listen. I found her watching one of your shows, and suddenly she wanted to be Helen Hunt in Twister. God, Sebastian groans. My teenage crush. That white tank top and khaki pants combo does something to me.
keep your fantasies to yourself, Dunn. I glance back at Eli. I'll give you my email to pass along to her in case she ever has any questions.
That would be great.
He lets out an awkward chuckle.
When Seb mentioned you might be here today, I couldn't pass up the chance to tag along. I hear you two go way back. I'm sorry you've had to deal with his arrogant ass for so many years.
Finally, someone on my side. You've resisted the charm, too. I'm glad I'm not alone. I laugh when Sebastian flips us off. Are you a meteorologist?
Casual weather enthusiast. Science was never my strong suit in school, but I'll chase the hell out of a tornado. I live in Iowa. We get plenty. If you ever want a break from hurricanes, come to the Great Plains. I'll make sure you have some fun. What are we thinking for timing?
Sebastian holds up his phone, a trajectory map displayed on the screen.
Claudia picked up speed in the last few hours. Don't get too comfortable,
Ernie says.
Looks like the NHC just changed the landfall location. Slight tick south.
What? I frown and walk his way. He has the latest advisory pulled up on his laptop, and I read the longitude and latitude numbers over his shoulder. That doesn't look right.
Of course it's right. It's the National Hurricane Center,
Ernie challenges. And they're always correct? You don't remember Charlie back in 2004? I argue. They boasted about a Tampa landfall, and hours before it hit, they said, nope, it's actually headed to Port Charlotte.
Cone of uncertainty. Port Charlotte was always in the path.
In the path and a direct hit are two different mindsets, Ernie. The public doesn't pay attention to anything but landfall destination. We both know that.
With that kind of attitude, the NWS isn't going to hire you.
How do you know about the NWS? I ask, rearing back. My voice drops, focusing on Ernie's smirk and the ash he taps out of his cigarette. I haven't told anyone I applied. I'm too afraid of what happens if I don't get an interview. Too afraid I'll be labeled as not good enough or fine but could be better. The fewer people who know, the less I'll have to explain if things don't work out. Not having heard anything yet makes me think it's heading that direction. Disappointing, yes. But at least not everyone knows I'm not worthy. That's a secret I can keep to myself.
I know everything.
Ernie laughs, the sound undercut with mocking.
They'd eat you alive. Might be fun to watch. That's enough, Fitzpatrick.
Sebastian steps between us, a warning lacing his words. He frowns and turns his back to everyone except me.
You applied to the NWS?
We have so many more important things to worry about right now. I play with the ends of my ponytail, the weight of every pair of eyes heavy on my shoulders. I'm finding a secluded spot for the next storm so no one can ask about my life. There won't be anything but me and the wind and the rain. But yes, I applied to the NWS.
Fuck,
he mumbles, dropping his head back. The line of his throat bobs around a swallow, a new 5 o'clock shadow on his cheeks. Distress, or maybe irritation, brackets his mouth. And when he brings his chin down, gaze meeting mine, it feels like I've done something wrong.
Of course you did.
Am I? Does that mean I'm predictable? I thought it was out of left field for me.
Don't worry about it.
The muscles in his jaw work, tightening, then releasing. He steps away, puts his hands on his hips, and squints out at the choppy water.
It's not important. Sorry to break up whatever's happening here, but what does the data say?
Dave says.
Data doesn't lie. Tell us where the new landfall is, Ernie.
I move away from the men huddling around the laptop and head for my car, digging my own computer out from under a pair of rain boots and connecting to the hotspot on my phone. Data doesn't lie, but neither does intuition. Knowing when to leave and when to stay is one of the most crucial parts of storm chasing. Being patient, navigating weather on the fly, and trying to understand why it acts the way it does is a seemingly impossible task, but I haven't given up yet. And I'm not going to today. Footsteps follow me. I know who it is without looking over my shoulder.
What are you thinking, Monroe? The wheels are turning.
Sebastian's voice makes me shiver. The warmth of his body envelops mine, far too close. I shouldn't be able to hear the soft exhale of his breath, how he fills his lungs before letting out another puff of air like he's grateful to be alive. I shouldn't be able to smell his cologne, the scent of fresh-cut wood with the hint of something spicy and forbidden beneath the surface. It dredges up the memory of his thigh pressed against mine on the Ferris wheel, the secret I think he was hiding, and the inexplicable way I was comfortable with him next to me, even when I was afraid. A stuffed animal that's now sitting on my dresser at home. A light laugh. The rumble of "you're definitely a badass bitch" echoing in my ears. A mantra I've had on repeat in the days that have passed. The stars reflected in his eyes and the flicker of understanding that there might be more to Sebastian than the cocky, charismatic side he shows to everyone around him. That night was an anomaly. Too outside our wheelhouse, and it would do us some good to get back to the place where we operate best. Bickering. Trying to one-up each other and seeing who comes away victorious. That's a loaded question, Dunn. I type in a website address to avoid looking at him. Right now I'm wondering if I could kick you in the shin and get away with it.
Physical touch has always been my love language.
His laughter makes goosebumps sprout on my skin. I feel them at the top of my spine, where my ponytail brushes against my neck, lower between my shoulder blades, and I step forward to get him out of my orbit.
I meant about the storm, but we'll come back to your affinity for violence toward me in a minute.
I study the satellite imagery of the storm, playing its movement on a loop. Claudia's eye has become more defined over the last 6 hours, compact with a hurricane-force wind field that extends 25 miles. A pretty thing that will pack a punch whenever it hits, regardless of its category. And I want to be there when it does. What is everyone else thinking? I ask, treading carefully.
Boca Raton, Dave says, eavesdropping. West-northwest movement would put it north of here.
West-northwest? I frown, clicking over to a different screen. That's not right. It's moving west.
You've gotta be kidding me, Ernie mumbles. Look at the picture, sweetheart. It's going west-northwest. You call yourself a meteorologist but don't know your cardinal directions? That's pathetic. Fuck no.
The viciousness in Sebastian's tone makes everyone stop talking, including me. I've never heard him raise his voice, used to the guy who always keeps his cool, who throws out a joke or two, and I freeze. It's so quiet I can hear the slam of a hammer against the head of a nail up the road, the wind rustling the flag tethered to a pole on my right, and I slowly turn to look at what's unfolding behind me.
What was that, pretty boy? Ernie asks. Knock it the fuck off, Sebastian says. I'm not doing anything. Drop the condescending shit. Talk to Quincy with the respect she deserves, or we're going to have a fucking problem. It's not my fault she can't read the... I'd be careful how you finish that sentence, Fitzpatrick. And when you do, I want you to speak up so I can make sure I'm hearing you correctly.
Sebastian steps toward Ernie, narrowed eyes, hands clenched into fists at his side. He's wearing a scowl so menacing I'm worried he's going to start throwing punches. I've never been in a fight, he'd said. He's about to be, I think. Then, vaguely, does this make me special?
The model says what it says, Ernie fires back. And the only person in this group who has a PhD says differently.
Sebastian's gaze bounces back my way, and he doesn't look like the golden weather boy right now. He looks downright pissed, and his attention is all on me. Unnerving, I realize. That's how it feels to be the object of his sole focus. I felt it fleetingly the other night at the top of the Ferris wheel when we were all alone, out in the field when we tried to chase a tornado, and I'm feeling the effects of it again now. A pressure on my chest, warm skin, flushed cheeks, my tongue heavy in my mouth, and words hard to find. A group of 6 other people are around us, but Sebastian's vision is tunneled down to a single, painstaking entity. Me.
Why do you think it's moving west?
Sebastian's question catches me off guard. I fumble at the directness, but recover quick enough to gesture at Ernie's computer screen. I'm guessing the NHC adjusted Claudia's course based on the wobble they saw in the advisory at 5 a.m. But look at the 8 a.m. advisory. The wobble corrects itself. It's back on its western course.
And the
high-pressure system over the Carolinas, it's preventing Claudia from making a more drastic northward turn.
There's that badass bitch,
He murmurs, the pride only for me.
Are you staying put?
Might as well. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. There will be more hurricanes.
We're moving,
Ernie declares.
The Euro is matching up with the NHC's track. No use sitting here and missing out on the good stuff.
The GFS is more accurate for short-term forecasting, and I click over to the spaghetti models he has pulled up on a separate web page, smiling at the outlier. I've always liked the underdog. It's sticking with the westward track.
Guess we'll find out.
Dave hitches his bag over his shoulder. Decision made.
Enjoy your mediocre storm, Quincy.
The rest of the men follow suit. They pack up their filming equipment and hop in their cars. Someone revs an engine and I roll my eyes. Eli looks between Sebastian and me, eyebrows furrowed.
What are you two doing?
He asks. Staying. I close my laptop and turn my attention to my phone, wanting to hop on my socials and give my followers an update on the storm. The notifications have been non-stop this morning, and I know they're all waiting for more information. I don't care what he does.
So considerate.
Sebastian crosses his arms over his chest.
Just for that, I'm going to hang around too. We'll see how long it takes her to push me into the marina.
Seconds, probably.
Do you have somewhere safe to go if things go south?
Eli turns to me as he asks it, the concern making me smile.
Hurricanes are less of a beast than tornadoes, but they bring on a whole different set of dangers. You're good?
I'm good. I scoped out the area earlier. There's a parking garage around the corner with higher ground if I need it. You're welcome to stay if you want. You won't see shit if you go with the other guys, I say. A conversation I'm not a part of passes between Eli and Sebastian. There's a shrug and a nod, the huff of laughter and a quiet, I get it, ma'am. When I look up at them, they're shaking hands.
I'm all set, but you all be careful. It was nice to meet you, Quincy.
Eli's eyes hold mine. He's an attractive guy. Considerate, too, which feels impossible to find these days. If I was feeling bold, I might slip him my number after a drink or two.
If you're ever in Iowa, track me down. I promise I'll make it worth your while.
With a salute and the tip of an imaginary hat, Eli jogs toward one of the cars pulling out of the parking lot. When the passenger side door slams shut, I glance over at the only person left. Sebastian's eyes widen. The grin he gives me is devilish. Unfairly coy with a lazy lift of his shoulder.
Looks like it's just you and me, Quinny baby. Probably for the best. I've never liked to share.
His voice is the hint of the leftover liquor in an expensive glass. Smooth. Distracting.
What do you say we have some fun?
9. Quincy. Mia. Be safe today, Quinn. I know you've been in more dangerous storms than this one, but I always worry about you. I promise I'll be careful. Mia. I'd miss you very much if something happened to you. Harlow. I tuned into your show this morning. 30,000 people were watching. That's wild. You're such a badass, Quinn. I think they might have been there for Sebastian. Every time he sneaks into one of my broadcasts, the viewer number skyrockets. Mia. Give him a hug for me and tell him I need him to be safe, too. Best I can do is elbow his ribs and hope he stays on his side of the camera. Mia. Acceptable. Harlow. Love you, Quinn. Text us when you can. Love y'all, too. I'll be back tomorrow. Sebastian and I take cover in the lower level of a parking garage when Claudia comes through. Both of our cameras record the rain falling in sheets around us. I live-stream the first part of the storm to show the impacts we're experiencing. Sebastian films a couple videos of himself discussing the deteriorating conditions, and we work around each other to capture the footage we want to grab. A tarp at the construction site across the road rips in two, part of the blue awning tumbling into the bay. A dozen palm trees snap in half, falling like bowling pins in the road and blocking most of the evacuation routes. I'm glad we left our cars parked a couple blocks away. It'll be easier to get out when everything quiets down. The power in the hotel next door to the garage flickers on and off, then goes out completely, the darkened windows making it feel like we're the only ones in the world. We argue over where they'll mark landfall on the map. He guesses somewhere north, near Hollywood. I stay with my original idea of the greater Miami area, elated when the NHC reports Wynwood as the official spot of hurricane entry, a mile up the road from where we are. I wish I could have seen those assholes' faces when they found out they were wrong. I slip off the hood of my rain jacket and squeeze out my drenched ponytail. The eye is passing over us, offering a reprieve from the wind we've been fighting against the last 3 hours. I hope they don't get any footage they can use on social media.
Don't you know how to read a map, sweetheart? Sebastian scoffs as we walk down the road, assessing damage while conditions are calm. He moves a small branch out of the way so I don't have to climb over it.
Is that how it always is for you?
What, people thinking I'm not capable of doing my job because I'm a woman? Pretty much. You should see the emails I get. He stops in the middle of the sidewalk and puts his hand on my forearm, so I have to stop too.
What do they say?
We're in a hurricane. The messages people send me shouldn't be a priority.
Quincy.
Fiercer now, there's a bite behind my name.
What do they say?
Stuff they'd never say to you. I shrug and dig my phone out of my back pocket, snapping photos of the missing shingles on the roof of a business up ahead. I take another picture of the sky and its swirling grays. All those things Ernie tossed around earlier, I've learned to tune it out. The people who hide behind a keyboard are worse, because they know I'll never be able to confront them. They ask how many men I've slept with to find the success I've had. They tell me I'm wasting my best child-rearing years by talking into the void, that they should be the one to shut me up and give my mouth something else to do. I pause, not sure how much more I should share. My favorite is when they mention the only PhD I should have is one of their pretty hard dicks.
You're fucking joking.
Sebastian whips off his hat and bends the bill.
How often does this happen?
Every day.
Every day? Do me a favor. The next time you get one of those emails, send it to me.
What are you going to do, call them out? I laugh. Please. It's not going to change anything. And I don't need you fighting my battles for me.
I'm not fighting your battles for you.
He runs his hand through his hair, pulls on the strands by his ears, and lets out a frustrated groan. It's a distracting noise.
I'm tossing you a sword when a fire-breathing dragon is coming at you and trying to distract it so you can escape. It's helping because I want to help, Monroe. I know you're capable. I know you've been doing fine taking care of yourself and shutting those losers up. But not anymore.
He steps toward me. A raindrop catches on his nose. The toes of his boots knock against mine, and I inhale sharply.
Forget our shit. From now on, as long as I'm around, this is a battle we face together. Do you understand?
I don't know if I'm nodding or gaping at him. Maybe it's both, because my breath is stuck somewhere in my chest, a mess of tangled emotions I can't unravel right now, no matter how badly I want to. I've told Mia and Harlow about the comments and messages. It's always been met with anger on my behalf. Passionate declarations about how men are trash, about how they have my back. And they do, I know they do. Those girls would do anything for me. It's a different feeling entirely when Sebastian is the one saying it. There's more weight behind it. A sure thing, and it's confusing the hell out of me. Understood, I whisper, the word a screech in the quiet solitude we found ourselves in.
Good.
He puts a pin in that conversation, shifting to the next.
That was a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Probably, 11 inches in 3 hours? And Biscayne Bay is flooding from the storm surge. Watch yourself there. Avoid the puddles.
Good estimate. I pull a tape measure from my bag, sidestepping away from a pool of still water, and Sebastian barks out a laugh. What's so funny?
You carry a tape measure with you?
During a hurricane? Of course I do. It's good to be prepared.
What other things do you have hiding in that bag of yours?
He points to the backpack slung over my shoulder.
Let me guess. A weather radio? Probably a Midland?
Obviously, it's a Midland. Do I also have ski goggles and a headlamp? Maybe.
Ski goggles? My God, I need to see you with those on.
Never going to happen. I only wear them if there's flying debris. I will not let you make fun of me for wanting to prevent a stick from poking my eyes out.
Monroe, please.
His voice hitches. His grin is wild. This is the only thing I've ever wanted in my entire life.
You need to dream bigger. I shove my tripod and bag into his arms, glad when he doesn't argue. I catch him unzipping the backpack, peeking inside. Fine, I'll put them on after the storm passes, only if you help me find the best backdrop for my live stream later.
Easiest deal of my life.
Good. I grab a stick and look around, spotting an empty flower pot in front of a boarded-up business. I hold the stick in the clay for a handful of seconds and then pull it out, using the tape measure to find the waterline on the wood. Wow, 7 inches.
Huh. The corner of his mouth quirks. Above average, then?
Do men actually know what 7 inches is?
Yeah, Quinny baby.
The smirk Sebastian tosses my way is cocky, assured, a guy who's never doubted himself a day in his life.
The smart ones do.
This feels like dangerous territory to teeter toward, and I toss the stick to the side. I'm surprised ABC isn't making this storm into a whole production. I gesture around us. Weather is a safer topic. Seems like it would be a big deal.
They're saving the budget for what might happen later in the season. This one is mainly a rainmaker. I haven't seen much wind damage, which is a good sign. The next one might be different.
He pulls his phone out of his pocket and taps the screen.
They do want me to go live on the national news in a few minutes to give an update on Claudia while it's safe to be outside. Could you be my camera woman? It won't take long.
Do I get to talk to David Muir?
Do you wanna talk to David Muir?
I wouldn't be opposed to it. We find a dry spot 30 yards away up a small hill to set down our gear. He hands over his phone and trudges toward the flooded road closer to the bay, using another stick to test the depth of the water. I follow his exact path, stopping when the water reaches my shins. He's cute. Handsome, I guess, is the more appropriate description.
Is that your type?
Sebastian shakes out his hair. Droplets fling from the ends of the dark strands and land on my arm.
Men who wear suits?
Maybe. I'm not sure. Not a lot of free time to find out, you know?
I get it.
He shrugs, takes off his rain jacket and fixes his collar with long fingers before squeezing out a handful of water from the center of his shirt. It's translucent, obnoxiously sticking to every curve of his body. There are visible pectoral muscles, the hint of abdominal muscles, too, and a deep V-cut I have no business seeing. I'm not sure how he's going to be allowed on national television without being censored.
Settling down isn't easy with this job. We're constantly going out on assignment, chasing the next big system. Finding time to spend with someone is difficult.
You're probably dating half of New York, aren't you?
I might be.
A soft chuckle. The lift of his shoulder, water sluicing down his neck in slow motion and catching in the hollow of his throat. It's borderline obscene.
Jealous, Press?
Please. I tap his phone, wondering when this call is going to come through. The screen lights up, and I study the wallpaper. It's a picture of him, Nate, and Cooper at the beach. Bright blue water behind them, their heads tipped back. They look younger. There's a vanilla ice cream cone in Sebastian's hand, a seagull at his feet, and Nate on Cooper's back. I don't think about you at all.
For the record, I'm not dating half of New York.
A quarter.
Not quite.
He tries to peel his shirt away from his chest, but it only clings more possessively to his body. I wonder if he's doing it on purpose.
Haven't found anyone who catches my eye. Knowing the definition of a haboob is a must, and most women think it's a sex position. They're pretty disappointed when they find out it's an intense dust storm.
Maybe it's not disappointment. Maybe it's relief they don't have to sleep with you.
Damn, Monroe. Thanks for tossing my self-confidence in the goddamn gutter.
I'm sure you'll recover. Sebastian's phone rings, a New York phone number scrolling across the screen. He gives me a thumbs up, and for half a reluctant, torturous second, I understand why women fawn over him. I can't stand the man, but I can recognize how good-looking he is with his bright eyes and the boy-like wonder in his megawatt smile. He puts an AirPod in his ear, clipping his tiny microphone to his shirt. A rogue piece of hair falls across his forehead, and he leaves it there, the perfect picture of rugged, wind-swept storm chaser.
If that's the studio, you can answer, Press.
His voice shifts from carefree to professional, the hint of his upbringing tucked away.
I'm ready.
I slide my thumb across the screen, connecting to the FaceTime call. I flip the camera, putting Sebastian in the shot, then nod his way.
Hey, good afternoon, y'all. I'm down in Florida, just outside of Miami Beach, where Hurricane Claudia made landfall about 3 hours ago. I'm currently in the eye, which is why it's so quiet around me, but hurricane-force winds and heavy rain are expected to pick back up in the next 30 minutes. Early reports are suggesting close to 50,000 homes are without power, and we're working with NOAA and the NWS to see if the storm-producing rotation in the outer bands of Claudia had a verified tornado touchdown.
There's a long pause. I can only hear one side of the conversation, but Sebastian nods, staring at the camera.
Exactly. And I get it. You look outside and see that the rain and wind have let up. You're antsy to check out any damage in the surrounding area, but local officials are urging people to stay indoors until the storm passes. We are under a state of emergency, and you have the danger of downed power lines and loose, saturated branches that are susceptible to falling. Don't approach any body of water. Flooding is our biggest concern with this system. Those lampposts behind me have almost disappeared. Is half of that the storm surge from the bay making its way onto the street that will retreat once Claudia works across the state? Yeah. But regardless, that's a bad situation, and...
A blood-curdling scream pierces the air. I almost drop his phone, jerking my chin up in an attempt to find the source of the noise. Sebastian turns, and that's when I see it. There's a car stuck in the water, and someone is inside.
Is that?
I have rope in my bag. I point to where we ditched our stuff in an attempt to keep our supplies dry. There's a tree there. Sebastian moves on instinct, sprinting up the hill with long, purposeful strides. He digs through my backpack until he finds what he's looking for, holding a climbing rope above his head. On the phone screen, someone sits behind a news desk, almost frozen.
Tie it to the trunk.
Sebastian barks out, tossing one end of the rope my way. I shove his phone in my pocket, the camera facing out. My hands shake. I'm about to apologize for not moving fast enough, but he's there, large palms folding over mine. Making a knot and pulling tight.
There you go. That's good, Quincy.
There's no time to ask what his plan is. I don't have to. I see it unfolding in real time. The loop he ties around his middle, the hat he tosses to the side, landing in a small puddle, the swift way he charges toward the vehicle before I can stop him, the water rising from his ankles to halfway up his thighs. Sebastian trudges forward until he's drenched up to his mid-chest, and I'm not sure I'm breathing. Sensations I've never experienced before take up residence in the space behind my ribs. Utter and complete fear, desperation to help but clueless as to how. Awe. The car isn't far, but it feels like hours pass before he comes to a stop in the water. When he does, he struggles with the driver's side door, yanking on it until it gives and he can wedge it open. A bag is slung over his head. A dog is heaved into his hold, and a woman throws her arms around his neck. I'm afraid to blink, worried if I let him out of my sight, he'll go under and not come back up. Seconds tick by. The rope pulls taut, and I watch the pair. Sebastian turns back my way, movements slow like he's fighting through quicksand. As he gets closer, I see they're all drenched down to their bones. The woman looks older, and the dog can't be more than 15 pounds. A sob escapes her when they reach dry ground and climb out of the retreating water. Her shoulders shake, and Sebastian puts a hand on her back, murmurs something soft and encouraging in her ear that has her nodding, that has her squeezing him in a tight hug before pulling away and wiping her eyes. "Thank you," she says around a rasp. I finally let out my first breath. "Thank you for saving us."
Do you live nearby?
His voice melts to low, commanding. It's rough and battle-worn.
Can you walk there?
"Just around the corner. I ran out when the winds calmed down to check on my daughter. It's her first storm with my grandbaby, and I—"
You should go home. Now.
He hands her the dog and pulls the purse over his head.
Please. It's going to get ugly out here again with more rain, and you need to be indoors. Don't leave until you get the all-clear from your local news, okay?
Okay. She nods, face buried in the dog's fur. "Thank you. You're an angel." She shuffles down the sidewalk, away from the higher water in the middle of the road and in the direction of a nearby high-rise. I blink, vision nearly blurry. Sebastian stretches out his arm and flexes his hand. He smiles my way, but I've known him long enough to recognize it's strained at the edges. Dimmer, frightened, far from his usual glee.
Quincy, we're still on camera,
he says, pressing a finger to his AirPod. We are? Shoot, I'm sorry. I fumble with his phone and pull it out of my pocket, holding it at eye level so he's back in the shot. I should have stopped recording.
It's okay. Yeah, I'm here. Everything is okay. She's fine. I'm fine.
Sebastian nods along to whatever's being said in his ear.
I'm going to find a towel, and I'll catch up with you after Claudia moves through completely.
After he finishes with a round of goodbyes and a live from the eye, it's Sebastian Dunn sign-off, I hang up. He groans, and I move toward him without a second thought. I'm closing the distance between us. I'm fisting his shirt and searching his body for any signs of injury. I don't know what I'm looking for. A cut or nick on his arm, a gash on his neck from floating debris. When I find him safe from any marks, a gasp rattles out of me. I'm coming up for air for the first time in days. You're okay, I whisper, throat scratchy. Words are hard to find. Holy shit, Sebastian. I give his chest a gentle shove. He wraps his fingers around my wrists, keeping my hands there. I don't protest. What were you thinking?
I wasn't. She's someone's mom, someone's grandma. I couldn't just... What if that happened to someone I loved?
He's trembling when he exhales, long eyelashes fluttering closed.
I'm not a monster.
A pain in my ass? Yes. The bane of my existence? Always. Something harsher than that? Never. Sebastian Dunn is the furthest thing from a monster, and my heart aches because of it. I've spent years thinking he was selfish, a self-righteous prick who would save himself first and not bat an eye if anyone got hurt along the way. But I've been so fucking wrong. Our gazes meet. The air is electric, and it's not from the storm. Sebastian stares and stares and stares, unblinking until he shakes his head, until he flicks off the clump of mud stuck on the curve of his jaw and tosses me a smile. I have a first aid kit in my bag, I finally whisper.
Of course you do,
he says back, in case you need medical attention.
The only thing I need is to see you in those ski goggles. I think I've earned it, don't you?
Yeah, I lick my lips. I guess you have.
Good.
He steps closer.
Are you ready for round 2?
No, a voice inside my head whispers. I don't think I'm ready for anything. The Rainy Day Show broadcast. Sebastian.
Look at all the people tuning into the show. 40,000. You're famous.
Quincy. I'm not famous. Sebastian.
Guess they must be here for me. The audience loves me. Hello, America.
Quincy. For everyone who missed my live stream a couple weeks ago where I chased a tornado and didn't get a chance to be subjected to this guy's delightfully obnoxious personality, this is Sebastian Dunn. Sebastian.
Did you hear that, world? She called me delightful.
Quincy. Your selective hearing is impressive. Sebastian.
Don't forget my big ego. Someone in the comments is talking about the way I look at you. It's like I'm a lost puppy. Woof.
Quincy. Guess we need to take you to the pound. Can we get back to Claudia coverage? Sebastian.
Sure, but only after we tell everyone about the time you used a box of pancake mix to measure precipitation levels.
At Jack's Beach Native. I love seeing Sebastian Dunn on my screen. At 30 Flirty Not Thriving. Okay, but he does look at her like a puppy. It's so cute. Gonna throw up. At Surfs Up Florida.
Impacts we should feel in Tampa from this storm later today?
At The Rainy Day Show. Hi, at Surfs Up Florida. Outer bands bringing rain, chance of localized flooding, and the occasional gust. Be safe. At Anon85. I don't know who I'm crushing on more, her or him.
10. Sebastian. Coop, there it is. The clip of you helping that woman is making the rounds online, Seb. Are you okay? We go through serious training for flood safety at the station, and you're out there saving the day. That's intense shit. Might need to recruit you. I'm fine, and I'd do it again if I had to. Nate the Great. Are you driving back tonight? First thing in the morning, I didn't know if the roads would be safe, so I booked a hotel. It has a 2.5-star rating, and the review mentioned rat droppings in the bathtub. Can't wait to see what's under my bed. Coop, there it is. Text us when you're headed back tomorrow. Sure thing, baby cakes. Nate the Great. I thought we agreed on no pet names in the group chat. You agreed to that. I didn't agree to shit. Coop, there it is. Majority rules. Sorry, Buttercup. Nate the Great. I'm removing myself from this chat. Bye, sweet cheeks. Nate the Great. I liked you better when you lived in New York. We take our time walking back to our cars after Claudia passes through and find them free from damage. I grab a towel from my trunk, running it through my hair and over my face. You're freaking me out. Quincy lifts her tripod off the muddy ground and wipes her legs clean. Is your mouth broken? Why are you smiling so much? This is, unfortunately, just my face. I drape the towel over my shoulder and stretch my arms above my head, groaning when my back pops. A deep massage sounds like heaven right now. So does a different pair of shoes. I stopped feeling my toes around 3 in the afternoon, and it's getting dark now. And I'm smiling because today was a good day. The best I've had in months, actually. But I don't want to admit that out loud. I'm afraid that if I put words to it, it'll be taken from me. It'll be snatched away the second I'm finally having fun at work and not putting any pressure on myself. It's been goddamn ages since that's happened. It was pretty good, wasn't it? She leans against her trunk, a foot propped against the bumper. You weren't the worst person to chase a hurricane with. Thank you for your generosity, Monroe. I offer her the towel and she shakes her head. Do you know what time it is? Are we going to upload our footage to social media? Start the drive home? Nope. I tap the strap of her backpack, grinning. Let me see the goggles, Prez. Damn it, Quincy groans, head dropped back and staring up at the sky. I thought you might have forgotten about that. Only thing that kept me going, to be honest. I probably shouldn't tell you I also keep a helmet in my car. She sighs and slips the bag off her arm. She crouches down, rifling through supplies I saw earlier when I was searching for a rope. A water bottle lands on the ground. So does the first aid kit she mentioned and a small whistle. You're going to want me to play dress up. A helmet? For safety, obviously. I'm not riding a bike. Obviously, I echo, watching her find the ski goggles. She stands and pulls her hair out of the ponytail she's had it in, shaking the long strands free. You do know rainfall flooding makes up 57% of direct hurricane deaths in the last decade, right? Water kills more people than wind. Oh, I'm aware of the statistics. It's in case I'm live streaming and can't protect my head. I can prevent myself from walking into floodwaters. I can't prevent a tree branch from falling on me. And the goggles? For debris. And so I can see when the winds pick up. I used them during a Category 3 a couple years ago, and they worked wonders. Huh, I hum. Maybe I need a partnership with the ski goggle brand. No making fun of me. I cannot promise that, but I'll do my best. Quincy sighs and slides the goggles over her face. She adjusts the strap around the back of her head, tightening the eye protection, and holds her arms out at her sides.
What do you think?
Oh my God. My lips twitch. I cough into my fist, trying to cover up my laugh. I fail miserably when the bark of a chuckle rumbles out of me. Please tell me you have your helmet. I dare you to put it on.
Ugh, you owe me.
She turns and opens her trunk, grabbing a dark blue helmet and buckling it under her chin. My fingers twitch. We're perfectly safe, away from any threats, but I still want to check the strap. I want to make sure it's secure.
There, the complete look. Quincy Monroe's hurricane preparedness.
Please let me take a picture of you. I'm surprised you haven't already for blackmail somewhere down the road. It's definitely blackmail material. Can I post a photo on social media?
You were on my show. It's not like people don't know we spent the day together. Go ahead, Dunn. You better bring me at least 1 million new followers.
You're overestimating my worth. I wrestle my phone out of my pocket, moving until I have the perfect angle. The lighting is moody. Behind her, shingles are strewn across the ground. Smile, Quinny baby. Quincy sticks out her tongue, hands on her hips. She might be trying to act like she's miserable, but I can see the grin she's fighting off, the easiness in her movements, and it makes me smile too. I snap a couple shots, quick to upload my favorite one to social media. No filter, no hashtag sponsored content. Nothing but her looking goofy as hell, my shadow just in the edge of the photograph, a caption of hurricane chasing with the ultimate weather girl typed out under it. I tag her too at the rainy day show proudly displayed on my screen. Why the hell not? The rest of today has been an anomaly, having a good time at work, the two of us getting along. Might as well keep it going. The picture uploads and my phone immediately begins to buzz with notifications. I silence them, tucking the device away and wrapping my knuckles on the top of her helmet. The water is receding, I say. It's getting pulled back to the bay. Good. Quincy takes off her protective gear and slides it in her trunk next to a duffel bag.
Think the roads are safe?
The highway is only a mile up the road. We're at a higher elevation than we were during the storm. We should be okay.
Guess that means it's time to head out.
Wanna grab some food first?
Pardon?
Food. Eating. The thing people do after they've been on their feet all day and haven't consumed enough calories to sustain basic bodily functions.
You want to get food?
She wrinkles her nose, eyebrows pulled tight. She lifts her chin to look at me.
Together?
I was going to ask Ernie and Dave, but you're a good runner-up. I laugh when she grabs a pair of rolled-up socks and launches them at my head. Come on, I'm starving, and I'm sure you are too. I'm going to drive myself to a restaurant to get dinner. If you want to join, I'll keep the seat on the other side of the booth open. It's 45 minutes, not a marriage proposal. You can handle that, can't you? Quincy hesitates.
Is anything open?
I'm glad to have a task, something to focus on besides her, because there's a mark on her forehead from the helmet I want to rub away with my thumb. A rogue piece of hair I want to tuck behind her ear. I busy myself with searching on my phone for something specific, and I smile when I find what I'm looking for. I plug in the address to my GPS and glance her way. Do you trust me? I ask.
Do I have a choice?
You always have a choice.
3 weeks ago, I might have said no.
A long pause, the husk of a soft laugh.
Tonight? The answer is yes. I do trust you.
That makes me the happiest motherfucker in any zip code, and I stomped down on the pride zipping up my spine. Do you want to take one car or two? The place we're going is in the opposite direction from the highway, so you'd have to circle back anyway, I say.
One car is fine. Can you drive?
Course. I spin my keys. I promise to return you when we're finished.
In one piece.
Where's the fun in that? Her laugh is louder now. We pile into the rental car at least for the summer and head south, making small talk on the way. I navigate around downed branches and the occasional stoplight without power, but damage appears minimal. There's no major flooding, and that's a good sign for our first landfall of the season. Quincy asks for the name of the best pizza joint in Manhattan. I make her tell me the spring specials at my favorite local restaurant I missed out on. She gives me shit when she finds out my building as a doorman, and I hand over my phone so she can send the photos I took of her to herself. Our conversation halts when we pass a car with a tree on the hood and a live power line sitting dangerously close to a house.
I hope no one is using their generators inside.
She presses her nose against the window, breath fogging up the glass. Every time I glance over, her bottom lip is caught between her teeth. She's scanning the streets like she's checking to make sure no one out there needs help, and there's a sharp and jagged ache behind my ribs.
I try to remind people about carbon monoxide poisoning.
Fear makes folks do things they wouldn't normally do. It makes them forget things too.
Truth or dare, Dunn?
She asks, and I grin. Truth, Monroe.
What's the worst natural disaster you've covered?
Wow, I blow out a breath. That's a hard question. There was heavy flooding in Tennessee a couple years ago. I was tracking the system in the days leading up to it, and ABC decided to send me out there. It was... I shake my head. I've never seen that kind of devastation before. Towns were there, then they weren't. The search and rescue was the worst part.
I'm sorry.
Quincy reaches over, a hand on my forearm. It's a good thing I'm sticking to well under the speed limit. I almost jerked the wheel sharply to the right at the contact.
I'm sure that wasn't easy.
I've seen shit. I know you have too, but finding teddy bears washed up on the banks of the river, whole houses moving miles downstream, that shit fucking rocks your world. I take a second to push the images out of my mind. It's not something I want to linger on. People assume we become desensitized to destruction because we cover it so frequently. Maybe some meteorologists and reporters do, but it's hard as hell for me. Every time I share a death toll number from an earthquake or a mudslide or a tornado that plows through the Great Plains in the middle of the night, it makes me sick. 1 person, 30 people, doesn't matter. It all hurts.
I haven't been around much post-disaster relief efforts. I'm not sure I'd be able to handle it. Sometimes it feels like I care about things too much, like I'm too soft for all of this.
She pulls her palm off my arm, gesturing at the windshield.
But it's important to tell these stories, isn't it? So people remember why we do what we do.
Yeah. My throat is scratchy when I swallow. What about you? What's the worst natural disaster you've seen?
A Category 3 hurricane 2 summers ago. An entire mobile home park was wiped out.
Jesus. I stare out at the road, worn out in a way that could have me sleeping for 15 hours. I'm easing down from the adrenaline of the storm, and it's the best kind of tired. Heavy eyes, exhausted limbs. Every time I get back from a natural disaster event, whether it's a blizzard, forest fires, dust storms.
Haboobs.
Haboobs, I smile. I feel grateful, you know?
Is that why today was a good day?
Among other reasons. I point at the large sign ahead of us. Ta-da! We're here.
Waffle House.
Quincy laughs, twirls the damp ends of her hair around her finger before letting them go.
Are you serious?
Please tell me you believe in the Waffle House Index, Prez.
Of course I do. If it's good enough for the head of FEMA to use in a disaster, it's good enough for me.
Atta girl, I say, throwing open my door with renewed purpose when she tucks her chin to her chest to hide the blush on her cheeks. Looks like we're in a level green. Check out the plate of food the server just brought out.
Isn't it wild that a restaurant chain is tied to risk management?
She hops out of the car and slams the door shut.
I guess it's good news for the community. A closed Waffle House means severe damage, which doesn't benefit anyone.
Especially when I'm hungry. The only things I've had to eat today are a package of sunflower seeds and a protein bar on the drive down.
Do I look like a wet rat?
Quincy steps in front of me and grimaces. My eyes rake down her body from the shirt hugging the swell of her breasts to the rain boots that come halfway up her calves.
I should have grabbed a change of clothes from my car before we left.
Let me see. I put my palms on her jaw and study her face. I turn her chin to the left, then the right, humming. Her lipstick is faded. Her hair is 3 shades darker and soaking wet, and what must be bone-deep exhaustion is obvious on her cheeks and in the little creases around her eyes. I feel it too, in my shoulders, in the blister throbbing on my pinky toe. It's tucked away in my chest with the blissful murmur of contentment, and I know when I put my head on my pillow tonight, I'm going to fall asleep happy. Attacked by rats, probably, but goddamn happy. Her inhale is sharp when I drag my thumb across her cheek, using the last drops of rainwater sticking to her skin to wet my fingers. She doesn't let out the breath, holding it in while she watches me wipe away the mascara from under her right eye with a quick swipe. When she finally relaxes, her exhale is a warm puff of air. I've gladly committed a lot of sins in my life, but I'd be the biggest fucking saint if it meant I could do that again. Nah. I dance my fingers across her jaw. I dip them lower, ghosting down the line of her neck before pulling away completely. Today has made me reckless, entirely out of my mind. You look like a drowned raccoon.
Asshole.
Her hand lands on the sweatshirt I put on before we started our drive. She twists the material tight in her fist, then gives me a shove that barely moves me an inch.
You're buying after that comment.
I was hoping we'd do an awkward dance for the check. It's fun.
You don't pay on the first date.
Horror etches across her face when she realizes what she said.
I didn't. This isn't. Forget I.
Do you want it to be a date, Quinny baby? I grin. We can make it a date. I'll buy you some flowers. What are your favorites? Roses? Nah, too easy. What about hibiscuses?
No. Nope. This is the furthest thing from a date. It's an end-of-the-world meal. A celebration for making it through a disaster. That's it.
Sounds fun. We walk toward the restaurant, and I hold the door open for her. Tell me, Monroe, if we were the last 2 people on Earth, how much attention would you give me?
None, and you'd probably perish. You can't survive without someone kissing your ass.
Then you'd be alone forever. I know you'd miss me.
You'd find a way to bother me from the afterlife.
Obviously I would. You can't get rid of me that easily. The hostess seats us in a booth in the back by a large window. There's only one other person here, a man in a trucker hat sitting at the counter with empty plates spread out in front of him. I'm hoping he's waiting out the storm. Maybe he's looking for an excuse to hang around because his eyes jump from the newspaper he's holding to the chef standing over the waffle machine. There's a hint of a smile as he watches her, the shake of his head and a hand on his jaw, holding back. What a story that would be. I relax when I smell bacon. Syrup and hash browns, too, and I'm glad I have some company. Our server comes over and takes our order. We both pour a full cup of coffee despite the moon starting to peek out from behind a cluster of clouds, and Quincy adds cream and a spoonful of sugar to her mug. Wow, she sighs around the word after taking a long sip.
That's delicious.
I don't normally do caffeine this late, but today calls for it. I cover my yawn with the back of my hand. Thanks for filming me, by the way. I know you had your own things going on, and I appreciate the assist.
I'm adding it to my resume.
She folds both hands around her mug. Another sigh loosens from her chest when she leans back.
I can't believe you saved that woman. I can't believe it's on video. Is your phone blowing up?
Don't know. Haven't bothered to look at my notifications. Cooper said it's making the rounds online, but it doesn't matter to me. I'd do it again if I needed to. I hope you don't think I did that
For attention. I don't. Not at all. That was life and death. And a good thing you did.
The compliment means a lot coming from her, and I smile at the server who brings our food over. Thank you.
This looks delicious. I just wish it wasn't freezing in here.
Quincy draws her arms across her chest and shivers.
That's what I get for not changing out of my wet clothes.
I drop my elbow on the table and grin. Drowned raccoon, remember? Here. I pull my sweatshirt over the back of my head and hand it to her. It's an old thing, hardly more than a scrap of fabric at this point with a torn right sleeve and missing drawstrings, but it gets the job done. It's a hell of a lot better than the wet outfit she's in, and I don't like seeing her cold. Take this.
It's okay, I'll be fine.
Come on. I lean forward, thighs bumping the table. I drop the hoodie in her lap and sit back down. It's not going to bite.
Are you sure about that?
Quincy asks. Only one way to find out. She doesn't put the sweatshirt on, but she does spread the material over her legs. She tucks the sleeves under her thighs and lets out a content sigh that's infinitely better than chattering teeth. I fight back another smile when she rubs her hand across the tattered cotton, when she curls her fingers in the hood.
Thank you,
she finally says. Happy to help. Our conversation lulls while we dig into our meal. There's mumbled appreciation for the melted butter, Knuckles nudging the bottle of syrup across the table, and the second round of waffles we both order. The hash browns Quincy adds, asking for ketchup, then sheepishly telling me she loves adding the condiment on almost everything. When I polish off my food, I groan.
I haven't had a day this long in a while.
Quincy reaches for her coffee.
It always takes me a storm or two to get back in the groove.
I understand what you mean. When you do get adjusted to your new normal for the next 5 months, it's good for the soul, you know? I rub my hand over my chest, knowing today was beyond good for the soul. It's too scary to tell her the days I spent in the studio in New York make me think I'm claustrophobic. The evenings where I'm crammed inside and wishing for fresh air, small towns, and sweet tea in a mason jar on Cooper's porch with my boys. Instead, I decide on the elephant in the room. The other part I'm not going to mention to her. Not yet. I like this bubble we found ourselves in too much to burst it by saying we're going after the same job. It will dredge up old animosity, and I want to stay in this moment for as long as I can. It's too nice to want to bolt away. So, the NWS, huh? I ask, hoping that everything we've been through today has distracted her from my reaction earlier to hearing the news from Ernie. Or, if she did notice the change in my behavior, she's forgotten about it by now. We've lived 100 lives since then. It's probably the last thing on her mind. That's new.
Making videos is great, but I want to do more. Taking people into the action is where I'm going to make the biggest difference. I don't care about followers or numbers or anything like that. It sounds so cheesy, but I want to inspire, I guess, the next generation of weather lovers, especially young girls. I remember growing up and watching my local meteorologist every night. She was so passionate about what she talked about, and it made me want to be passionate about it too. I'm learning I'm happiest when I'm in the thick of the storms. It makes me wonder if there's a better way I could.
Quincy trails off, the sentence unfinished. Whatever she isn't saying is a secret for her, and I don't push it.
Sorry, I'm rambling.
Listening to her is making it obvious why she wants to pivot and try something new. She thinks she needs to work harder to have a bigger purpose, as if what she's doing isn't enough, when that's the furthest thing from the truth. You're not, I say. I get it. I have the easiest job in the world. Thousands of people in our field would kill to go on air for an hour a day and make a 7-figure salary. But lately, I've been wondering what good is all that shit if you're miserable?
Wait.
Her face softens. She moves her plate out of the way, leaning closer.
Are you miserable?
Not miserable, just burnt out. Stuck. It slips out before I can stop it, and I wince. I love what I do, but I don't like what I do. Not right now, at least. Does that make sense?
Oh.
Quincy's eyes widen in understanding.
That's why you're in town for the summer. It's not just to film a docu-series.
No, it's not. People see. I let out a self-deprecating laugh. An ache presses on my chest, a bruise that won't go away. They see this version of me I've crafted and shared on social media.
The golden weather boy.
Exactly. It's a caricature. When they meet me, they don't want to know about my hopes and dreams. They want me to rap about high-pressure systems and noctilucent clouds and... Have you ever seen a noctilucent cloud, Monroe? Those thin, wispy clouds that glow? Ooh, fucking gorgeous. Anyway, I scrub a hand over my face. She smiles. It propels me forward. No one ever sees me. There's Sebastian Dunn, weather chaser. Not many people care about Sebastian Dunn, ordinary guy who's looking for some joy.
Does weather bring you joy?
It hasn't for the longest time, but today I saw a glimmer of that happiness I used to feel, and it gave me hope. I groan. Listen to me. I'm out here complaining about a job that pays the bills while people lost their roofs today. I need to get my priorities straight.
Everyone's struggles don't have to be equal. Just because you didn't lose the roof on your house doesn't mean what you're feeling isn't valid.
She drums her fingers on the table, considering.
I think life is too short to do things that don't bring you joy. And being burned out is okay, but it's not something you want to last for too long. Maybe you have to go through that period of being stuck, of being miserable to realize there are better things out there. How else would you know if what you're doing is working unless you have to climb uphill to get it? Makes it more worth it in the end.
That. This laugh is softer, more earnest. Is a very good point. Thanks for listening to me. Cooper and Nate don't know I've been unhappy.
You should tell them.
Quincy tips her head, assessing me. I like having her attention.
They love you. All they want you to be is happy.
Yeah, I should. I sip my coffee. This pep talk helped, and for what it's worth, I think you'd be phenomenal at the NWS. I nudge her calf with my foot, hopeful when she finds out we're going after the same role, she'll understand why. Badass bitch, remember?
I haven't forgotten.
She smiles.
Thanks, Dunn.
Truth or dare, Monroe?
Are we still playing this game?
I need to know all your weaknesses, and to lighten the mood.
Truth.
Let's go back to our earlier conversation about dating and personal lives. Splitting the bill.
Oh, no. I'd rather not.
Are you dating anyone?
I'm not answering that.
Come on, we went through a hurricane together. You're required to tell me.
It was a Category 1.
Don't care. Natural disaster rules apply. If you go through a severe weather event with someone, you're required to reveal a secret. Go on, Monroe. Spill your guts.
Ugh, fine.
Quincy sighs and drops her chin into the palm of her hand.
I'm not dating anyone. I've tried, but it never works out. When I tell people what I do for work, they either don't believe me or ask if I've fucked anyone in the middle of a tornado.
I choke on my coffee. Some gets on my chin and I wipe it away with my thumb. You're not serious. What is it with you and storms that rotate?
I wish I was kidding, she laughs. I get blocked pretty quickly on the dating apps when I talk about the logistical nightmare it would be to have sex with someone in a ditch while what sounds like a train horn blares in the background.
Ambiance. Who needs smooth jazz when you can listen to the sky splitting in two and Mother Nature wreaking havoc on humanity? Definitely gets me off.
Ugh, please. I've seen the pictures of you in your tuxedos and the women posing on your arm. That one photo shoot you did for Vogue had a lot of fancy cufflinks and shiny shoes. And you can't forget the paparazzi snapshot of you with an unidentified blonde.
She clears her throat, shifting in her seat.
The women are always beautiful. You probably have a model in your bed every night, don't you?
I knew you were obsessed with me, Quinny baby. Putting up pictures of my photo shoot in your room like I'm a 90s heartthrob? Phew, I'll keep it a secret. I smirk when she kicks my shin. To answer your question about my sex life,
I am not asking about your sex life.
The unidentified blonde woman was my friend Rosie, asking for advice on a birthday gift for her wife. We had an argument over whether she should get Knicks or Nets tickets, and she finally decided on a New York Rangers game because her other half loves hockey. As for the models in my bed, your gossip websites are wrong. I told you I'm not dating half of New York, and that includes physical relationships. I haven't been with anyone in months, I say. Closer to a year at this point. It might be longer. I stopped keeping track over the holidays when I descended into a 3-month stretch of using my hand and an old t-shirt to get off so I could feel something other than bitter frustration. I was serious when I said no one's caught my eye or held my attention for longer than a couple seconds. The women I meet are all fine. Lovely people who will make a guy really happy one day, but they haven't been for me. I need better than fine.
Oh.
Quincy clears her throat.
That's good for you. Or, I'm sorry?
Your compliments mean so much to me. I dodge the napkin she throws at my head, turning to apologize when it lands on the table behind us that's now occupied by new patrons. Good for you for not settling. Don't waste your time on men who think parking under an overpass during a tornado is safe.
We're doomed, aren't we?
Her chuckle is soft, tired. She lifts her coffee mug in my direction, a peace offering in the gesture.
Here's to finding your haboob, girl.
She's out there, probably waiting for the dust to settle.
Your jokes are terrible, which means it's time to take me back to my car. It's getting late, and I've exceeded my Sebastian Dunn tolerance for the day.
I should quit while I'm ahead. I grabbed my wallet out of my pocket and set down a couple of bills. But I'm not worried. I'll get you to change your tune one of these days.
I don't know about that.
Quincy slides out of the booth and stands.
You're going to have to keep trying.
We have months before I leave Monroe. I stand too. She might be tall at 5'9", but I tower over her. I'm glad when she has to tilt her head back to meet my gaze.
It's a good thing my determination has always been one of my best qualities.
11. Quincy. The days after getting back from Miami pass in a hazy blur of live streams, Q&A sessions, and a dinner at Cooper's house where Sebastian and I tell our friends about chasing Claudia. 2 more tropical systems form in the Atlantic, but a weak Bermuda high keeps them out at sea. My social media exploded after Sebastian tagged me in that photo with my ski goggles and helmet. 100,000 new followers rolled in. I've caught myself scrolling through his profile and staring at the snapshot on more than one occasion before I realize what I'm doing and shove my phone under a couch cushion so I'm not tempted to pick it up again. Falling into a routine is easy. I balance my time between work and helping Mia and Harlow with the thick of wedding planning. Centerpieces and napkin colors are picked, bridesmaid dresses get ordered, the guest list is finalized, and we sit on my porch in the early evenings, sharing a bottle of wine and unwinding while we talk about our days. The 3rd Friday of July arrives, bringing with it a temptation to step away from my computer early. It's hard to focus when I look out the window in my office and find one of those rare summer days without an afternoon storm taunting me. There's a light breeze, a cloudless sky. The temperature is somewhere between stifling and almost tolerable, and some fresh air sounds nice. I close out of the tabs I've been working on, pausing when I see an unread email sitting in my inbox. I frown, heart climbing up my throat when I click the subject line and scan the first few words. My mouth drops open as I read farther down, pulse spiking when I reach the end of the message. I have to read it a second time to make sure it's real. Holy shit, I whisper. Holy shit. I grab my phone and FaceTime Harlow before I start to spiral. I pace around the room, anxiously waiting for her to pick up. When she does, she's yawning. Quinn? Harlow props her phone against the backsplash on her kitchen counter. She disappears out of the frame, returning with a coffee pot and a mug covered in middle fingers she fills all the way to the top. Did I miss something important? I have news, I say, out of breath, unbelieving. Give me a second to add Mia. Do I need to sit down for this? Do you have a stalker? It was only a matter of time before some creep on the internet found out where you lived. There's no stalker. Hang on. I tap the screen and hit Mia's contact info, smiling when her face takes up half my screen. Can you hear me? This is fun. Mia turns and pulls the curtains behind her desk closed. When she does, I see the printout from the New York Times bestseller list Harlow and I gifted her hanging on the pink wall in her office. Do we want to get dinner tonight? Something happened. I sit on the couch, shoved in the corner of the room. My hands tremble and I scroll to the top of the email. A third read-through confirms it's still true, and I burst out laughing. The National Weather Service wants me to come in for an interview. There's a moment of silence. Then havoc unfolds. Mia shrieks. Harlow rambles off a passionate soliloquy about badass women and putting men in their places. I fight back tears, soaking in their excitement for me and holding it close to my chest. "Quinn!" Mia claps. "This is huge!" "I knew they'd ask for an interview," Harlow says. "When is it?" "Next Monday." I laugh again, not caring that the tears are falling freely now. This is all too surreal. Something I'm not sure I could make up in my wildest dreams, and every hour I've ever put into my work feels as if it's coming to fruition. Like I'm finally getting the recognition I know I deserve. I can't believe they're interested in talking to me. "I'm so happy for you." Mia sniffs and reaches for a tissue. "You're going to be a star." She's already a star. Her videos from Hurricane Claudia have 3 million views and counting, Harlow adds. Plus the hundreds of comments wondering when Sebastian will be back on the Rainy Day show. Every time I log onto social media, there are more and more messages asking for a collaboration with him. Someone made an edit of the two of us, a cinematic mashup of footage from our failed tornado chase and Claudia coverage they put together. When I sent it to Sebastian, he answered with a dozen grinning emojis and a link to some song from Mission Impossible. I don't want to celebrate a milestone prematurely. I drop my head against the curve of the couch. The ceiling fan oscillates above me and I smile again. But this calls for a night out, right? Hell yeah, it does. Mia spins in her chair, squealing. You're not allowed to sit at home by yourself tonight. There's a dive bar in Orlando. I know one of the bartenders, Harlow says. Cheap drinks, good vibes, the perfect place to have a non-celebration celebration. First round is on me. Okay, but I call dibs on the second and third rounds, Mia argues. I'm so proud of you, Quinn. Yeah. Warmth settles in my chest. Happiness pulses through me. I'm proud of me, too. The bartender gave me these drinks for free. He said something about cinnamon and bourbon, and it sounded delicious. Very Christmas in July. Mia sets 3 glasses in the center of our table and drops in her seat, patting my thigh. Not all of us are summer girls, Quinn. Some of us like winter. Hey, I like winter, too. A big sweatshirt, fuzzy socks. It's a magical time of year. A toast. Harlow lifts her glass and we mirror her. To Quincy, the best meteorologist I've ever met. You're smart, you're kind, you're a revolutionary, babe, and more deserving of that job than anyone else. I can't wait to see you knock 'em dead. Job or no job, it doesn't matter. We're never going to stop being proud of you, Mia adds. We're so lucky to be your friends. Wow. A watery laugh escapes me. I take a sip of the spiced alcohol to keep my emotions at bay. I told myself I wasn't going to cry again today. Y'all are making that impossible. I did not sign up to shed a tear. Knock it off with this sappy shit. We love you. We're proud of you. And you'll let us know how next week goes. She fans her face, only stopping to take a handful of nuts from the porcelain ramekin we've been snacking on. Can we talk about something else? My chest feels too tight. That's called being human, sweetie. I reach across the table and find her hand. I squeeze her palm once, smiling when she squeezes me back. But yes, please, I'm not wearing waterproof mascara. We can talk about how this drink is good, but yours would be so much better, Har. I'd add an orange peel as a garnish. She takes a small sip. Yep, definitely needs something else. See, you're amazing. I wouldn't be able to tell you what ingredients are in here while you can make 20 different drinks with vermouth. I laugh. Also, I have a bone to pick with you, Mia Dunn. What did I do? She asks. You want to celebrate me, but we need to celebrate you too. When were you going to tell us you signed a new 3-book deal worth 7 figures? I ask. That is incredible. Mia, Harlow gapes at her. What the hell? I'm sorry. The only time I checked my phone today was when you FaceTimed me, and I forgot that post was going live on social media this afternoon. I didn't tell you all because I'm always so nervous, I guess, that things won't pan out. Book deals get announced all the time, but until it's a sure thing, until I walk into a bookstore and find the physical copy there, it's hard to believe it's true. Of course it's true. You're immensely talented, and I'm not saying that because you're my friend. I'm saying it because I absolutely believe it, I tell her. You're the only person who could get me to read a romance novel, Harlow adds. That's how good your books are. You're going to make me blush. Thank you. With every book that comes out, I think this will be the one that ends my career because it's not good enough, because it won't sell or people will hate it. 6 books later, and I still can't believe this is my job. I can't wait to have an entire shelf dedicated to Mia Dunn bestsellers. I grin. The signed copies you send me are my most prized possessions. You know I'm grateful for your support, but can we talk about how that guy 4 tables over hasn't stopped staring at Quincy since we walked in? Mia scoots her stool closer, her elbows resting on the table. He's cute. Which one? Harlow cranes her neck, letting out a hum of approval. He is cute. I'm not interested in who is or isn't cute. I grab a handful of cashews and stuff them in my mouth. There is no time for me to date right now. We're in the middle of hurricane season. I might be starting a new job. Where does a relationship fall into the equation? It's been too long since you were with someone, Quinn. Mia's gaze is sharp, assessing. 3 years, right? Something like that. It might be closer to 4. I've gone on first dates. I've made it to some second dates, but the third date is when things take a turn. I'm too deep into my work. I go all day without checking my phone and miss messages and plans being set up. There's always an apology, a promise it's a one-time thing, and a rain check that never happens. I've tried the friends with benefits route, something physical and easy. No expectations, no pressure. Those last longer, but eventually they fizzle out too. It's not that I don't believe in love like Harlow. I'm a secret romantic. I could see myself getting married one day. Could see myself making pancakes on a Sunday morning with a man who wraps his arms around my waist and tells me how beautiful I am. He'd tug me away from my desk after I worked too late. Not upset I spent an afternoon in front of my computer instead of with him. We'd argue, but it wouldn't get very far before we kissed and made up. I bet it would be nice to have someone light up when they saw me from across the room. Yeah. I swirl my drink around with the cinnamon stick poking out of my glass. I wonder what the record for longest stretch of time without entertaining a man is. I'm probably closing in on the leaderboard. Around there. Could it be because you have eyes for someone else? Say, Mia gives me a coy grin. My brother. What? I choke out a cough. You're not serious. I watched your videos from Claudia. The two of you have chemistry. We have a shared passion for weather and get excited when we indulge in that passion. That's not chemistry. It's being professional when I'm forced to be in his presence for an extended amount of time, especially when I'm on camera. I can't have the Sebastian Dunn fan club coming after me. I don't mention our dinner at Waffle House. I don't let them know I joined him willingly, sitting and listening to the raw scratch of his voice as he told me deep, dark secrets not even his best friends know. The vulnerability I saw from him and how it made my heart ache. I certainly don't bring up the sweatshirt I tried to return to him when we got back to my car, the shake of his head when he told me to hold on to it, following me all the way home. You are cursing his name a lot less, Harlow adds. Maybe spending time with him is changing your tune. Just because I'm not resorting to violence doesn't make us friends. Did seeing him rescue that woman make me realize there's a sliver of selflessness inside him? Perhaps. I sip my drink, needing to clear my head, to give myself a second to stall before going any further. The memory of the car stuck in the water is still fresh in my mind. It lingers when I'm trying to fall asleep, plays back like a movie late at night, the image of his strong rower's body moving water like he was the force of nature. It's good to know he's not totally an arrogant spawn of Satan. Is that how you feel about me? The voice behind me is a caress down my back, feather-light touches and a bite mark on the inside of my thigh. This might be the best night of my life. My mouth goes dry. White-hot mortification settles over me. The bar exponentially warmer than it was 2 minutes ago. My blood pressure is spiking. My eyes flutter closed, then open as I turn my head, a dagger landing square in my chest. There, staring right at me with tousled hair and his necklace twisted around his fingers, is Sebastian, giving me the world's biggest shit-eating grin. Harlow, Mia. He moves his attention to my friends, relaxing against the wall like he's going to be here for a while. Are y'all having a good night? Seb! Mia jumps to her feet, giving him a hug. When you said you were going out with the guys, I thought you meant to the hideout or a restaurant in town. So did I, but we decided to mix it up. He ruffles her hair, and I smile. proud when her knuckles land in his stomach. Dark eyes turn back to me.
Can't tell you how much your kind words mean. Are you back to doodling my name in your diary?
Only in your dreams, I toss back.
That's a shame. I bet we would be good together.
I blush so hard my cheeks must be bright red. I do my best to toss my hair over my shoulder, to look unaffected by his sudden appearance, but I catch his eyes dipping to my lips. They linger on the corner of my mouth for a beat, pupils blown wide before they drag away. I need another drink. I stand and bump his arm with my elbow. Does anyone else want something? I'll take another one of whatever this spicy concoction is. Harlow arranges our glasses into a neat line. Please, best friend of mine. Mia? No, thank you. She puts a hand on her stomach. But I would take some food. I'm starving and I haven't had dinner. One basket of salty fries coming up. I brush past Sebastian, stopping to look at him over my shoulder. Do you know how to follow directions, Dunn?
Exceedingly well, Monroe.
Good. Heel, I say, and he bursts out laughing as he follows me. Space is limited when we finally make it to the bar. A guy, a cocktail or two past drunk, stumbles into me, and I nearly lose my footing. Sebastian positions himself behind me, his chest to my back, a hand planted on the counter on either side of my arms, so I'm out of harm's way.
You okay?
He asks, a rasp in my ear. Yeah. I clear my throat, gaze dropping to his large palms. There's a scar above the knuckle of his ring finger on his right hand, and my mind drifts to the story behind the tiny mark. A rambunctious younger Sebastian playing too hard and hurting himself? Adult Sebastian tripping over a branch while chasing a storm? Why do I care? Thanks.
What's your drink of choice?
He bends his neck so I can hear him over the baseball game on the TV.
Let me guess. A hurricane.
I need to get out more and find some new hobbies. My life doesn't revolve around weather phenomena. I pause. But I wouldn't say no to a sweet drink every now and then, especially one with rum in it.
I knew it. Okay, so no tropical flavors tonight. What are you picking instead?
Whatever Mia ordered for us last time. If I wasn't feeling festive with Christmas in July, I'd pick a gin and tonic with lime. I place an order and spin to face him, the small of my back pressing against the bar. The movement brings our bodies closer, and I expect him to move, to give me an inch or two. But Sebastian keeps his hands in place. His forearms are a fortress, my private bodyguard in the crowded room. What about you?
I never got into liking anything too fancy.
Sebastian gestures vaguely over his shoulder, and I spot the table where his friends are sitting. Cooper waves, moving their empty beer bottles into a triangle. One of them is wearing a hat made out of a folded napkin.
Beer is fine.
You didn't like to party at UCF?
I was too busy trying to keep up with you in class. I couldn't walk into atmospheric chemistry with a hangover and expect to do as well as you.
Who knew it only took a few drinks to get you to admit I was smarter than you?
Don't twist my words, Quinny baby.
He dips his chin, lets out a low rumble of an exhale.
But for the record, you are significantly smarter than me.
I shift on my feet, the compliment wedging its way between my ribs. Truth or dare, Dunn?
I love when you play along.
His smile is the brightest thing in the bar, twinkling lights on a Christmas tree in December, the perfect shade of sunshine.
Truth. Ask me anything you want.
Tell me about your tattoo. I don't know if it's how close he's standing to me or the smell of something smoky hanging in the air. Maybe it's lowered inhibitions, loose thoughts. That damn rescue scene playing in my head again because I'm reaching over and pushing up his sleeve, tapping my fingers on the storm cloud inked on his arm and scraping my nails over his warm skin. I trace the outline of the raindrops, and his palm folds over mine, heavy, steady. Sebastian moves slowly, guiding my touch to the microphone, then back to the bolt of lightning on his bicep, and time stands still. He's touched me before, but this is different. He's so careful and quiet, and my traitorous, wretched mind wanders to his hands and what he likes to do with them. How soft his mouth might be on my neck. If he could lift me up and pin me against a wall, and if there are tattoos on other parts of his body I can't see. Heat inundates my face again. What would I feel like if he dipped his chin? If he whispered in my ear and put a hand on my thigh? Would he praise me, tease me, drag out the torture until I couldn't stand it anymore and begged him to touch me, to let me come?
14.
His voice is distant, pulled from another realm, and he comes back into focus. His eyes are cataloging my face, the bridge of my nose.
I've always wondered.
Wondered what? What are you counting?
So many things.
He blinks away the glassiness behind his gaze, but his hand stays put. I swear his thumb brushes along the inside of my wrist.
The tattoo. It's stupid. A drunken souvenir from when I was in D.C. last year. I ended up making a friend at the studio, some guy getting his girl's name tattooed on his chest. And a jersey number? I could be making that up. He reminded me of this hockey player I like. No way it was him.
It's oddly specific for a drunken souvenir. Do you have a Pinterest board full of weather-related tattoos?
I told the artist I was a meteorologist and to interpret that however they wanted. I'd say they did a good job. What about you? Do you have any tattoos?
I might. My hand falls away. I step to my left. But I'm not telling you where it is.
You're going to let my mind wander? That's dangerous.
His eyes move from my collarbone to my wrist, a drawn-out, thorough search he could do in a bed, on the edge of this bar.
My brain can be an imaginative place.
Imagine all you want. You're never going to see it. I'm grateful when the bartender taps my shoulder, bringing over a round of drinks and a large basket of fries. We need a change of subject. Feet of distance between us. How is living with Cooper while you're here?
Fantastic. I considered renting a long-term Airbnb, but he has the space and offered. We haven't been roommates since we were 20 years old and rented a shitty bungalow in Orlando.
Talk about an upgrade. The place he's in is nice, isn't it? That swing that hangs from the tree in the front yard is cute. So is the vegetable garden out back, I say. Homey.
I thought it would be weird being down the hall from him again. We're in our 30s, you know? Half the people we went to high school with are on their second kid. But I get lonely sometimes. So does he. Long shifts at the station, seeing the shit he does. It's nice to be there when he walks in after a rough night on duty.
Sebastian points to my table.
You don't realize how much you miss a night at the bar with your friends until you live in a city that makes you feel insignificant and replaceable.
I follow his line of sight, not surprised to find his friends have moved over to join mine. Nate is showing Harlow something on his phone. Cooper is comfortable next to Mia. He nods every few seconds, unbothered while she tells a long-winded story. I smile, glad for the family I've built. Not possible when you're here. You're Sebastian Dunn.
Find a way to add that emphasis on my headstone, will you?
Only if I can include ridiculously obnoxious and not at all good-looking under it. I turn back toward the bar, smiling at the bartender. Do you have any ketchup? Let me check. She reaches behind the counter, frowning when she holds up a nearly empty bottle. Sorry, looks like that's all that's left. No worries, that'll work, thank you. I take the bottle from her and face Sebastian. You're like a boulder, Dunn. Can I sneak past you?
Of course, but while I have you...
He trails off, digging into the pocket of his shorts. He opens his palm.
Here.
I stare at the center of his hand, then up at his face after looking at the ketchup packets he's holding for a beat. I'm confused.
When we were at Waffle House, you mentioned putting ketchup on some of your food. Figured we'd be seeing a lot of each other over the next couple of months, so I stocked up. You never know when the bar will be out of ketchup.
You brought ketchup packets for me? My vision turns hazy at the edges, realization settling in. Why?
Seems like a good condiment to have nearby.
My fingers itch to take the half-dozen packets from him, and I reach forward, hesitant, doing everything I can to avoid the deliberate thrumming of my heart as it trips and sputters over itself. Thank you.
Don't mention it. Want some help carrying all this back to the table?
The table? As if we arrived together, a normal occurrence we do every week. Sure, yeah, that would be nice, I say. Sebastian takes Harlow's glass and the basket of fries, weaving through the crowd and back to our friends. He drops in the seat next to Nate and steals a fry, popping it in his mouth while I squeeze the ketchup he brought me so tightly it might burst.
You good, Sebby?
Nate asks him.
No.
His eyes meet mine from across the table. His mouth quirks and the thrumming is back, a distracting, undefinable thing. I'm great.
12. Sebastian. I fix my tie, then frown at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. A month and a half off the air, and I've forgotten how to make myself look presentable for an important meeting. There's no makeup team or stylist telling me what clothes to wear. My skin is tanner. I've been living in hats, t-shirts, and jeans that are frayed at the bottom. My hair keeps turning messy from the Florida humidity, and trying something new 10 minutes before my interview is slated to start wasn't my greatest idea. I look like one of those guys with a trust fund, and I give up when a rogue lock I brush away from my forehead falls right back where it came from. Decent enough, I say, striding down the hall to the lobby. I got to the National Weather Service early, wanting to get a read on the other candidates after Danny sent over an official interview request. I scanned the room, noticing most of the people sitting in the leather chairs are familiar to me. There's Josh Collins, a meteorologist at WPTR in Orlando, flipping through a stack of note cards. Bryant Dennings, a professor at UCF, is reviewing a notepad resting on his thigh. I'm surprised to see Stephen Sheehan, a longtime Weather Channel employee, standing near the door in a navy blue suit, but I hear they're going through budget cuts. No one's job is safe these days, and I wonder if I'm an idiot to give up a sure thing just because I'm going through a rough patch at work. My eyes flick over to the only woman in the room, and I stop in my tracks. Long legs crossed at the ankles, a white pencil skirt that goes past her knees and hugs her thighs, black high heels, and a light blue blazer that matches the sky outside. I'm already grinning as I head her way. Guess she got the interview after all. That makes me damn proud. Of all the buildings, I say, you walk into mine. Quincy looks up from the index card she's studying. Dark brown eyes lock on mine. Her lips part on an exhale, and the pen she's holding falls to the floor. Someone a couple chairs over makes an irritated grunt at the loud noise. Sebastian! She blinks, frowns, then blinks again. What are you doing here? Oh, you know, I gesture around us and rock back on my heels. Figured I'd check out the open science and operations officer position. Hang on. Quincy stands. Our gaze is almost even. Her heels make her taller than the sneakers and rain boots she usually wears, and it takes control I didn't know I had to not look at her long legs. You want to work for the National Weather Service? Maybe. Could be fun. I'm not following. You applied, right? Not technically. I fix my tie and shrug. My buddy called and asked if I wanted to come in for an interview. Wow. Her laugh is disbelieving. Leave it to Sebastian Dunn to have the rules broken for him. It must be nice to want something and have it handed to you on a silver platter. Someone thought of me because I'm qualified. It's not my fault I'd be a good fit for the position. Quincy reaches out her hand. I'm glad everyone around us is busy studying their notes so they can't see her press a finger to the center of my chest. So they don't notice the thrill that races through me when her eyes blaze, when she grazes her nails down the front of my shirt. How pathetic am I that I want her to do that again? You might be qualified, but I'm more qualified. She shakes her head. A piece of hair gets stuck to her bright red lipstick, and she carefully pulls it away. I have a PhD. I've done years of research and submitted articles to the Bulletin of the American Meteorological Society. I've worked my ass off for a position like this. She has. I know she has. There's a reason why she's the only woman in the room. Why the late newcomer bursting through the lobby doors catches his breath and gives her, not me, a nod. Because she deserves a spot at the table even if no one has invited her. I wrap my fingers around her wrist. Her pulse jumps under my touch. I drop my voice low so no one can hear us. Truth or dare?
I'm not playing that right now.
Truth then. How mad are you that I'm here? How much do you hate that no matter what we do, we can't escape each other? High school, college, the National Weather Service, hurricanes, tornadoes. My thumb brushes along the pulse point on her wrist. I must be imagining things because for half a second I think she steps closer. Maybe it's time to accept our fate, Monroe. You can't exist without me. We're soulmates, star-crossed lovers, a beginning and an end. Her cheeks flush a pretty shade of pink. Her breath comes out in a hollowed exhale. There are noises around us, a door opening and closing, a car horn outside the window, someone's name being called, and murmured offerings of good luck, but all I can focus on is her. The best part, the teeny tiny detail I'm going to remember when I get home hours from now. She's focused on me, too. I've spent years vying for her attention, and I finally have it.
The only thing I want to do is take this job away from you.
Quincy's fingers move up to my necklace. She gives the chain a tug, and I lean forward, impossibly near to her. I could kiss her if I wanted to. One dip of my chin, and my mouth would be on hers, and I'm tempted to find out what she tastes like. The sounds she would make if I bit her bottom lip. Another yank on my necklace, and I'm about to drop to my knees. I'm about to beg her to let me have her in all the ways I haven't been able to stop imagining.
And when I do, I'm going to make sure you know I'm better than you.
I can't wait, Quinny baby.
You're impossible,
she says. You're goddamn beautiful, I almost say back. And you're the one touching me. Admit it, you want to keep me around. I settle on instead.
Do me a favor.
Quincy's eyes move to the necklace she's still holding. She slowly releases the jewelry from her grasp.
Give it your best shot in there. Charm the pants off those guys. It'll make it so much sweeter for me when I win.
Anything else, I ask. Now's your chance to get whatever you want.
Nope.
Her smile is sly, cunning.
Good luck. You're going to need it.
She spins, heels click-clacking and hips swaying out of the lobby. I watch her go, embarrassed to admit I'm a little turned on. Confidence. Whew, it gets me every fucking time. Sebastian, it's great to meet you. George Davis, the meteorologist in charge at the Melbourne, Florida, NWS office, shakes my hand and motions for me to take the seat across from him. I've heard nothing but good things. You come highly recommended, and I was happy to add an extra interview slot so we could squeeze you in. It's nice to meet you too, sir. I sit in the leather chair and get comfortable, a foot propped up on my knee. This is an incredible opportunity. I'm not going to bother with your resume. I know who you are, and I'm surprised to hear you're interested in leaving ABC. Have there been issues at the station? Not at all. I've loved my tenure on World News Tonight and Good Morning America, but personally, I think it's time to move on. Thousands of people would kill for that job, and many would consider taking a position like this a step down. Why the change of heart? I chased my first tornado when I was 19. I didn't know what the hell I was doing, only that other people who were interested in weather were going to be there and I should give it a try. I couldn't have picked a worse day for spotting. I laugh, reminiscing on the afternoon I spent out in Bithlow after joining an online group for local storm chasers. They planned the meetup for a Saturday afternoon, and I went in hopes I'd see Quincy. I'd overhear her in class talking about the thrill of the chase, the rush of adrenaline when you saw a funnel cloud up close and personal for the first time. She didn't show up. Mia was on the phone with her later that night, offering to bring over soup and cold medicine, but it's probably a good thing she stayed home. I would have spent my time trying to get her attention instead of watching the sky. We sat around for close to 8 hours without a single indication we were going to have a storm capable of producing rotation. I say, you know the Florida climate is nothing like the air out in Oklahoma where a monster cell can form in the blink of an eye. We were about to call it a day, and that's when we saw it. A funnel cloud finally touched down. It was small. Barely even an EFO, but boy, did I feel alive. After that, I craved being in the action. While my current role allows me opportunities to still be on the front lines of weather reporting, it's not as often as I'd like, or in the capacity I'd like. I remember my first chase. George leans back in his chair, fingers steepled under his chin and deep in thought. I don't know how much Danny told you, but the SOO is the top research position at the Weather Forecast Office. There's a lot of training and staying up to date on science technologies. You'll need to become familiar with weather and climate system features and fill in as a forecaster if needed. Our office covers 10 counties in East Central Florida, plus 6 marine zones, so things get busy around here. Busy is exactly what I'm looking for. I'm good at it. I like to have a purpose, and a role like this has the responsibility and time commitment I handle well. I scoot forward. My foot taps on the carpet, excited, hungry, and with big dreams I'm seeing clearly for the first time. I also brainstormed a couple ideas on the drive over. Things that are out of the box, but could be beneficial to the community and the office. I'm all ears. Right. I fix my pant leg, hiding the socks I put on this morning that are decorated with umbrellas. It's sort of an outreach program with local school groups to foster excitement for weather at an early age. The NWS has a responsibility to be available around the clock. When you're interacting with the public, most of the time it's because an emergency is unfolding. I think it's important to create a platform that prioritizes education and understanding so people know they can trust you in the time of a crisis. Excellent suggestion, Sebastian. George jots a note in the margin on the paper in front of him. His praise makes me beam. I love candidates who are go-getters. With your experience and enthusiasm, I don't doubt you'd bring anything less than excellence to the table. There are some more formalities, questions about how so-and-so is doing, the network of meteorologists, small but mighty. After the interview, George gives me a tour of the building. He points out the operations floor and introduces me to some of the team. We stop by and say hello to Danny, and he's quick to give me a high five. It's good to see you, man. What do you think of the place? He asks when George leaves me with a handshake and a promise to follow up soon. It's different from my studio in New York, but trust me when I say that's not a bad thing. I laugh, surveying the space, imagining myself working here. How are the other candidates looking? There's a good mix of qualifications. He points across the room to the water cooler, and I follow the line of his hand. What do you know about Quincy Monroe? I know a lot of things. What's she like? You're going to have to be more specific, man, I say. Come on, Seb. Danny scoots his chair my way. Is she smart? Can she keep up with how fast things are going to move around here? There's no threat of a hurricane to the United States, but tomorrow a Category 5 could be knocking on our door. You haven't seen her show, have you? I've heard about it, but I've never watched it. If you did, you'd know she's smarter than everyone in this room combined. Probably works twice as hard as all of us, too. Trust me when I say she knows her shit. Really? He sounds impressed. A little odd. Makes sense, since that's how I feel, too. The Quincy fucking Monroe effect. Damn. She just earned herself a new subscriber. It's called The Rainy Day Show. She has over 1 million followers. You know a lot about her. Are you two close? Not like that. I rub the back of my neck, staring at the water cooler. She's deep in conversation with a guy wearing an official-looking badge, nodding along like he's saying the most interesting things in the world. Not at all, really. Friends is too strong a word to describe our relationship, but I've been around her for 15 years. It's unavoidable. Is there going to be any trouble if one of you gets the job over the other? Keeping her on her toes is one of my favorite hobbies, but no, we're adults. An employment opportunity isn't going to spark a war. Damn, it's a shame we can't give you both the job. It would be fun to see you all go head to head. Danny pops to his feet and grins. He watches Quincy leave the operations floor, clearing his throat. Can you introduce me to her? Pretty sure you'll be public enemy number 1 if you admit you're a friend of mine. I shove my hands in my pockets. Irritation claws at the base of my spine, but I plaster on a smile. We can give it a shot, though. We exchange casual conversation on our walk through the building. He gives me the ins and outs of working in the office, asks how Mia is doing, and mentions there's a recreational rowing team in Orlando looking for a seat filler. I ask about his life outside of work, laughing when he shows me photos of the dog he rescued 3 months ago. When we make it to the lobby, I look around for the flash of her dark hair, the echo of her laugh, or the hint of her smirk. It's empty, save for a receptionist sitting behind a large desk, and I frown. Sorry, dude, I say. She must have headed back to town. Damn. Well, I'm sure she'll get a second interview. I'll have a chance to meet her then, and I know you'll be back too. Then he sticks out his hand and I shake it. See you soon, Seb. I step outside, squinting up at the sun escaping from behind a cloud. I shrug off my jacket and take a deep breath, the fresh air letting go on my nerves before I hear a noise to my left.
Did you give it your best shot?
Someone calls out. I scan the parking lot until I find her leaning against my car, elbows on the hood. She's grinning, and I smile on instinct. You're going to hate me, but I think it went really well. I stride her way, stopping when I'm in front of her. I gave George some ideas I've been tossing around. Got a nice firm handshake. All in all, it was a good day. My phone should be ringing with an invitation for a second interview any second now.
You're right. I do hate you,
she says, but her grin stays in place. How about you? I tap her shoe with mine. How did it go?
I've never been one to boast about my social media presence, but when I mentioned how many followers I have, George dropped his coffee mug.
Look at you out here impressing people.
What took you so long to finish up? I figured you'd be done before me since you went in first.
Miss me, Monroe? I put a hand on the warm metal of the car, propping myself up. I was busy talking to one of your secret admirers.
Secret admirer?
Quincy snorts.
I doubt that's true.
It's true. Danny, the guy with the silver platter, he was asking about you.
Oh.
She rubs her thumb across her collarbone.
Is he nice?
He's fine. You'll meet him at the second round of interviews.
Better than terrible, I guess.
There's a long pause. Her teeth sink into her bottom lip.
I want to apologize.
Apologize? I lift an eyebrow. For what?
You shared important things with me when we were at Waffle House. About your career, about being unhappy. It was...
She stops for a breath. It seems like she's trying to psych herself up for this next part.
It was shitty of me to imply you couldn't get an interview for this position on your own. You're good at what you do. You're more than qualified, and...
Her tongue sneaks out of her mouth. I deserve a goddamn medal for not staring at it.
I'm sorry.
I dig the toe of my dress shoe in the dirt. Don't worry about it. I didn't. It's fine, really.
If I'm going to get this job, I want it to be because I'm the best candidate, not because I resorted to low blows against my competition.
Quincy sticks out her hand. I take it, intertwining our fingers.
Truce?
Truce, I repeat, murmured acceptance. Until the second interview. Then I'm going to kick your ass, Quinny baby.
I'm looking forward to it.
Tell me more about how it went in there.
It was fine, I guess.
She pulls her palm free from mine and smooths out her skirt.
It would be nice to walk into a room and be appreciated for who I am as a scientist, not because someone sees me as a check in the box as a woman. It sucks. That feeling of inadequacy, of knowing this is who I am and it might not ever be good enough.
She fills the pause with a sad laugh. Quiet hesitation, a secret just for me.
I want to feel appreciated in my personal life, in my career. I guess that's asking for too much.
Danny said he was sure you'd be asked back for a second interview. I glance up. Dull shades of gray are taking over the sky. It's probably going to rain soon. Appreciated. I know you will be.
We'll see. Anyway.
There's a huff, the flip of her hair over her shoulder.
On to other things.
Tropical Storm Eliza formed in the Atlantic while we were in there.
It did? Any chance of an East Coast hit?
None. Recurve out to sea.
Thanks for giving me the conversation piece for my show tomorrow.
I expect full credit. I look at her, glad to find her smiling. You heading back to town?
Yeah, Mia and Harlow want to do dinner together. A celebration, they told me. Even though there's nothing to celebrate yet.
Quincy sidesteps around me, unlocking her car parked 3 spots over.
I have my eye on you.
It's about time you keep up. I always have my eye on you. I knock her shoulder with mine and open the driver's side door. Don't think about me too much until I see you again.
I told you I don't think about you at all.
You should. I drape my arms over the curve of the door frame. I'd make it worth your while.
Goodbye, Don.
Hey, Monroe, I call, and she looks back at me. I know I don't have a lot of pull, but I appreciate you. Just so you know. Her face softens. She gives me a single nod that holds an immense amount of weight. I climb in the car and buckle my seatbelt, smiling all the way home.
13. Quincy. Have you heard anything from the NWS, Quinn? Mia opens her fridge and grabs a charcuterie spread that's neatly arranged on a wooden cutting board. I steal an olive before she has a chance to set it on the marble island. They'd be out of their minds to not call you back for a second interview. Not yet, but it's only been a week. I pop a piece of cheese in my mouth. No news is good news, right? You'll hear something. Harlow uncorks a bottle of wine and pours herself a glass. Anyone else want some? No, thank you. Richard is getting home from his business trip later tonight. Mia hands us each a napkin. It's embroidered. A tiny M.R., her future initials, stitched in the corner with swoopy letters. I haven't seen him in weeks, and I don't want to fall asleep too early. He's still gone? I ask. He had to extend his trip. Her smile is forced as she takes the stool on my other side. It'll be nice to have him home. I could never have a job like that. Spending all your time in an office talking to people about money and pretending to be interested. Fluorescent lights that give you a headache. Having to wear a suit and tie sounds miserable. Harlow reaches past me, swiping a cracker off the cutting board. Speaking of money, do either of you have any references for an accountant? That is a very adult question, Har, and my brain is turned off for the night. Ask me again tomorrow. Don't you have an accountant? Mia asks. She's out on maternity leave, and I have some questions about moving funds around into different accounts. Google hasn't been helpful. Whoa, hang on. Is everything okay at the hideout? I give her knee a gentle nudge. You know we'd both give you a loan if you needed it. Everything is fine. There's no reason to panic. The last few months have been tight with finances, but that's always the case in the summer. Sales dip. It's hot outside. People are out of town. Harlow swirls her red wine around and takes a long sip. It doesn't seem like she's worried. It will all work out like it always does. You should talk to Nate, I suggest. With his 2 businesses, he has to know someone. Good idea, Quinn. Harlow rests her head on my shoulder. That smart brain of yours isn't totally turned off for the night. It's been a while since someone flirted with me, thanks, Har. I grin. Mia, don't you have a cake tasting coming up? Oh, she brightens, glad to talk about her big day. I do. I had hoped Nate would be available, but he said he wants to enjoy the party as a guest. He already has 30 weddings scheduled for next summer and 20 on the calendar for the year after. One of his cake baking videos went viral, and the number of emails he's getting is absurd. I don't know how he manages everything without an assistant. I don't think he sleeps. Who did you end up going with? I ask. And do you have any leftover samples you can share with us? Of course I do. I have to take care of my girls. I'll bring them out after dinner. Mia laughs. The baker I want to use, Cakes by Kate, is double-checking her availability. She does these beautiful 3-tiered monstrosities that are so gorgeous you almost don't want to eat them. Richard's mother also recommended her, so I know she's fantastic. Dick's mother? Harlow smirks, and I swat at her. What? Come on. Who knowingly names their child Richard, or Peter, or Johnson? Your knowledge of phallic names is impressive. I look over at Mia. Do we like Richard's mom? She was intense at your dress fitting a couple months ago. That's how his whole family is. She pops a grape in her mouth, chewing it slowly. Lots of money, very particular. Everything has to be perfect, from the way the tablecloths are folded to the shape of the vases for the flowers. You all know me, I don't care about any of that. I'd be happy in a vintage dress and Converse. Beef carpaccio as an appetizer? I'd rather eat a slider. But that's a part of marriage, I think. Compromising, finding a happy medium. As long as you don't give up too much of yourself. Harlow gives Mia a look. 10 years down the road, you don't want to be wondering who the hell you are. I'll never forget who I am. I have you all to remind me. Mia beams at us. Oh, speaking of that, your bridesmaid dresses came in. She jumps off her stool, hurrying down the hall. When she disappears around a corner, Harlow takes a big sip of wine. If she comes back with pink frilly cupcake dresses, there's a 100% chance I'm walking down the aisle drunk. Oh my God. I burst out laughing. I would kill to see you in a cupcake dress. Shut up. She sticks out her tongue, straightening when Mia skips back to the kitchen with a garment bag. It looks fairly small, Harlow says out of the corner of her mouth. Definitely not cupcake-sized. 2 things were non-negotiable for me, my dress and your dresses. I don't care what Richard's sisters wear down the aisle, but you two, I've been waiting for this moment since high school. Mia carefully lays the bag on the island. She unzips it from the top and pulls out 2 gowns. The first is dark blue, the color of the sky at midnight. Thin straps, a low back. The flash of silver when the soft material moves under her touch as she passes it my way. For you, Quinn. It reminded me of the moon, which reminded me of you. Mia. My thumb traces the intricate stitching. This is gorgeous. I thought you might like it. And for Harlow, she holds up the next dress. The silk a rich green with a slit that comes halfway up the leg. A showstopper for a showstopper. Shut up. Harlow touches the soft fabric. I swear a tear rolls down her cheek. It is so not a cupcake. A cupcake? What? A shrill sound cuts her off. All 3 of our phones light up on the counter and I reach for mine, eyes bulging wide at the emergency alert issued for the area. That scared the shit out of me. Mia puts a hand on her chest. Is it an Amber Alert? No, a tornado warning. You all need to take immediate shelter in an interior room. I jump off my stool and put the dress back in the garment bag, not wanting to ruin it. And I need to go. Go where? Harlow puts her hand on my arm. Quinn. What? I toss the bottle of water I've been sipping in my bag. I'm obviously going to chase it. That is the exact opposite of what the alert told us to do, Mia argues. It's part of my job. It's the worst part of your job. I always worry about you. Harlow fills a napkin with cheese cubes, shoving it my way. Take this. You need sustenance. You're an angel. I smile. And I promise I'll be careful. Text us, Mia calls out. But I'm already halfway down the hall. Shoving my feet into my shoes and hustling down the stairs of her porch to my car. I'm only partly paying attention when I shove the keys in the ignition, too busy pulling up my favorite weather radar app that shows where the center of rotation is likely to be. I plug in the GPS coordinates of a nearby landmark, anticipation sitting low in my belly. The weather was forecasted to be shitty tonight. It's why we moved our dinner from an outdoor restaurant to Mia's house, knowing if things got too bad, Harlow and I could share the guest room instead of driving home. Severe thunderstorm watches and warnings were issued earlier, but this kind of intensity is unexpected. A supercell is heading east toward the beaches, and based on the imagery, we're going to have a tornado on our hands sooner rather than later. I barely make it down the street before my phone rings. Sebastian's name scrolls across the screen, and I snort when I slide my thumb to answer his call on speakerphone.
Where are you chasing?
He asks before I have a chance to say hello. He's breathless, and I imagine he's moving as quickly as I am right now. We both know how fast these things pop up, how small a window we have to get to where we need to be, and we're racing against borrowed time.
Looks like the rotation is going to be close to Oviedo.
It is going to be close to Oviedo, but I make a split-second decision. I consider it payback for the nice guy he fended off at the chili cook-off all those weeks ago. For the way I haven't had a second of peace since he's been back in town. I don't feel an ounce of guilt when I feign innocence and say, "Really? Radar shows more like the Castleberry area."
Castleberry?
There's a lull on his end. His car beeps, and it's followed by the shudder of an engine.
I thought it was moving due east.
Northeast now, and picking up speed.
Want to meet near Lake Catherine? We had so much fun chasing together last time.
Sure. I nod, even though he can't see me. I'm not driving anywhere near Lake Catherine. I'll be there in about 20.
25 from me. Hope I make it. This thing came out of nowhere.
Means it's going to be a hell of a time. I'm hanging up so I can do a live stream.
I'll see you soon. Be careful, Quinny baby.
Sebastian says, and the urgency in his voice makes my head fuzzy when I end the call. A part of me is tempted to get him back on the line and tell him where I'm actually headed. But traffic is moving. I keep my eyes on the road instead of my phone screen. Conditions have a tendency to deteriorate quickly when a storm like this one forms, and I don't want to end up under a falling tree before things get started. I find a field near a nature preserve where I park my car a safe distance away from anything that could become potential projectiles. There's not a ditch around, the preferred place to hide when there's not a sturdy building nearby, so I need to be prepared to make a quick exit. Satisfied with my location in proximity to the storm, I clip a microphone to my collar and swipe over to Instagram to start a live video. 10,000 people joining me within minutes. Hi, chasers, and welcome to a spontaneous nightly edition of The Rainy Day Show. I know it's dark and might be hard to see, but I'm getting ready to track a cell capable of producing a tornado. Usually when you're dealing with a system like this, you spend most of your time waiting. It's a game of what if. What if the conditions are perfect for tornadic activity? What if the area of rotation actually reaches the ground? What if nothing happens? How long are you willing to wait? I think this one is going to be good, and I'm bringing y'all with me. I don't bother with a tripod, wanting to be able to move freely if needed. I switch my phone to my left hand, the sky filling in the frame behind me. When we're studying supercells like this one, there's not much time before rotation can occur. It's just past sunset, and if you look over my shoulder, you'll notice a greenish tint to the sky. There are also tall vertical clouds, both of which are meteorological indications of a storm that will likely produce a tornado. I take a minute to study the elements, to get a sense of what I'm working with. The hair on the back of my neck stands up, the temperature drops, and the quiet is unsettling. The only sound is my ragged breathing, the noise magnified by the stillness around me. I swallow, steadying myself as the belated realization this is the first time I've chased a storm of this magnitude alone sinks in. Okay. There. I point off into the distance. Do y'all see that? We have a funnel cloud that's trying to touch down. I watch, mesmerized. I can't take my eyes off the cloud that stretches from the sky, pulled from a force beyond the earth. It starts small, barely a wisp of gray before it grows wider, stronger and more menacing. The atmosphere changes around it, the green giving way to a nearly pitch-black sky that is as dark as night. Rain starts to fall in small drops that soak the ground and the top of my head, and I shiver, wishing I had brought a jacket. Let's get closer. The storm appears to be moving east, and my position is more to the northeast. Weather, as we all know, can be unpredictable, so we might need to make some alterations as we go. Stay with me. The tall grass brushes against my shins as I walk forward. I fill the time by sharing the conditions needed to create a storm of this size. I answer questions that pop up, sharing the most powerful tornado I've ever been in, an EF1, and explaining the enhanced Fujita scale to everyone tuning in. I stop when I'm nearly 4 football fields away from my car. A roll of thunder vibrates the ground and I shiver again. The funnel cloud looks like it's touching down now, so we need to— Are you out of your fucking mind? Sebastian's voice carries over the field, each syllable etched with carefully placed anger. I roll my eyes and spin, finding him jogging toward me with a soaked shirt and a piece of his hair falling in his eyes. The camera attached to his chest is already recording, evident by the flashing red light, and I give him a wave. It's about time you showed up, I call out.
You sent me on a wild goose chase, Monroe, he says when he gets to me.
All's fair in love and weather, right, Sebby baby? I toss back, and his mouth twists into the hint of a grin. How did you find me?
You shared your location with Mia. I barely had the chance to tell her you could be in danger before she rattled off your general area, and tracking you down was easy when I realized you were fucking with me. I wanted to capture the beginning of the storm formation for the series, but all I have is shitty footage from inside my car. Thanks for that.
You're so welcome. A drop of water rolls down his cheek. Another hangs off his nose. Sebastian turns his attention to the sky and fumbles with the binoculars around his neck.
How wide do you think it is?
Can't be more than 20 yards or so, right? I squint, looking up. Weird.
What's weird?
The path of the storm. Before you got here, it was moving across the horizon in a perfect line, left to right. Now it doesn't look like it's moving at all.
Holy shit.
Sebastian lifts the binoculars and sucks in a breath.
This thing isn't a few yards wide, Quincy. It's closer to half a mile across.
What? I grab his binoculars, not caring that they're still attached to his neck. Shit. Look how erratic the subvortices are, Sebastian. There are twins.
Never seen twins before. It's beautiful, isn't it? I think it's going to be a monster, and you wanted to be out here by yourself.
Bigger than the ones that came through Florida in 1998? Those were F3s and...
Why is it changing directions? Let me see.
Sebastian puts his arm around my shoulders, pulling me close so he can take a turn with the binoculars.
Where is it going? The full condensation funnel is making it impossible to tell what the hell is going on.
I haven't looked at any radar scans today. The wind picks up around us. Visibility is reduced, and a sheet of rain soaks me to my bones. I have to raise my voice so he can hear me. Were there any other indications of storms with possible tornadic activity? Has anything else touched down?
I, haven't had a very exciting Saturday night.
I glance up at him, and he throws a sheepish smile my way.
I've been monitoring the radar scans, and all I could find was heavy rain and hail. This is...
Sebastian's hold on me tightens. Both our phones go off with another emergency notification. A seek shelter immediately warning, if I had to guess.
We should get to the cars.
This could be historic. I don't want to miss... The earth roars around us, drowning me out. A branch from a nearby tree cracks and snaps. Sebastian yanks me back by the belt loop of my shorts a second before it falls on my head.
Get to the fucking cars, Quincy.
The insistence behind his demand awakens something inside me. It has me nodding, widening my eyes when I see the tornado has changed paths again. No longer moving across the horizon, but straight for us instead. Oh my God, I whisper. But the rumble coming from in front of me swallows it up. The rain had shielded the tornado from view, deceiving us, and now I can see how massive it is, how fast it's moving, how close it is, and my heart drops to my feet. We waited too long. There's no possible way we can outrun something of this size. Sebastian.
Let's go, Quincy.
His damp hand finds mine. It's a promise, an unspoken agreement that we're in this together, and when he tugs on my arm, giving me the signal to move, I take off in a sprint. It's so unbelievably loud I can't hear what he's saying 6 inches away from me. I can't hear myself think, but I don't look over my shoulder. I'm afraid that if I do, I'll give up. Forward movement is nearly impossible. Sticks and leaves are pulled off the ground, swirling around us like they're being called to the sky. Hail pelts my arms, the back of my neck, stinging like the prick of a needle. I try to run faster, pushing past the ache in my legs, the burn in my lungs. I don't think I've breathed in the last 30 seconds, and I can't find our cars. All I can see is Sebastian, and the look on his face is more terrifying than the storm itself. I'm used to him being calm and collected. The few times we've chased a storm together back in college for a group project and the summer before he left for New York when we ended up at the same weather-spotting location by chance, he's always been the perfect picture of unbothered. Enthralled by the pandemonium around him and thriving in the unexpected. Not now. Now his jaw is tight, chest heaving, his grip on my hand is bruising. We're operating in pure survival mode, but somehow, amid the chaos, he looks so breathtakingly beautiful. I drag my eyes away from him, gasping when my shoe connects with something solid. I let out a yelp and fly forward, my body tumbling over my feet as I roll across the wet grass.
Quincy!
He yells, my name ripped from the trenches of his chest. It's an agonizing, painful thing, a noise I feel deep down in my soul. I grab my ankle, the pain immediate. A throbbing sensation radiates up my leg, and I fight back tears. Go, I tell him. I try to push myself up on an elbow, only to fall right back down. Go, Sebastian.
Abso-fucking-lutely not.
He practically growls, moving at a speed I'm sure is superhuman. 1 second my hand is in a pile of dirt. The next he's lifting me like I'm made of nothing but air and feathers, holding me tight to his chest and taking off in a sprint. I've never been so grateful for his athleticism in my life.
You think I'd leave you?
I don't know what I'm thinking. I bury my face in his shirt, distraught. The cotton might be soaked, clinging to his skin, but it smells like him. Clean, with the trace of spice on the sleeves. Safe. Steady. A hero. You could have used it as payback for sending you to the wrong spot.
Storm chasing is sacred, Monroe. A bond between people who trust one another to have each other's backs. And guess what?
What?
If you were going, I was going too. Life wouldn't be nearly as much fun without you around to piss off.
I don't know why I'm laughing. We're surrounded by danger. Death is possible. We're hanging on by the skin of our teeth, but I'm here, alive and breathing in the arms of a man who I thought was the one person I wouldn't want to spend the end of my days with. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe his pretty eyes and the hitch of his smile wouldn't be the worst thing to see before I die. His necklace bumps against my forehead when he jumps over a piece of debris. I reach for the jewelry, holding it like it's an extra layer of protection from the elements around us. Reassurance that he's okay too as I anchor myself to him. "We have to be close," I rasp.
"I left my lights on. I see them up ahead," he says. "I'm putting you in my car. We'll come back for years later. You have your phone, right?"
My phone? I look down, shocked I'm still clutching the device. I thought I lost it when I fell. I wiggle in his arms and peek over his shoulder, angling the camera in the direction of the tornado. My live stream is still rolling, every comment flashing across the screen asking if I'm all right. "Yeah, it's here."
"Let them know you're okay."
Sebastian's chin rests on the top of my head. His movements are slowing. He lets out a grunt, the makings of a soft groan. I don't know how much longer he can sustain this pace.
"Please."
"Right." My voice is hoarse, and I address those watching. "I'm fine. I twisted my ankle, but I'm okay. We're headed for the cars and going to do the thing you absolutely should never do when you're in the path of a tornado, which is try to outrun the tornado. You will never, ever win. But we're going to try. We don't have a choice. I'll catch up with all of you after."
"Hey."
Rivulets of water run down Sebastian's forehead, his cheek, and I wish I understood why I wanted to wipe them away. They slide down his neck, catching in the hollow of his throat. I wish I understood why I wanted to press my mouth there, too.
"Whatever happens, I got you, Quinny baby. Okay?"
My heart lurches. An inexplicable, painful weight presses on my chest, and all I can do is nod back. Everything else is too terrifying. "Your camera. I've blocked anything you might have captured. Here." I release the device, strapped to Sebastian's chest, and hold it up next to my phone. I end my live stream and switch over to video, wanting to make sure he gets his own footage. If you win an award for this docuseries, I want credit.
"I'll put your name in big bright lights."
Ahead, our cars come into focus. 100 yards shrinks to 90, then 80. What feels like years pass before he's opening the passenger door of his SUV and carefully setting me in the seat. "Just throw me, Dunn." I reach over the center console, opening his door for him. "I won't break."
"Your ankle would argue that you're a liar."
He turns the keys, stopping halfway in the middle of starting the engine.
"Quincy, look."
I whip my head in the direction of the dashboard, expecting to find us a hairbreadth's distance from lifting off the ground. But we're not. We're safe. There is no tornado, no danger, no destruction, only parting clouds, the last slice of sunlight trying to sneak through, ceasing rain and dying winds. Fuck. Don't tell me I imagined that. I put a hand over my heart. What might be a mix between a strangled sob and a laugh escapes me. Did it dissipate? Change directions?
"Both. It started moving east again, and it's also dissipating. There."
Sebastian leans over, invading my space. I'm entirely aware of his presence, from the goosebumps on his arm to the folded sleeve on the right side of his shirt.
Years of chasing storms, and I'll never fully grasp how weather has a mind of its own.
Speaking of a mind of its own, I need to sit here for a minute and distract myself so I don't start thinking about what we just went through and freak out. I drop my head against the seat. I massage the pain in my leg, hopeful my heart rate is returning to normal. I can't believe I'm asking this, but... Truth or dare, Dunn?
"Good idea,"
he says, sounding as worked up as I feel.
"Truth, Monroe. Make me feel better."
On a scale of 1 to 10, what was your fear level out there? I close my eyes, trying to decompress. I know we've seen a lot of storms, but please tell me it was as high as mine.
Honestly?
I'd like it if you were. I feel like an amateur right now.
Before you fell, it was around an 8.
It sounds like there's more he wants to say. I blink, and when I open my eyes, I find that he's still close, raindrops drying on his eyelashes, exhaustion lining his gaze when he stares at me straight on. And I feel the wall around my heart start to fracture the longer I look at him. The tiniest crack, just above my ribs, the longer he looks right back at me.
"And after?" I croak. "A 10. I've never been so terrified."
I bob my head. With his eyes on me, he slowly reaches for my seatbelt and buckles it securely in place. I think his hand brushes against my stomach when he does, but I might be imagining it. A side effect from the waning adrenaline. I've never been so terrified either, but I'm more scared of how I'm feeling right now. Vulnerable. Confused and elated and grateful for his protection. I'm not sure I'd want to go through that with anyone else. I'm not sure I would have survived that if it hadn't been him next to me. Maybe he's right. Maybe the two of us are inevitable. Our souls tied together moons ago. Fate waiting until the moment was right. Relief washes over me as I melt into the seat, followed swiftly by lust, by need and maddening curiosity. I wonder what it would be like to kiss him. I wonder what it would be like if he kissed me back. Do it, a voice inside my head whispers. Please, a softer one adds.
Quincy.
Sebastian puts a hand on my arm. There's worry in his eyes, distress in the curve of his shoulders. He's aged 10 years in 10 minutes.
Are you okay?
Sorry, I breathe out. Mind-numbing exhaustion sits heavy on my limbs. Desire curls in my stomach. I'm a live wire the longer he keeps his hands on me, a ticking time bomb waiting to explode, trying to push through the pain.
I'll drive you back to your place and have Cooper meet us there to check you out.
Thanks. I'll send you whatever footage I was able to get tomorrow. You can use it however you want.
I appreciate that.
His mouth pulls up in a smile. The car warms, the gentle hum of low heat filling the space between us.
Just so you know, I'm going to pretend you tripped so you could get me to carry you.
I swat at his arm, but he's faster. He catches my hand in his hold. His thumb brushes over my knuckles, the energy between us shifting to something new. I hate you, I say around a yawn.
No, you don't,
he says, pulling out of the parking lot and turning on the radio. No, I don't, I think, just before I fall asleep to the sound of smooth jazz playing from the radio and Sebastian reaching over to tuck a piece of hair behind my ear. Maybe I never did. The Rainy Day Show comments section. At Marissa 1992. Oh my God, that was the most intense show I've ever seen. I'm so glad they're both okay after that tornado. At Kay and Bo love you. I was literally on the edge of my bed watching. I kept screaming at them to run faster. It was like something out of a movie. At Amanda Please. It was like Twister in real life. At Haley Bailey. Such a good live stream, Quincy. I love when we go into the storm with you. It shows how powerful these systems are and why we should take them seriously. Happy you two are safe. Get some rest. At Austin Powers.
You're fucking joking. Tornadoes don't just disappear, and you happen to catch it all on video? Without it destroying anything in its path? Please.
At Pocketful of Sunshine 89. At Austin Powers. They dissipate all the time. That's quite literally how science works. I'd give a full explanation, but you wouldn't be able to understand. At LB Baby. It's been almost 14 hours and Quincy hasn't posted anything new. Wasn't her show supposed to start at 9? Hope she's really okay.
14. Sebastian. Jonathan, producer. The footage you emailed me last night of that tornado was unreal. I've watched it 10 times. Can't wait to edit it. I smell another Emmy heading your way, Sebastian. Glad you liked it. Make sure you give Quincy Monroe credit when you get it uploaded. Her social media handle is @TheRainyDayShow. Wouldn't have been possible without her. Got it. You're having a wild summer. Hurricanes, rescuing people from floodwaters, the tornado you and Quincy went through last night. Cooper checks his rearview mirror before merging lanes. That's serious shit, man. I've experienced plenty of tornadoes. I yawn and drop my head against the seat, achingly exhausted. I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. When I got home, I heard Cooper making coffee at 6:30 and dragged myself out of his guest room, joining him at the kitchen table. I took a full cup of caffeine before I could open my eyes. I'm sure I'll be in plenty more. I know you have, but have you been in one dangerous enough to fear for your life? Forget my life. I was more afraid of something happening to her. Cooper met me at Quincy's last night, reassuring her and me that a strong painkiller would help the swelling in her ankle. A quick diagnostic test showed it sprained, not broken, and he tucked her into bed with a glass of water and a pillow propped under her leg. I watched him take care of her, standing awkwardly in the doorway until she mumbled something about her boobs and advection before drifting off to sleep. Coop asked why I was grinning when we got back to his place, and I chalked it up to surviving the elements, not because Quincy remembered my favorite weather phenomenon. I tried to decompress in the shower, but I was still on edge after her injury. By the time I climbed into bed, my mind kept going back to the moment she hit the ground. The world closing in around us, her telling me to go, and the terror that gripped me when I wasn't sure we were going to make it. No. That was a first, and hopefully a last, I answer. Thanks for driving me out here to get her car. Quincy could use the rest, and I'll send Mia over to her place later to make sure she's doing okay. How's the wedding planning going? Cooper's grip tightens on the steering wheel. The edge in his voice is a tone I haven't heard from him before. I know, Mia's been busy. From what Mia has told me, it sounds like everything is fine. She wanted Nate to make her cake, but she's going with someone else instead. You've been busy too. Feels like you're never home. That's how the Dunn siblings operate. Unless I have a full plate, I'm restless. I'll say, the docu-series is going well? Do you miss being on the news every night? I'm having so much fun, man. I haven't had a front row seat to weather events in years, and getting close to the action again has been eye-opening. I've always known this, but the duality of weather never ceases to amaze me. There's something so profoundly beautiful in an unstoppable force that's existed longer than mankind. That will continue to exist long after we're gone. No human has found a solution to preventing natural disasters, and no human will. For as smart as we are, we'll never outsmart Mother Nature. Dude, Cooper chuckles. It's way too early to be so introspective, and you sound so giddy about all of it. Sorry, you know how I get when I talk about the love of my life. I grin. Are you headed to the station after this? Yeah, I won't be back until tomorrow night. There's fried chicken in the fridge for dinner if you want it, and a bowl of mashed potatoes on the second shelf. Living with you is killing my physique. I'm going to get my ass handed to me when I head back to New York and start rowing again. When's that going to be? I'm not sure. I'd like to stay as long as they'll let me, I say, but I know this project has an end date. Everyone is on board with this series. They see the potential, but the problems start when I go days without sending any footage to the team in the studio because I don't have any footage to share. It's not a case of laziness. I can't make a tornado appear out of thin air just to shoot some content, and my boss is starting to think I'm enjoying an extended vacation while my replacement fumbles his lines on national television. Gary, the poor bastard, is just an intern. He mentioned rear-end inflow the other night and giggled for 3 minutes straight. ABC had to cut the commercial, and I'll be shocked if he makes it through the summer. There's a message in my inbox every few days asking when I'm planning to get back to the studio. Jonathan does his best to stick up for me, outlining that the likelihood for a hurricane to hit Florida is high, but the executives don't want likelihood. They want sure things, and I know I'm running out of time. Grasping for any sort of way I can spin the series so I can stay in town a little while longer. Dread takes up space in my stomach when I think about New York for too long, and I'm stalling. Without any news about the NWS position, I'm pulling excuses out of my ass. I tell my boss patience is a big component of this job. I mention that the hurricane season goes until the end of November, and the peak time to expect a tropical cyclone is mid-September. I've boasted about the up-close and personal viewpoint people will be able to watch firsthand because I was in the action. It's Jurassic Park, but with weather. The last one didn't garner a reply, and the email I read at some point last night, caught between sleep and awake, told me I have until October 15th in Florida if I want to keep my job. 2.5 months doesn't feel like enough time to figure my shit out. I'm hoping for some sort of epiphany, a revelation that will magically make all of this tolerable again, and I've been catching it in bits and pieces. I've found sparks of inspiration when I sit on Cooper's porch with a beer and watch a thunderstorm roll in. It was there in South Florida when I took shelter in a parking garage, again in a booth at Waffle House. The more time I spend in Oak Valley, the more my heart tethers itself to the town like it did when I was younger. It's the easy way of life, unhurried but still important. I have a routine, things I look forward to. It's always the same. A morning run that ends in the center of town, popping by Nate's Bakery, whisking Rye's for a croissant and an iced coffee where we shoot the shit, heading back to Cooper's an hour later with enough time to lock myself in my room and watch Quincy's show. I haven't missed a day in 7 years. Here's fine. I point to the parked car up ahead. That's her. Her back right tire is low on air. Cooper frowns. I have a pump at my house. I'll bring it by the day after tomorrow and take care of that for her. I'm sure she'll appreciate that. I clamp down on the jealousy that flickers in my chest. Thanks for the ride, Coop. Text me if you need anything else. I have my phone on. Will do. I open the passenger door, greeted by sticky humidity, still damp dirt, and the smell of flowers. Be safe. Anything for you, Sebby. The drive to her house stretches long with traffic and construction work. I keep checking the clock, frustration mounting when I get stuck behind a Subaru, doing 45 down I-4. At 9 on the dot, the time when Quincy always starts her show, I take the exit for Oak Valley. I find a parking lot and snag a spot under a tree, waiting for her live video. I'm sure she'll talk through our experience from last night. She probably uploaded the footage to a split screen so she can dissect every detail. The things that went right. We escaped. The tornado dissipated. No one was hurt. The things that went wrong. Her injury, the tumble she took, and how I can't get the thought of losing her out of my head. I squeeze my eyes shut. When I open them, I check Instagram. I tap her profile, confused when the last thing she posted was more than 12 hours ago. Maybe it's a glitch. Switching over to YouTube, I search for her account. She streams her shows simultaneously there to 500,000 followers, but there's no notification of a live video under her handle. By the time the clock reaches 9:15, I'm confused and fucking concerned. She never misses a show. 4 years ago, she was stuck in Heathrow Airport after a canceled flight and managed to snag enough Wi-Fi to go live from a cramped bathroom stall. Last July, she was 10 minutes late thanks to a flat tire on her way home from Whisk and Rise, and her comment section was full of people worried about her. They might be thinking the worst this morning after yesterday's events. Shit. I get back on the road, trying to remember the route to her place. I've only been there a handful of times, mostly to pick Mia up during the holidays when I'm back in town for a few days, and my shitty memory leads to a wrong turn and a dead-end street. There's still no live video, and I'm vibrating with nerves when I finally pull into her driveway. The living room curtains are pulled open, but there's no movement inside. I put my ear against the front door and knock, straining to hear any signs of life, and coming up empty-handed. Think done, I mumble, running a hand through my hair. Busting down her door is extreme. It's a quick way to get exiled from ever seeing her again, but if she's in serious trouble, I'll hate myself for not being more proactive. She's probably sleeping after last night. The rational part of my brain surmises in an argument with itself. She also could have fallen, hit her head, and now she's bleeding out on her bathroom floor. The panicked part counters, and I whip my phone out to call Mia. "Morning, Seb," my sister says when she answers. "You're up early. I thought you'd be sleeping in after your adventure last night." "Does Quincy have a spare key?" "Why are you asking?" "I need to get into her house."
She does have a spare key, but I'm not going to tell you where it is.
Mia laughs.
You probably want to swap out her salt with sugar, and I respect my best friend's privacy.
I'm not playing a prank on her. I knock again, frustration rising. She has a show every morning, doesn't she?
Every day at 9. I admire her dedication.
Yeah, well, it's almost 1/2 the hour and there's no sign of her.
What?
Her inhale is jagged.
Where is she?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I loop my fingers around my necklace, giving it a nervous tug. She hurt herself last night and I swallow the confession about to sneak out. I want to make sure she's okay.
Go to the right of her porch. There's a light gray box that looks like a rock, but it's not actually a rock. There should be a key inside.
I jump off the steps and search the area. The time it takes for me to find what she's talking about feels as long as each second yesterday did. My breathing is ragged. My hands shake as I sift through the real rocks, finally finding the one that doesn't belong. I snatch it off the ground and yank the key out, close to breaking the door handle when I shove it in the lock. I'm in, I say. Thanks, Mia. I hang up and shut the door behind me. A quick glance around the foyer and living room shows no signs of forced entry. Nothing out of place. Shoes are lined up neatly against the wall. An unopened barometer sits on the long table positioned under a mirror, and I can't help but smile. Classic Quincy. Monroe, I call out. Are you here? A noise answers me, a loud thud followed by a soft moan. It sounds like distress and alarm sound in my head. I grab a hardcover book wedged between a lamp and a stack of mail, moving down the hall. I spot a door that's slightly ajar. Behind it, there's the rustle of sheets. A whimper of pain follows. I push the barrier open with my hip, book raised above my head and ready to attack whoever might be inside. Subtlety has never been my strong suit. I freeze when I see Quincy on the floor, forehead resting against the mattress and arms hanging limp at her sides. Quincy, I say, and her eyes fly open. She screams, reaching for a shoe and lobbing it at my head. I let out a yelp, ducking before the sneaker can hit my forehead, but another one comes flying my way. Hey, easy, killer, it's just me.
Sebastian?
She gapes at me.
What are you doing here?
Checking on you. I tried knocking. When you didn't answer, I used the spare key Mia told me about to get inside.
This is breaking and entering.
Technically, it's lawfully opening and entering, but kicking your door in would have been way more fun. A smile pulls at my mouth. What are you doing on the floor?
I took a painkiller in the middle of the night because I couldn't sleep. It must have knocked me out, and I woke up a few minutes ago totally disoriented. Landing on the floor was not part of the plan, and I'm going to have a matching bruise on the other side of my body.
I walk toward her, crouching down. A full smile bursts free when I notice her hair sticking straight up in 3 different places. The line down her cheek, courtesy from the crease in her pillowcase. Sleep in the corner of her eye and silky sheets wrapped around her shoulders. Damn, Monroe. Phew, you look rough in the morning. That bird's nest on your head is next level.
Screw you. I had vivid dreams, okay?
Of what, wrestling a lion?
I have a whole closet of shoes done, and I'm not afraid to use them.
Put down your weapons, Prez. My eyes catch on a stuffed animal half buried under her sheets, and I laugh. Is that Reginald?
It is. I told you I tuck him into bed every night.
You didn't tell me you sleep with him, too.
He's my emotional support dinosaur.
Quincy reaches for him, holding him tight to her chest.
Of course I sleep with him.
She kept a stuffed animal I gave her. I don't know why it seems like a big fucking deal, but it is. I'm on top of the world. How are you holding up? How's the ankle?
I'm surviving. I'm sure women in the past have told you that you have magic hands, but I don't think that applies to this situation. You can't fix it.
They have told me that. I dropped to my knees, sitting back on my heels. You're still in pain, aren't you?
Yeah.
Quincy chews on her bottom lip. She untangles herself from the sheets, showing off bare legs. One foot with a sock, the other without. No pajama bottoms, just a big t-shirt with a cartoon avocado on it that hits the tops of her thighs, and, ooh, it's a feat to not let my eyes wander. I'm weak, though, a pathetic excuse of a man, because I do look, just for a second. There's a scar on her left knee, faded, a faint shade of white, and I've never seen it before. How did it get there? How long has she had it? Farther up her curves, I want to run my fingers over a tiny red mark just below the hem of her shirt. I want to lick it. I want to find that tattoo she hinted at when we were at the bar, and yanking myself back to reality is the toughest task of my life. Can I check to make sure you're okay? Can I help? I ask. Please, I add, the hint of desperation behind it.
Yes, she whispers. But only because I want to feel better.
I don't care what the reason is. I'm just thankful she's letting me be this close to her. My gaze falters, moving over the front of her shirt and past her legs again. Her right ankle is purple and swollen, and I suck in a sharp breath. A whine works its way up her throat when she tries to move, and I rest my hand on her shin. Don't, I tell her. You need to ice and elevate it.
I'll prop it up after my show. I can be bedridden for the rest of the day.
Your show? It's almost 10, Quincy.
What? No. No! No!
That kicks her into high gear. She struggles to a standing position, unsteady on her feet. She rests a hand on my shoulder to balance, and I grab the first place I can reach, the back of her thigh, which nearly sends me into cardiac arrest when she wobbles, almost tipping over. Slow down. You're going to hurt yourself more.
I need to get to my office. It's down the hall. I'll hobble there.
Quincy. She doesn't stop moving, determined to the very end, and I keep holding her. That's not happening today.
I've never missed a show.
Her throat bobs around a swallow. Her bottom lip quivers. I show up. I always show up, Sebastian, and now I'm going to let people down. Her voice cracks when she says my name. I pop to my feet, making a split-second decision. My hand moves up to her hip, holding her there and bunching a fistful of her shirt near her waist. Red-rimmed eyes filled with tears blink at me, and I decide that seeing her sad is the worst goddamn feeling in the world. I'll do your show, I blurt.
What?
I'll jump on and tell everyone we have a delayed start. I'll get you taken care of with some more painkillers and a bag of ice. Then I'll fill in for you.
You don't know how to do my show.
You know how to do the news. You talk about weather, right? I ask, playing dumb. As if I don't have her intro speech memorized. As if I don't know the theme song that plays right before she goes on air. Would you believe that I know how to talk about weather, too? Quincy stares at me. I hope she can see the white flag I'm waving in the name of her health and the thing she loves the most in the world. An extended truce because it's what she deserves. You would do that for me? She asks. Gladly. She touches her hair, running her finger through the knots.
Even with the bird's nest on my head?
Especially because of the bird's nest. Okay. She nods after a stretch of silent, resolute.
Under one condition.
That depends on what it is, Monroe.
I want to sit in my office while you do the show. I can elevate my leg on the couch and show my usual viewers proof of life. I don't want them to think I'm being held against my will.
Please, like you wouldn't go somewhere with me willingly. I toss her a wry grin. Get dressed, Prez. When you're decent, your chariot will transport you to your office so we can get this show on the road.
I'm kicking you out while I change.
Quincy nudges me and hops on one leg to a wooden dresser under the large window in the room. My eyes travel down her thighs to her calves. She catches me looking and tosses a pair of shorts at my face.
Leave, Dunn. There's nothing there for you.
I laugh. Forgive me. I couldn't help it.
And I can't help it if the next thing I throw at you is another shoe. Be a good boy and wait in the hall.
You know how much I like being a good boy. Your wish is my command, Quinny baby. Holler when you're ready. I can't wait to be an honorary guest and give your viewers what they want.
Didn't lose any of that cockiness in the tornado, did you?
Nope. If anything, I think it's stronger than ever.
Lucky me,
she says as I slip into the hall.
I'm going to humble you one of these days.
I'd like to see you try. I close the door behind me and try to fight off another grin, failing miserably.
The Rainy Day Show broadcast. Sebastian.
Hi, Chasers. I'm Quincy Monroe, and just kidding. I'm Sebastian Dunn, Quincy's longtime idol, the meteorologist she aspires to be, and the only one to ever score better than her on a college exam. Today, Ow. Sorry about that, folks. She threw a pillow at me.
Quincy. Because no one likes a liar.
Sebastian. What am I lying about? I did score better than you on a college exam. Don't you remember? It was physical meteorology and...
Quincy. We should talk about the tornado last night, not things that happened 10 years ago.
Sebastian. You're still disappointed, aren't you? That's fine. The tornado is a much bigger topic of conversation than my academic superiority. It's why you're watching me on your screen and thinking, gee, why is that good-looking dude hosting the Rainy Day Show today? I'll tell you why. Because Quincy hurt her ankle and she's resting it with some ice.
Quincy. He banished me to the couch and won't let me do any work. If it were up to me, we'd be talking about vortexes and the central core the storm last night had.
Sebastian. It's for your own good, Monroe. Like she said, we did chase a storm last night. We both experienced tornadoes before, but this one was different. It reminded me a lot of...
Quincy. The 2013 El Reno tornado.
Sebastian. God. It's like you're in my head.
Quincy. Or someone who studies weather for a living.
Sebastian. The El Reno tornado is the widest tornado with the highest wind speeds on record. Last night doesn't come close to the intensity of the one back in 2013. And I'd never compare a storm that had 8 deaths with one that had, blessedly, no casualties. But its path was similar with erratic movement. Our proximity to the storm should have kept us safe. But these things do what they want. There's no rhyme or reason for why they move the way they do. At one point, it felt like it was chasing us.
Quincy. It took on a life of its own, didn't it?
Sebastian. Perfect way to describe it.
Quincy. I've never been in a situation like that. It's a miracle it dissipated when it did. No casualties, no structural damage.
Sebastian. Just us almost shitting our pants. Wait, am I allowed to say that? Are the social media police going to shut down your show if I drop the S-bomb?
Quincy. I've said it before, and I haven't been shut down yet. We also cursed yesterday during the tornado, and no one seemed to mind.
Sebastian. Yeah, but that was the Rainy Day Show after dark. The sun is shining right now, and I don't want to offend any of your day guests.
Quincy. I have a form on my website where they can contact me if they're appalled by your 4-letter word choices.
Sebastian. Okay, good. I see some of your comments asking about Quincy's health. I don't want to speak on her behalf, but she's doing okay. An ankle sprain that will hopefully heal in a few days. Anything you want to add, Monroe?
Quincy. I was caught up in the moment and tripped over a rock. I'm sorry for not following up with y'all sooner. It's a good reminder that no matter how much we study weather, no matter if we have a PhD or years of experience out in the field, none of us will ever be able to figure out the method behind their destruction. I'm really glad I had Sebastian with me last night.
Sebastian. You are?
Quincy. Yes, you saved me, and I'm...
Grateful doesn't begin to cover it. Sebastian. I'm blushing, y'all. Actually blushing. Between you and the person saying they're going to start a change.org petition for me to join you on every show, the compliments keep rolling in. This is fun.
Quincy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Sebastian. Admit it. You like having me around, don't you? It's more fun to talk about the things you like with someone who also likes them, isn't it?
Quincy. I'm not answering that.
Sebastian. Because it's totally true.
Quincy. Last night was scary. I know we were on the cusp of danger, but I've never felt more alive.
Sebastian. Ditto. I haven't had a moment like that in a while.
Quincy. Really?
Sebastian. Really? See? More alike than you think, Quinny baby.
Quincy. All right, that's it for today.
Sebastian. My fan club is going to be so disappointed. They said they're getting shirts.
Quincy. I really hope they make it through this challenging time. August 15. Quincy. Mia. Game night tomorrow night, everyone. That sounds fun. I've been tracking a wave off the coast of Africa, and I could use a break.
Sebastian. Think it's going to turn into Franklin?
Maybe. The water is prime for development. Harlow. Can you two keep the weather nerdiness to a separate chat? Sorry.
Nate. Why did I get added to a group text message?
Mia. Because you're our friend and we love you.
Nate. When it comes to 36 text notifications, I'd rather not be your friend.
Cooper.
Ignore him. He hasn't found an assistant to help out at the bakery yet, and he's grumpier than usual. I'm in for game night. I'll bring pizza.
Harlow. I have the alcohol covered. Mia. Richard is going to join us. Can I request a cupcake from you, Nate? Maybe a red velvet one.
Nate. Will it get me out of showing up tomorrow?
I don't think it works like that. Sorry.
Nate. Fine. But I'm not happy about any of this.
Sebastian.
I'm ecstatic enough for the both of us.
Game night turns out to be a horrible idea. The friend group might be broken. Fingers are being pointed, a war is imminent, and I can't stop laughing. We split into 2 teams for charades, the Duns and the not Duns. Nate is acting as referee, but he's useless, spending most of the night with his nose buried in his phone. Cooper, Harlow, and I are getting our asses handed to us, and the tension in the living room increases every round. A bowl of chips gets knocked off the coffee table. Too much alcohol is consumed. We reach a breaking point after Mia correctly guesses Sebastian's clue in only 3 seconds, and Harlow calls for a timeout. This is bullshit. Y'all are clearly cheating. She crosses her legs on the couch and scowls at our opponents. We need new teams. People who share DNA shouldn't be allowed to gang up on the rest of us. The Duns are victorious yet again. Mia plants a kiss on Richard's cheek, and he pushes his glasses up his nose. Well, the Duns and 1 Reynolds.
Soon to be 2 Reynolds.
Richard wraps an arm around Mia's shoulders, pulling her to his side.
You'll have to come up with a new team name after the wedding. Sorry, Sebastian. Dude, I have no emotional attachment to this game whatsoever. We could be the penis pilots for all I care, Sebastian says.
I'll probably still use Dun. Mia takes a bite of pepperoni pizza and dabs her mouth with a napkin. It's what's on all my books. It's how most of the people in my life know me.
Hang on.
Richard frowns and leans forward, looking at her.
You're not going to take my name?
I mean, legally I will. My driver's license and passport will say Mia Reynolds, but for writing purposes, for social media, I planned to keep referring to myself as Mia Dunn.
But you'll be my wife.
Yes, Mia agrees with a smile. She pats his khaki pants-covered thigh. I've built a name for myself as a best-selling romance author, and I'm not ready to give that up.
It's just a name on a book, Richard says. Exactly.
Cooper clears his throat. He brings his beer to his mouth and takes a long sip, his eyes locked on Richard.
It's just a name on a book. What's the big deal if Mia wants to keep it the same?
Can we talk about something else? Mia sets down her pizza and clasps her hands together. Like how we need more chips. I'm so sorry for the mess, Quinn. Don't worry about it. I'll be back with fresh snacks. I grab the bowls and stand, glad to have an escape from the awkward conversation. Does anyone need anything else?
I'll grab some more beers.
Sebastian wraps his hand around the necks of 4 empty bottles.
As long as everyone promises to take an Uber home tonight. No driving.
Lucky for me, I live right next door. I'd like a whiskey, please, Harlow calls out, with extra ice and extra whiskey.
Make that 2.
Nate adds, finally looking away from his phone screen, and I laugh down the hall.
Do you think Cooper has a crush on my sister?
Sebastian asks when we round the corner into my kitchen. What? I set the bowls on the counter and strain to reach the top shelf of the pantry. Where would you get that idea?
Did you miss that interaction with Richard?
That's how Coop is. He's protective of the people in his life. He and Mia have been friends for years, but he'd do the same for any of us.
Earlier, when Richard stepped outside for a work call, Coop sat next to her on the couch.
Ah, yes. The telltale sign of any sort of attraction is how close someone sits to another human on the couch.
You know what I mean.
We're talking about Mia, right? The woman with the engagement ring on her finger, who's been writing her fiancé's name in her journal for the last 4 years and dedicated her most recent book to him? I grab the chips and rip open the bag, dumping them in the bowl. I'm pretty sure she's spoken for.
What if Cooper and Mia dated and broke up? That would make things fucking weird and...
In what world would those two date? She and Richard are...
I'd have to pick a side. I'd be so mad at them for making me decide who I liked more.
It's a good thing Mia is a 30-year-old woman who can make her own decisions. It's also a good thing you're not overreacting to an entirely hypothetical situation. I grimace when the top of the salsa jar refuses to open on the first try. Men and women are allowed to be friends without having a sexual relationship. Look at me and Nate. We're not sleeping together.
You and I aren't sleeping together either.
Thank goodness for that. Sebastian laughs and leans against the counter, watching me struggle.
Need some help?
Nope. I grip my teeth and attempt to turn the top again. I'm perfectly capable.
I know you are. But when you're ready to admit defeat, I'm right here, willing and able to assist.
I'm an independent woman. I close my eyes and twist the jar one more time. There's a callus on my palm. My hand cramps. It finally pops open and I grin. There we go.
Atta girl.
He leans forward and swipes his finger through the salsa. He brings his hand to his mouth, swallowing the bite.
Delicious.
You are disgusting. I bump him out of the way with my hip and dump the contents in a small bowl. Please go away.
I'm having too much fun.
Sebastian steals the jar from me and dips his finger back in. I'm going to have to sanitize the entire kitchen. This time he holds his hand up to my mouth. The dare hangs between us, a twinkle in his eye as he watches me.
Want some?
I know what he's doing. He's been doing it for years, pushing me until he finds the point where I push back. He doesn't think I'll cave, but I've always loved to prove people wrong. Keeping my eyes on him, I grab his wrist and bring his hand closer. His cocky smile falters when I open my mouth and wrap my lips around his finger. I drag my tongue over his knuckles, taking my time to swallow the salsa. I'm expecting one of his comebacks. I'm waiting to see what he says when I pop his finger out of his mouth, but for the first time in his life, Sebastian is silent. His attention is fixed on my cheek, his Adam's apple bobbing when he finally lets out a breath.
You missed some.
It's raspy, hoarse. He uses his thumb to wipe away a rogue piece of tomato from my bottom lip. He lingers there for a beat, then pulls back, blinking out of a trance.
There we go. That's perfect.
What are you doing? I whisper.
I don't know.
Another bob of his throat, want behind his heavy-lidded eyes.
But I don't want to stop.
Our gazes collide. I'm seconds away from parting my lips again, from tipping my head to the side, an invitation there. But a round of laughter from the living room makes us jump apart. It makes me fan my face and wonder why the hell I want to grab his shirt and bring his body back to mine. I shift away. I gesture to the counter. Food, friends, hosting. Sprinting out of my own kitchen would make me lose my dignity, so I scoop the bowls off the counter with as much poise as I can muster. I walk down the hall at a casual, even pace, the weight of his attention following me as I go. More food! Mia helps me set the bowls down, moving a coaster out of the way to make room for the salsa. I told Harlow it looks like it's going to storm. I figured you'd probably want to watch the clouds roll in, so we hit pause on the game. I smile. To be known is to be loved, and my friends know me better than anyone else in the world. I thought I heard thunder. I'll be back in a minute. I slip outside, watching lightning flash in the distance. Down the porch steps, and I'm on the sidewalk, my blood humming as light rain starts to fall. I breathe out, relaxing, needing a minute to get my head on straight, because I think I was seconds away from kissing Sebastian Dunn, and I don't know what that means. Another exhale, and my shoulders loosen. I've spent hundreds of hours out here contemplating, weighing big life decisions and celebrating inconsequential moments, the dark grays of an approaching storm my solace. The precipitation, a cleanser, the slate wiped clean so I can try again tomorrow. The click of the front door opening interrupts my calm. I know who it is without turning around, but I spin anyway, the earth rumbling under my feet with another roll of thunder.
Hey,
Sebastian watches me.
my phone said there's lightning in the area. Are you sure you want to be out here? Someone got struck in Alamonte Springs last week.
I'm paying attention. The storm is about 8 miles away and moving fast. Should be out of here soon. He scrubs a hand over his face. The muscles in his jaw work and he sighs.
There's no use arguing with you, is there?
No. I give him a bright smile and hold out my hands, drops of water landing in my palms. But thanks for trying to babysit me.
If the lightning gets within 5 miles, I'm dragging you back inside. I'll put you over my shoulder if I have to.
I'd like to see you try.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Sebastian sticks to his word, not bothering to put up a fight. He offers me one last look and turns for the house, his hand on the doorknob.
Be careful, Quincy, please,
he says, slipping back inside. The door snicks shut, and I stare at the spot where he stood, confused. His concern is new, but I don't let myself linger on it. I move my attention up, tilting my head and watching lightning spiderweb across the sky. Another bolt reaches from the clouds to the ground, and the thunder that follows makes me jump. There's electricity in the air, and I rub my hands down my arms, knowing it's time to tap out. The distance is too close for comfort, and I slink back inside to safety, finding everyone where I left them. I lean against the entryway to the living room, watching my friends. It's hard for all of us to get together. Coordinating 6 different schedules, 7 if you count Richard, is difficult, and I take a beat to soak up the moment. Cooper and Nate stand in front of the television, having an argument about a trade that sends a really important hockey player to a team in D.C., while D.C. gives up a really not important hockey player. Richard paces in the corner, phone pressed to his ear, and deep in conversation. Mia is on her back on the couch, her head in Harlow's lap and a large book in her hands. And Sebastian is nowhere to be found. I don't know why that stings. We pulled out your yearbooks. Mia taps the glossy pages and laughs. Boy, were we pieces of work. Teenagers look much different these days.
The braces were a terrible phase. Harlow agrees. Except for Nate. Nate can't take a bad picture to save his life. Not true. Nate rolls his eyes. The one on the crew team page is horrendous. No one should share an up-close image of a guy in tight spandex. My dick is like a beacon. It's a nice dick, Cooper says.
As much fun as it is to talk about Nate's genitalia, I need to get some sleep. Harlow wiggles out from under Mia, straightening her skirt when she stands. I have a meeting with a tax guy in the morning, and falling asleep in the middle of his presentation probably isn't professional. Appreciate the recommendation, Nate.
Happy to help. I should go too. Cooper yawns. I'm on the early shift tomorrow morning, and the days I don't get enough sleep are always the ones with the most calls.
Mia slinks over to Richard, whispering something that makes him nod and end his call. Text me if you want to grab lunch tomorrow, Quinn. I'm going to need to take a break around noon, she says. We could go to that place on the lake and sit outside. You know the way to my heart. I smile and dole out hugs to almost everyone, opting to give Richard a pat on his shoulder. Thanks for coming, y'all. The full round of goodbyes takes 10 minutes. When the last person leaves, Nate, who grumbles under his breath when his Uber driver pulls up in a Toyota Camry with a broken taillight, I let out a breath. The house is quiet. An absolute disaster with dirty dishes on the coffee table and empty pizza boxes on the kitchen table, but I sigh, my heart full after a night with my favorite people. I pop in an AirPod and hum along to a pop song, heading back to the living room to start cleaning up. I stop in my tracks when I find Sebastian scooping a napkin off the floor, a trash bag in his hand. You're still here? I ask, pausing my music. I thought you left.
Without helping you clean up.
An empty plastic cup is next to be tossed in the bag.
You shouldn't have to do this by yourself.
I don't mind.
Neither do I.
Silence wedges its way between us. He moves to the television console and discards a pair of beer bottles. Thank you, I say.
You look like you're walking better.
Sebastian lifts his chin in my direction.
How is your ankle?
I'm not running from a tornado anytime soon, but it's much better. Are you... Did you want... I swallow. A question bubbles to the surface, waiting on the tip of my tongue. It slips out, my words loose and risky. Do you want to stay? He tilts his head, assessing me.
Do you want me to stay?
I don't let myself overanalyze it. I don't let myself ask why. I don't question what might have changed between us to make me not eager to say goodbye to him just yet, wanting a little more time without anyone else around. I give him a nod. Decision made. Maybe the universe knew we'd get here long before we did, but as I stare back at him, it feels unbelievably right. Yeah, I say. I do.
16. Sebastian. All done. I stretch my back and drop the last pieces of half-eaten pizza crusts in the trash bag I'm holding. Oh, our friends are messy.
Thanks for your help. That would have taken much longer if I had to do it by myself.
Quincy walks out of the kitchen, her hands on her hips.
Are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you.
Then why are you stomping around my house?
I'm not stomping. Some would call that walking with purpose.
My hardwood floors would say otherwise.
I'm not mad, I run a hand through my hair, frustrated, worked up and sparking with adrenaline in a way I can't explain. I was worried about you.
When? Was it when Mia added those red pepper flakes to my pizza? I thought...
No. I unplug the vacuum and move it out of the way. I walk toward her, paying close attention to her every move. Her feet shuffle across the rug, her shoulders press into the wall behind her. I don't stop until I'm in front of her, and when I am, I put my hand next to her head, almost caging her in. You could have gotten hurt when you went outside. My heart is somewhere between my stomach and my throat. My self-restraint is hanging on by a thread. Again.
In the light rain shower we were experiencing.
Quincy lifts her chin, defiance in her gaze. Oh, she's so goddamn beautiful.
This compassion is nice, but I'm confused. Why do you suddenly care about my well-being?
You want to know why I care about your well-being? I put my other palm on the wall. Her breath hitches. Because from the minute I got back to town, I haven't been able to get you out of my head. You drive me out of my fucking mind. I touch her cheek, waiting for her to yell at me. When she doesn't, I think this might be a dream. Something I'll only have for a few seconds, and I don't want to waste it. And I wish you would stop.
I'm not doing anything.
You're doing everything.
Then why are you still here?
Quincy whispers, her hands on my chest. The shove I expect never comes. Instead, fingers curl in the cotton of my shirt until she has a fistful of the fabric in her grip. She pulls me closer, our lips inches apart.
Why didn't you leave with everyone else, Sebastian?
Because you don't want me to leave.
Yes, I do.
Prove it. Say the words, and I'll go. Time stands still, and I wait. She's going to pull away. She has to pull away, or I don't know what I'm going to do. Kiss her? Carry her to the couch and show her how much I fucking care? Quincy licks her lips. She lifts her hand. Her palm shakes before she places it on the back of my neck, and I almost groan. My entire body shudders at the press of her fingers, at the slow drag of her nails at the top of my spine. One touch and I'm fucking addicted.
I lied. I don't want you to leave,
she whispers.
The
syllable cracks. She dips her head, trying to hide, and I hook my fingers around her chin. Look at me, Quincy, and tell me what you want. Her long eyelashes flutter closed. I've never wanted something as badly as I want her, and the silence is agonizing.
I want you, Sebastian,
she finally says, eyes blinking open, and they'll go down as the four most dangerous words of my entire fucking life. Are you sure? I trace the curve of her jaw, gently, patiently, while need pulses in my blood. Tell me you're sure.
I don't know why, but I'm sure that I want you more than I've ever wanted anyone.
I drop my hand to her hip, tugging her flush against me until we're perfectly aligned. No tricks. I kiss the corner of her mouth. She melts into me when I drag my knuckles over the sliver of exposed skin I find below the hem of her shirt. No games.
One time,
she tells me, adding her own set of rules.
Just one time, so I can get rid of this pull I'm feeling towards you. I hate it. I hate it so much. I want it to go away.
Do you think one time is going to fix that? I put my palms on her ass, lifting her off the ground. Her legs circle my waist, heels pressing into the small of my back. When I'm finished with you, you're going to be begging for more.
In your dreams.
I have a lot of dreams, more as of late. And you should hear the things I do to you in them. The places I fuck you. The places I touch you. I bend my neck, mouth almost on hers. Be honest, Quincy. If you didn't like me, you wouldn't be practically moaning my name.
I hate you.
Tell me how much. You have to know it turns me on. I run a hand up her leg. I kiss her throat, sucking on the skin below her ear. I whisper a laugh when she whines and squirms in my hold. You don't hate me at all.
You said no games, but this is a game.
Quincy runs her fingers through my hair, grabs some of the longer strands, and gives them a tug that makes me his.
Are we playing or not, Sebastian?
Oh, we're playing, Quinny baby.
Yeah?
Another defiant glance. A coy smile that tells me I was stupid to think I was in control.
Then I dare you to kiss me.
For the record, I would have kissed you without the dare. My nose bumps hers. I count all the freckles on her face. 14. 14 maddening little marks. But fuck it. This is more fun. I crash my mouth against hers, slipping a hand behind her head and pressing her into the wall. Her nails dig into my shoulders. Her legs tighten around me like she's afraid I'm going to walk away, but I'm just getting started.
Just so you know, I'd hate you less if you took off your clothes.
Bossy.
I can be, if that's what you like,
she says. I pull her away from the wall, keeping her in my hold. I can't stop looking at her flushed cheeks, at her hair, tousled and wild. She's the most stunning woman I've ever seen, and my heart skips a goddamn beat. Should we test your hating theory? I walk us down the hall and kick open the door to her bedroom, remembering the way from the last time I was here, and set her on the bed. Before she has a chance to get comfortable, I tug on her legs, dragging her to the edge of the mattress. A pillow goes flying, the comforter gets tangled around her ankles, and I toss it into a far-off corner. I wonder how wet you are.
Get on your knees and find out.
With pleasure, sweetheart. But I need to do something first.
You do.
She frowns. Irritation pulls at the corner of her mouth, and I touch the droop of her lips with my thumb.
And what's that?
I can't do this while we're being watched. I reach past her, finding the stuffed dinosaur on the opposite side of the bed. I turn him face down and give his head a pat. There. Now Reginald won't be traumatized.
It's a sentient object, Sebastian.
You've clearly never seen Toy Story. I'm not taking any chances. Now. I drop to the rug, my hands on her knees and nudging her legs wide open. Where were we?
There.
Quincy moans, a throaty, sexy noise that speeds out of her when I press my thumbs into the soft skin of her thighs.
We were right there.
Can I swallow. I take a deep breath and adjust my hard cock pressing against the zipper of my jeans. Her shorts, those infuriating shorts that have had me staring at her all night, are almost bunched at her waist, and I can see the line of her underwear underneath the denim. They look light blue, the exact shade of the sky on a cloudless summer day. And I don't think I'll ever be able to go outside without getting hard again. Please?
Yes.
A soft laugh, the bump of her knee against my palm, legs opening wider and her hand on her shorts, pulling the zipper down in a torturous drag that makes me want to scream at her to hurry up, but also to slow down so I can savor every second of this.
I'd like that.
I'm already struggling. I'm walking a tightrope and fighting for my life. Disaster is imminent when she guides my fingers and helps me unfasten the single silver button that's holding my sanity together. She must be trying to kill me when she lifts her hips. I'm certain of it when she works the shorts down her thighs, leaving behind the underwear that has an obnoxiously cute bow. I touch the waistband, snapping it against her skin, the noise a reminder that this striptease has been one-sided. An entirely unfair power imbalance I fix by reaching for the hem of my shirt, by pulling it over my head and leaving it fuck knows where. Oh, she murmurs, wide eyes raking over the muscles I spend hours building in the gym. She pays careful attention to each part of my torso, my broad shoulders, my biceps and abs. I flex, just a little, to show her how strong I really am. Her assessment is greedy, full of self-indulgence that makes my cock ache.
Wow.
The word alone rattles me. Heaven help me when she actually touches me. Come here. I help her sit up. I cup her face with both hands and kiss her again. My tongue brushes against hers, and she surprises me with sharp teeth that sink into my bottom lip. My fingers tangle in her hair, struggling to focus when her nails drag down my back. What do you like, Quincy?
I don't know.
Her palms are hot on my skin, roaming, teasing, my complete undoing.
It's been months, years actually, since
A beat of embarrassed silence, reluctant acceptance and understanding I'm not going to make fun of her for whatever she's about to say.
And most of the men I've been with haven't been able to make me
come.
I have to finish on my own.
We're scientists. We research to determine results. We'll figure it out.
And if we don't?
We'll try again. I'm a very patient man.
I don't have any condoms.
I don't need to fuck you to make you come. I sit back on my heels. Take off your shirt. I want to see you. There's no hesitation, only swift action. She tugs off her top, leaving her in a blue bra made of lace that matches her underwear. I bite my knuckles, whimpering when she plays with the straps. I whine when she moves her hands to her breasts and squeezes them together. I want to fuck her there. I want to fuck her everywhere, but there, specifically, is high on the list.
What do you think?
She asks, as if I'm not gaping at her with my mouth wide open and my cock straining against my pants. As if I'm not scrambling forward, gently knocking her hand away so I can be the one to touch her. She moans when I take her nipple between my thumb and forefinger, pinching tight. What do I think? I think I'd like to come on your chest. I think I'd like to use it to write my name so whoever is there after me knows I was there first. She warms under my hand, body flushing a pretty shade of pink. I'd like to leave a mark so you remember me in the morning, so you don't forget what we did.
Is that what you normally like?
I've never done that before, but with you I know I'd enjoy it. Fuck, Quincy, look at you. I breathe out, full of wonder, full of awe. Full of, how the fuck am I the one to be here with her right now? You're gorgeous.
You said something about wondering if I'm wet.
About not hating you. Quincy lifts her long arms above her head and hums when I palm her breast, the lace rough against my hand.
When are you going to find out if you're right?
There's that goddamn confidence making me weak again. I could finish right now. A quick thrust against the mattress is all it would take. My hand drops to her thighs, thumb running over the ridge of her knee. Up higher, teasing over the front of her underwear before fanning out over her ribs. I look at her, and it's the biggest mistake of my life. I'm dumbstruck. Her dark hair hangs in loose waves around her face. Her chest is heaving. Her legs are open, and I'm not convinced that this isn't some fantasy I've had before. A memory from last week where I got off in the shower to a hazy vision of her. This is so much better.
Sebastian?
Sorry. I shake my head. You're making me stupid right now.
Tell me about the ways you want me.
I could write a novel, an encyclopedia full of Quincy-isms and all my inappropriate thoughts, but I settle on kissing her instead, swiping my tongue along her mouth and smiling when her lips part and she smiles too. She tastes like wine and that cupcake she ate earlier. Decadence, swathed in a 5'9" brunette who must be trying to bring me to my knees when her knuckles brush along my jaw. I want you right now, fast, then slow, so I can figure out what you like the most. Then do it again. I want you to sit on my face because you've been telling me for years to shut up, and I think that might be the only solution to giving you what you want. I want you on top of me, riding me so I can watch your tits bounce while I fuck you. I want you from behind so I can tease you, so I can pluck you apart and put you back together. I know how to take care of people, Quincy, and I want to be the one to take care of you. My fingers hook in the waistband of her underwear and hold, the moment suspended. She gives me a small nod, and I move, dragging the lace down her hips, over her thighs, her calves until they're at her ankles. I wrap the prize around my wrist and grin.
Are you doing something with those?
She asks. keeping them as a souvenir.
Yeah?
Quincy reaches out and grabs my chin, and I didn't think it was possible to get any harder.
Truth or dare, Sebastian?
Dare, I answer. I will literally do anything you want. I'll crawl. I'll ask nicely. Anything, Quincy.
I dare you to touch me.
She lets go and leans back, elbows resting on the mattress. She drags her feet over the wrinkled sheets, legs bent at the knee, and tips her thighs open.
I dare you to look at me.
I glance up and my heart almost flatlines. I need to be revived, but also sedated. There she is. Perfect. And mine for the night. I press my thumb against her clit and rub a slow circle. Her toes curl. Her back arches. She moans my name like she's mad at me, and I smile. Like that? I whisper, and she nods. She lets out a breath and puts a hand on my shoulder, nails digging into my skin. I can't wait to look at the half-moon marks she leaves behind when we're finished. I should get a tattoo to commemorate the occasion. I'll put her name under it in big, bold letters, courtesy of Quincy Monroe. I'm the luckiest motherfucker in the world. Oh, sweetheart, you don't know what you're asking for. Quincy loops her fingers in my necklace and tugs. I nearly tumble on top of her, but I catch myself at the last second, holding myself above her. Her smile is a dare. Her eyes sparkle with challenge. She unhooks her bra, breasts spilling free and a hand trailing down her body. She's going to make me beg, and I'm going to thank her for that opportunity.
Get back on your knees like you said you would, and tell me how much you want to taste me.
Fuck. Please. My voice trembles. My cock is so hard it hurts. I pull away, positioning myself back on my knees, and I give my length a rough stroke over my jeans. Movements are difficult. Coherent thoughts are even more impossible. Please, Quincy, let me... Can I taste you? Can I fuck you with my fingers, please?
Yeah.
She positions herself at the top of the bed, head against the pillows and long hair everywhere. Ankles wrap around my neck when I lie on my stomach. She touches my bottom lip with her thumb, a soft laugh escaping her.
You can.
What's so funny? I kiss her knee. I drag my tongue up her thigh, stopping when I get between her legs and blow a warm breath against her. The laugh turns to a moan, the edge of pleasure behind the noise. I'm not sure I've had someone make fun of me while I touched them before. First time for everything, I guess.
I'm not making fun of you. I never thought we'd be here, and I'm processing. I like it.
Her hand moves to my hair, urging me forward.
I want you to make me come.
A lot of asks for someone who said they hated me. I touch her clit again. I spread her open with my thumbs, another whimper working its way up my throat. I drag a finger through her entrance, pushing inside her until I reach my first knuckle, then my second. Quincy squirms, her gasp echoing against the walls of her bedroom, and I press down on her stomach with an open palm to keep her still. I'm lightheaded when she groans, loud and low, dizzy when I get deeper. You're so wet.
Sebastian.
My name is a plea. It's a good thing she said it because I forgot who I am, where I am, too caught up in how warm she is, how tight she is, and how well we're going to fit together.
That's...
Her hands drop to the bed and twist the sheets. She rolls her hips, trying to lift him off the mattress and searching for the friction she craves. More, I wasn't kidding when I said I'd give her anything she wants. If she asked for the sun, I'd find a way to loop a lasso around it and bring it to this very room, but we wouldn't be us if I didn't push her a little. If I didn't try to coax some feistiness out of her. "What's the magic word?" I murmur, hiding my smile in the curve of her knee when she mumbles out a string of curses, my name wrapped in 4-letter swear words. "Come on, Quinny baby, you can do it." Please," Quincy gasps when I turn my wrist and curl my fingers inside her. "Please, can I have more? This has to be heaven, and I'm in no fucking rush to return to Earth. I'm slow to add a second finger, careful when I press inside and let her get used to the stretch. I want to drag this out, to memorize every sound she makes, but I'm doing it for myself, too. I'm afraid I'm going to lose it any second. I'm even more afraid when I look up at the swell of her breasts, at the planes of her stomach and the softer skin at her hips, a place I'd like to grip while I fucked her from behind. "Okay," I slur, drunk with lust and the image of her naked body, picturing what she's going to look like when she comes. "Should I? Perfect." Her feet rest on my shoulders when I pull out of her, then push back in, deeper this time. I suck on the skin near her hip, leaving behind a bruise I hope turns red and purple and lots of other shades. It's perfect." I slip my palms under her thighs and squeeze the handful of skin I find, glad I have something stable to hold on to when I scoot forward. When I dip my chin and put my tongue on her clit, grinding against the mattress. "And that?" I ask, right against her. My fingers are dripping with her. I want my mouth to be the same. "How about that? Even, She reaches behind her, a hand on the headboard, fingers curling around the top of the wood, hanging on. She arches her back when I lick her again, another swipe over where I want to bury myself and stay forever. "Better, Too much, not enough. Sebastian." The way she says my name makes me want to work harder to get her there faster. It feels too good, like my body. This is how it should feel. I move my hands to her ass, squeezing once. Ooh, I want that too. This is how it's always going to feel with me. Quincy trembles when I keep my mouth on her. I find the pace she loves the most, unrelenting while she moans above me. When she turns quieter and less enthusiastic, I try something else, keeping a list in my head of the things she likes. She likes when I use my tongue and fingers at the same time. She really likes when I spit on her pussy and drag the saliva across her body like I'm painting a picture. Man, obsessed, I'd call it. With a little caret above it, the word unworthy in bold. I can tell when she starts to come undone, the rasp of my name spilling out of her. It's the last drops of a good glass of whiskey. The sun right before it sets. The whole world covered in vibrant yellows and orange. There's a gasp and a full body shudder. A low moan, then her breath evening out. A bead of sweat running down her stomach as she squeezes tight around me. I've seen her 100 different ways over the years, but this one might be my favorite yet. Guard down, high on endorphins, and each roll of her hips is a new version of her I'm lucky to experience for the first time. How many other men have had her like this? Jealousy rips through me, but it doesn't stay for long. Not when she cups my cheek and lifts my chin when I add a third finger, chasing the orgasm out of her. Not when a look of relief, of gratitude flickers across her face as I whisper, "You're doing so well, and look how well you take me." Time blurs. I find a rhythm. Hours might pass, but I don't care. Everything narrows down to her, and the desperation claws at me. I want to hear her say my name. I want to see her smile right before she comes.
I think I might hate you more than I did 20 minutes ago.
She moves her hips, the new angle letting my fingers get deeper inside her. She's not shy about the pleasure she's craving, the hint of franticness in the way she works up, then down, using me. The hook of a smile, a low hum when I hit the right spot.
How are you so good at this?
I'm good at everything. My thumb presses against her clit again. But I'm even better with you. I've spent years trying to figure you out, and now that I have, I want you to look at me when you come, Quincy. Her eyes lock on mine. The light from the lamp on her bedside table makes her look like she's glowing. Hues of gold stretch across her body, and she's an angel from another realm. Her breathing quickens. Her grasp on me slackens.
I'm going to...
Good, I tell her. Keep your eyes on me, and let me taste. My tongue is back on her, and this is how I want to die. I've done everything I need to do in life, and I'd go willingly. It doesn't take long for her to let me know she's close. There's a please, and an I'm almost there. A few swipes of my tongue, a fractured Sebastian. I'm going to hear for the rest of my days. Another push of my fingers, and she's falling apart. Quincy lets out a strangled groan, and I slow, taking my time to pull my fingers out of her as her orgasm subsides. I kiss her hip, her knee, the spot below her belly button that's sticky with sweat. I work my way up her body, kissing every inch I can find until I reach her mouth. I trace her lips with the fingers that were inside her, matching her smile when her eyelashes flutter open. Quincy. I brush a piece of hair away from her face and gently bite her neck. I can't get enough of her. You're goddamn beautiful.
That was
a sated sigh. Happiness in her exhale, and she leans forward to drape an arm around my neck.